Welcome to yet another live stream of the Hard Rock Show. I'm Andrew.
I'm Dave.
I'm Jeff.
I'm Belle.
We're here. We took a week off last week. Thank you all for being patient with us, and hopefully you enjoyed the old school punk special that we played for the first time in full. But yeah, this week we're back. Last week didn't quite go to plan. Had a lot of things going on between us all. Dave had a family birthday to attend. I had a whole bunch of shit going on. Conrad was stuck in transit, something fierce, which is still why Conrad isn't with us tonight, unfortunately. He had a hell of a time getting to his destination, which I'm sure he'll fill you in on when he gets a chance to. So last week was chaos. We're back again to normal this week. So thanks for sticking with us. Hopefully you're all keeping well out there. And like I said, enjoyed the punk special we played for you. Tonight we have a lot to go through as always. We're going to do our next round of the concept album King of the Riff, which is going to be between the Beatles, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, and Pink Floyd's The Wall. We're going to chat about some new tunes as always. We're also going to be choosing our drummers for our Build-A-Band Glam edition. We're going to discuss the costs of, or the rising costs of seeing bands live, and everything else like we normally do as well. So get in the comments, say hi, do all the usual things, give us your thoughts on things as we go through. And yeah, let's have some fun tonight. There'll be links to reference tracks that we're talking about things tonight, so they'll be in the description box of this one. So we'll put them in the comments as we go through as well. But just in case you miss them, they're always in the description of the episode. And while you're checking out that sort of stuff, check out our details. Make sure you like, follow, subscribe on your preferred platform. That'd be greatly appreciated by us. Hit that like button. That's always really good for us too. And do the same thing for our fantastic sponsors. A big thank you to Squid Ink Screenprinting, Alt-Cvlt Rockstar Finance as always. Check out their details. Give them a like or a follow too. That'd be greatly appreciated as well. Like I was saying, though, we've got a bit to get through tonight. We'll get to the comments in a second. There's a few coming through already, which is great to see people jumping in. But let's do the rounds. Dave, it's been a busy week, but you finally got through your busy month. How are you going?
Yeah, I'm good. May is the busy month. Both kids' birthdays, my anniversary, but that's all done, and it gets quiet now until Halloween, when life begins again, leading into Christmas. But I fucking love Halloween. But yeah, Jade had a birthday. She had a great day, and then she had a birthday party with some friends, and she's got a big group of friends now, which is good moving into high school. Yeah. But yeah, we did a party at an ice skating rink. Roller skating. I keep saying ice skating.
You said that last time.
I know. For some reason, I just go for ice skating. But yeah, it was roller skating. And we got to request some songs, so I requested some Kiss, some Guns N' Roses, some Metallica. Oh, songs Jade likes, so it was fun. Mm. But yeah, walking around the Battle Jacket, Julie is like, I wonder who picked this song. But yeah, she had a great time, and then came back to my place with my mate and some of his kids. They're friends with my kids as well. We had a barbecue and got drunk, sung some Motley Crue songs and various other songs, and mine ended up on Facebook.
For those that follow Dave.
I saw that video. That's cool. Yeah,
I'm fucking much better than Vince Neil. Eat that.
Yeah. Well, I tend to agree. Actually, I think you're right on that.
Well, yeah, the stuff that didn't get filmed. Now that's the shit right there. But yeah, I'm glad we got to do that for Jade, because thanks to the Reserve Bank, there's nothing to look forward to for the next few months. So fuck. Sorry if I'm a bit down tonight, but there's a lot going on. So I'll do my best to take my mind off things and focus on music as we go through it. So over to you, Jeff.
Hey, my life is just fucking boring. I don't do anything. I literally get up in the morning, I work, I go to bed. I do that. I'm like the fucking hamster on the wheel. Yep. And this is my highlight of the week. And so last week I was beside myself because I'm like, what am I going to do? I actually cracked open a book. And then I'm like, okay, I got to do something. But since I've been playing that, I've been big Diablo video game fan, right? So Diablo 4 has dropped. And, like, if there's any Diablo fans out there, get this fucking game. It's amazing.
Okay, cool.
It's just stunning. But I've been just engrossed into that. So
cool.
But what do you do, right? When you're not listening to music or reading, working, I'm playing a video game or something. Yeah.
Cool.
So such is my life.
Mate, there's much worse things to do with your time.
That's right. That's worse things, you know.
Yeah.
Could be listening to the Bay City Rollers or something. Right,
hey, Saturday night.
She's got a signed copy, people. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Anyway, on to you, Belle. Sorry.
Yeah, cool. Well, I have not been playing video games. I haven't played video games for a very long time, but they were kind of fun. But, you know, I'm going back 20, 30 years here. Anyway, so yeah, I've just been, boring, working. We're still got Henry, still fostering him.
Oh, cool.
He's doing a great
Henry's
job of
awesome.
turning our back lawn into a giant mud pit. And
Yes,
then
they
he
do.
brings that to the house, so that's fun. So
Mm.
I've got one of those mops that spray out stuff and you sort of mop
Yeah.
around it.
Oh, right. Henry's cool. I like
Odd.
him. He's like
Yeah,
beautiful
yeah,
dog.
Henry's
Yeah.
cool. Yeah, he's great. Otherwise, after the episode last time we streamed, I was mucking around with the AI short stories. I was entertaining myself with that.
Cool.
I was thinking too small with the whole cat in the backyard thing. So I was like, okay, what am I into? What can I sort of get the AI to spit out? So I was just thinking, all right, what's ridiculous? So I got it to do a story about, Freddy Krueger giving Michael Myers a trendy haircut. That was hilarious.
Wow.
That was a
I've got
good
to see
story.
this.
And I made it like I didn't realize, but it saved all these stories in my phone.
Oh, yes.
Somewhere.
Oh, you got to share that shit. I
You
want to
have
read
to
that.
share.
It was like a serious story about this happening. You know, Freddy Krueger was chattering away and Michael Myers was there, like being serious. And,
So have you killed anyone recently?
like, yeah, pretty much. And then I'm like, okay, well, this is cool. So, like, what else can I do? Okay, or how about a story about Hannibal Lecter becoming a vegan? That was also pretty cool.
Wow.
Oh,
Diet
this is
change
awesome.
didn't see coming.
All right, what else? So I got it to write a story about a voyage across Bass Strait in a boat powered only by Lars Ulrich's drum kit, where he only plays songs from Injustice for All.
Oh,
That was
wow.
the story. It
They
was
wouldn't
pretty.
get very far, right? Didn't get very far.
No, we got all the way to Melbourne.
Fuck
Yeah.
yeah, damaging. No, fucking Dyer's Eve. They'll get you the last bit.
Get out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that entertained me for about 2 hours, and then I've just been working, and life got boring again because I kind of got bored doing that. So yeah, that's me. How you going, Andrew?
Yeah, as I was saying, everything's good. Just busy, which is, with the move coming up, it's all getting really serious now. We moved our last Rugrat out, so he's now living with his sister, so that's all done. So now it's seriously just packing and sorting and downsizing and getting things ready because you can only take so much when you're moving best part of 3,000 kilometers away. So it's a bit of a challenge to do that. That's the hard part now. So we're sort of working out how it's all going to the final logistics of what we're going to take, what we're going to store, what's going to get sort of pushed somewhere, either to the charity or to people we know, or to, I don't know, whatever we're going to do with it. But so yeah, that's what's happening now. So it's just every spare minute you get, it's just kind of like, okay, off you go doing that. In the midst of all this, working, carrying on, and doing all the usual stuff, and keeping things going for this side of things. So again, last week didn't quite work out. There might be a couple of weeks here and there like that where it's going to get a bit hectic, but generally speaking, we try and do our best. And then once we get through August, it'll all settle down again. That's when the actual full-blown stuff happens. It's the end of July, beginning of August is when it all really kicks off for me. But otherwise, no complaints. Everything's good. Just, flat out. But can't complain. Really can't complain. Before we get to the comments, let's do a quick one. I haven't done this for a while. What's everyone drinking tonight? So, Dave, are you on the traditional?
Yeah, it's running low too, so this might be the last one.
Ooh.
Oh, no. That's no fun.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's see if you can finish it.
Oh,
Finish it.
I'm off the side. I'm just drinking Pepsi. I'm sorry
okay.
for the product placement.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry.
The love of my life, Mr. Jeff
Yes.
Daniels.
Oh, there we go.
Good choice.
Yeah,
Yep,
I'm on
that's
to
all.
him. He's not done me wrong. Although the morning after, he gives me a bit of a hard time. But
Yeah.
otherwise,
No,
The Jack Jitters. I'll tell you, I've had enough of them. Not good.
I am on a nice little cask tawny port. It is cold enough to enjoy the port these days, so I'm going straight onto that. Belle, you having it neat or with ice, or what's the go there? What's your choice? Dry?
a bit of water, just
Yep.
neat. I think it's called bit of water. Yep,
Nice.
that's enough for
Nice.
me.
Nice
We don't
to
have
know.
any ice in the freezer. Otherwise, I probably would have ice in it.
Yep.
But it still
Fair
tastes
enough.
good without it.
That's
The
it.
hamster's
yeah.
powering the internet, not the freezer tonight.
Water
Yeah.
actually opens the
hopefully I
flavors
won't
up.
Yeah,
freeze.
water's good for whiskeys in general. It
That's right.
does and those things.
No, I like whiskey straight. Don't fuck with it.
No, it's not that having it straight. It actually literally opens the flavors.
Opens the flavors, yeah. A lot of the actual ways you're supposed to consume them. Yeah. Not even just a few drops of room temperature water. Right. It actually opens up. It's meant to open up the palate.
There's not much. I just put a splash.
You're not mixing it with water, Dave. That's not. That's gross.
Nah, it was like it straight from the bottle. Fucking.
Why not? I can drink from the bottle for the rest of the night.
And I miss whiskey. I miss spirits. I miss rum. Fuck. I miss money. Fucking hell.
Don't Aldi have spirits? I remember they don't just. Everyone, they don't. Aldi down.
Do. It's an imitation of spirits. It's not bad, but it's not.
They're not horrible though. Give the devil their due. They're not bad.
For all they're not bad. Does the job.
It's like $20 cheaper than normal shit, but you get more out of a shitty cask. Goes long. It goes further. Make do. I miss Captain Morgan. I like rum.
Captain Morgan. Yeah.
Miss Jameson's.
Yeah, a bottle.
Jameson's is fucking great.
I've forgotten. Well, I got a really cool bottle of rum for my birthday. It's actually still in the fridge. I cracked it out the other day, and it's like, actually, that's a really nice rum. I'll have to pull it out next time around and go, okay, this is an awesome rum. It's actually really fucking nice.
You want to try rum? Try Ron Zacapa 23 Centenario 23. That shit will fucking blow you away. But it's $100 a bottle, but it's not worth it.
Why? Dave's like going to
Sorry, Dave. Sorry, Dave. Dave, you can have a sniff.
Yeah, well.
Oh, yeah, great. Sniff it, don't taste it. Fucking
this could go all sorts of fucked up. All right, let's get to some comments here for a second. So Andrew's here on YouTube saying, evening, all good to see you, buddy. Hopefully you'll keep well. Same with Sally saying, hey, guys, good to see you too.
Hey, Sally.
Ed Crusher, always here. Evening, people. Good to see you as well. And our good friend Chris, who's been freaking out about Ouija Bow and other things over the last 24 hours. Good to see you, buddy. Hopefully you're keeping well. Rowan over on YouTube, good to see you too, as always. And Man Family too, again, saying, g'day, all Pink Floyd, The Wall. So already getting people winners.
One of my first T-shirts. There's no way I could fit into it now.
No, well, there we go. That's a different conversation. I do that one day.
I should show my Randy Rhoads shirt. I've got a shirt that I brought over with me from Canada, right?
Wow.
And it looks like it would fit on a fucking teddy bear. I'm like, how did I fit in this thing? It's about this big. I think it must have shrunk or something.
My original Maiden, too.
Yeah, nice.
Oh, wow, that's a nice shirt.
This used to be a dress on me. It wouldn't fit me now.
Oh, that happens to all of us, unfortunately, Dave. We get older and we grow up and then out. That's kind of how it works. What do we got here? Bash is here saying g'day. All good to see you too. Hopefully you keep well. So Michael, good to see you again over on YouTube. Same with Kieran, good to see you as well. Thanks for joining us tonight. Jolie's here, and Jolie said earlier on she might be watching the whole show, so good to see you.
Nice.
Stick around for the whole thing.
That's what
Same with Ryan from Denmark as well. So hey, Ruckus from Denmark, good to see you again as well. Chris says, I'm still playing Gallagher on a PC emulator. Wow.
Yeah. Wow. It's a great game, man. It's a great. I got it on my Xbox.
You know what?
Awesome.
To be fair, I used to play the original XCOM for as long as I could make that work on different emulators and that over the years. I played that ad nauseum.
XCOM's cool. Yeah, good game. Good series.
Good series, yeah. Guy says, let there be bells. Not tonight.
There is bells. Oh, come on, there is.
There's one bell.
We have a bell. We have the only bell that matters is this one in the corner there.
So no, some of Jeff's bells are pretty cool.
Yeah, but they don't compare to you, Bell. Nothing.
They don't quite have the same ring to them. Anyway.
Yep.
It was there. Dad joke 101, man.
That was a good one. It was better than the whole someone's chiming in.
Yeah, well, there we go. That's a good one too. Well, let's see how long we can drag this one for. We're beating a dead horse with this one. All right. Guy says Heineken tasteless like vodka. So there we go.
Yeah.
Nicole's here saying hello. Good to see you. She's drinking coffee, which is always a good choice. Coffee is always a great choice, especially in the morning after the JD. Sally's going Bailey's and ice with shaved chocolate. Ooh, that's
nice.
Oh, yum. Perfect.
There we go. Nice one.
Sweet
there.
though. Ooh. Sweet.
Chris is going, I'm on the homebrew. 15th of May was a great batch. So
Nice.
Well done. Well done. And Bash is asking, has anyone got any updates on the proposed rescheduled Skid Row concert? Haven't received any updates from them.
No, haven't heard anything.
because nothing's been released yet. They're still, as far as I'm aware, they're still talking about things back and forth, trying to make it all work. It is unfortunately hard to schedule, but there's been no word on dates or cancellation or anything like that. The plan is still to move the date, so I'm assuming you'll hear as soon as anyone else does, Basher. You'll probably hear before us, to be honest. So hopefully it all works out for you date-wise.
I had a ticket for the original one, and then it got cancelled and rescheduled, and it was Rory's birthday, so I had to get a refund. And now it's been rescheduled again, and I'm so pissed because I could have fucking gone if I kept it.
I know. It's bizarre, isn't it? Oh, well. Unfortunately. Sometimes, Dave, shit just doesn't work out. I've got some presents coming your way anyway, Dave. I've allocated some stuff out of the move for you, so we'll bring
sweet.
some stuff away, so that'll be all right.
Is it alcoholic?
I'll try to arrange some of that for you as well. Alrighty, let's do the usual thing where we go and do our songs of the week. And actually, Jeff, we're going to throw you in the deep end because Jeff actually picked one this week, which is cool. So in the comments, in the description box, there is, as always, a link to this sort of stuff. Let me get this link copied and pasted so it'll work properly. How's that? But yeah, Jeff has chosen an interesting one. So in the comments, like I was saying, also in the description box, you've got Avenged Sevenfold with the track G, which is off the new album Life is But a Dream, which is out now. So Jeff, what made you drawn to this particular song? There's a lot to shoot.
I was curious about, obviously, Avenged Sevenfold. I've never been a massive fan. I think I mentioned that to you guys earlier. I've never been a huge fan. I started kind of liking them in about 2013, about 10 years ago, when they released Hail to the King. I just thought that was a really good album. Overall, it was like, I thought the best thing that I'd heard from them. So, and then in 2015, they released The Stage, and I was a huge fan. I really enjoyed that album. And then now this. Now this is, I mean, it's been 8 years since 2015, right? So at first listen to this album, if you guys haven't heard this album as a whole, it smells, it's like they've been smoking something and they've lost the plot. But on succeed, as you listen to it, I was like, wow. And then if there's any Mr. Bungle fans out there, you're gonna love this album because it's got Mr. Bungle written all over it.
Okay.
And this song G, it's part of a 3-song section.
I was gonna say there'd have to be context to this in the album.
The next song is O, and then the next song after that is D, so it's God.
Okay.
Right. And this song is just, I mean, you guys, if you haven't heard, you gotta listen to it. It's out there, but the lyrics are just completely unique. But the melodies are like, fuck, how do these guys come up with this shit? I don't know. To compare to what they've done in the past to what this album is, it's like the different musicians. They went through a different door. They're in an alternate reality now. And so I think in the world of music that comes out, people get like, similar things. If you like an album, you kind of expect the next album to kind of sound something like the last album. This sounds nothing like The Stage. Sounds nothing like they've done in the past. This is completely unique. The whole album is refreshing. As far as I'm concerned, it could be up for album of the year.
Wow. Okay, cool. High praise.
Fucking kidding me.
Wow, Dave, you'll get your turn. So,
Jesus Christ.
You gotta listen to the whole thing. You gotta take it in context.
I was wondering about that. Is there anything else you wanted to throw into that one there, Jeff? Or
no, just that it's I think it needs to be listened to. It's one of those albums that at first listen, I actually was taken aback because I saw there was a video that was released a while back for one of the songs. I don't remember now off the top of my head. And it was the single. I thought, okay, it's different. I wasn't taken away, I didn't think it was amazing. And I thought at the time, there was something about his vocals. Like it sounded like, there was something wrong with his vocals. Like he had maybe blown a vocal cord or something. And he sounded just different. But as you listen to this whole album, you realize, no, he's on form. In fact, I think he's in top form.
Okay.
M Shadows is whatever his name is.
Yep. M Shadows. Yep.
And this band, they just fucking it's unique, but once again, it's Mr. Bungle. If you like Mr. Bungle, and what's not liked about Mr. Bungle, everyone likes them.
Yeah.
Or you should anyway.
I don't. I don't.
Okay, Dave. Sorry, Dave. Well, everybody but Dave.
Are you surprised?
No, I'm not. No. But look, I just think it's refreshing. I applaud them for taking a chance and coming up with something that you didn't expect and doesn't sound like anything else out there. So yeah, hats off to that.
Cool. Belle, have you had a chance to listen to this one, or are we flying blind?
I'm sorry, I didn't realize that Jeff had sent through a song.
Yeah, sorry.
When-
Rock the boat here.
When
That's
did
all
this
good.
happen?
He did it the other day. I don't know when. It was the other day.
Sometime in the
yeah.
I'm
You and
sorry,
you and Dave were fighting over who can pin what, so that's where that went wrong.
I wrote it. I said, "Hey, who's my song of the week?" You could have seen it.
I feel really bad. I'm really sorry. I'll listen to it afterwards, but I can't help you right now.
You should.
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
I definitely want you to listen to it. You'll like it, I think. Maybe.
All right.
Next time,
I
pin it.
like that first single. I thought that was cool.
Yeah. Well, if you like Mr. Bungle, do you like Mr. Bungle?
No, I don't like Mr. Bungle. Mr. Bungle's shit.
Okay. Well,
Mr. Bungle's
Awful.
fun.
I think
Mr.
Mr.
Bungle's
Bungle kind of like a
No,
blending
Mr.
of
Bungle's
contemporary pop and prog and funk and all kinds of weird shit, and that's what this is.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Okay.
I like it.
weird. Give it a go.
All right.
But yeah,
It's different.
I'm
It's
sorry I
different.
haven't heard it.
No, that's all good. That's all good. Dave, I'm going to make you wait. You can stew just a little bit longer, just to make this more fun. I haven't checked out the album yet in full, and that's why it's important that Jeff gave me the context that it is like one of those. It's a trilogy of songs within the album, which I think that will help this one to be understood a lot more. Listening to this one as a standalone track, when I haven't really listened to any of the singles either, it's like my first experience with this album. I'm like, okay, what am I getting into here? The first listen was
I know.
like, what the fuck? And then I get into it, and it's okay, cool. Now, I never actually expected Avenged Sevenfold to go anywhere near prog, and they've done it on this one. They're showing off some chops, which is cool. And there's some real contrast in the vocals. I think you've got about 3 different vocalists when you break it all down in this song, which have different styles. They contrast the music really interestingly. I thought the mix was pretty dry. I would want to hear it, like I made a note here that I want to hear it in the context of the album, because I imagine that with the songs being so diverse from everything I've heard about it, I imagine the mix will shift to suit certain things. And so with that being the case, the mix being dry on this one would have more context in the album than it does as a standalone track in this regard. So I want to hear the thing in full before, locking down my opinion of that side of things. But there's in this song alone, there's a lot of diverse gear changes. But the refrain in the song is sort of the thing that gives you the anchor point to come back to, which gives you almost a hook kind of a thing. The chorus is neat on it. It's pretty well written. It's pretty well performed overall. So, like I said, M Shadow, is that there are parts of this song where you feel like he's sort of struggling. His spoken tone is actually really deep and interesting as well on this, which is kind of cool. But yeah, no, when he actually gets into the full throated vocal kind of thing, he's still smoking it, which is cool. It does feel on the progressive side of things a little bit tropey to me. But again, I want to hear it in the context of the album, a standalone song. It felt like for these guys. Here's the thing. For this song, in terms of prog, it feels a bit safe. But for these guys who even do this, it's certainly not safe. So it's that whole, the razor's edge kind of thing in that regard. So if you're a massive prog fan, I don't know how much it'll, give you any sort of originality to it. But for these guys, it's certainly out of the box. I never expected to hear anything like this from this band. So I'm very, very curious about the album. It gets your attention in either the good ways or the bad ways. We'll find out in a second, the counterpoint, I'm pretty sure. But I liked it. I'm keen to dive into the album. I want to hear, like I said, I definitely want to hear it in the context of the album. But I think that just hearing a band try something new is always cool, fun, different. So, yeah, the opinions on this one are incredibly diverse. So, yes, I definitely want to check out the album in full. But, yeah, I didn't mind the song. Took a few listens to get my head around it, but I didn't mind it. So, with that said, Dave, go off.
Yeah. Before we went live, Belle accidentally misspoke and called this band Avenged Sevenfold. That makes a lot more sense. It should rebrand Avenged Sevenfold. I like it. Now, I don't like this band. I've never liked this band. I didn't like them before Mike Portner betrayed us and joined this fucking band, and I don't like them now. I've heard a few songs here and there, like Soundgarden. They just don't appeal to me. I don't get it. I didn't think it was possible for this band to get any worse with this, but here we are with this wannabe Frank Zappa song. You said it sounded like Bungle. I get a Frank Zappa vibe from it. But fuck me, has this band ever had an original idea? Heard one album a few years ago. It was just fucking Megadeth demos. They are a fucking clone band. There was nothing original about them. So I saw the title G. The first thing that came to mind was that gangster shit that homies used to say back in high school, like "What up, G?" and all that. So I didn't watch the video that Jeff shared. I went straight to Spotify because it's just easier because YouTube shuts off and everything. But then I saw that fucking there's a sequence of 3 songs, like G, and then Ordinary, and then Def. And Ordinary has brackets around the O, and D has brackets around the D. And this is so fucking clever. They couldn't come up with an actual word for G because G's just on its own. So fucking yeah. This song has no idea what it wants to be. It jumps from one thing to another with no flow whatsoever. And people criticize Dream Theater for that shit. But this just seems very by the numbers for the sake of just being edgy. This is absolute crap like the rest of their fucking catalog. In the bin.
There we go. I knew that was coming. There we
Tell
go.
us what you really feel, Dave. Holy shit.
Oh my God. I've got to hear this now.
When you
Yeah,
do,
Dave is
Belle,
like
make
the
sure you let us know
sticker.
what you think.
Like,
Oh,
do
will.
not listen to this. This album has like, you know, vulgarity or whatever. He's like that sticker. As soon as he says something, everybody wants to hear what it's all about. You're just promoting it, Dave. You're just promoting it. Yeah.
It's the hate listen. It's the hate watch, the hate listen effect. That's what's going to happen
Yeah.
now. Well done, Dave.
Dave hates our album. People are going
I
to listen
knew-
to it.
I knew you wouldn't disappoint. Well done.
that
We
was
got
good.
some comments though. Here we go. Chris says, sounded like Mr. Bungle met Scatterbrain during a drunken orgy in a recording studio. That's a good point.
Yeah.
So,
I'll go with that.
oh, hang on. Oh, hello. Guy says, regarding the shrinking clothes, just been to a dentist, managed to wiggle my ass into a Kansas City Chiefs number 25 Charles jersey. That's Jamal Charles. Used to be a double X. Wow. That's, yeah. Shrinking tops is a problem, but I'm more impressed that it's a KC top, man. I'm a massive KC fan, so fucking well done. Yeah,
I'm a
guys
big KFC fan, but hey.
Yes, KFC. Fucking yeah.
KFC is a good one.
Zinger
KFC is a
burger.
good one. Nicole said, I like the new Avenged Sevenfold album. It's different, but it's cool to see the growth in the guys, which is always people.
That's right. Yep.
Some people jump off. I like when bands try something different. Basher says, I'd rather listen to Cheech and Chong, sorry, with a reference.
Yeah, Up in Smoke,
comments there on
baby.
Facebook.
Yeah.
So if you're on Facebook, Guy says G is very Freemasonic, and Chris said Dave is on fire, best review ever. So there we go.
Got a fan.
Dave's hate reviews are awesome. I love them.
Yep.
Hate reviews
Yeah.
are fun. We
need more of those.
We need more. Of
Yeah,
those.
we should do that North Lane album I refused to do last year.
No, you're not invited.
You're not invited to that one, Dave. There's no Dave here, man. Alrighty.
I've never said no to reviewing an album until I heard that.
Yeah. Well, even Edge Crushers
That
at
is
next.
such
Not
a good
fan.
album. Like,
So there we go.
honestly, you need to
Hey, it's
try
not
it
fair,
again.
man.
It's really good. You're missing
Oh, here
out.
you go.
I'm missing out with Dream Theater. You are missing out with Northland.
Oh,
No.
Belle, you and I are
Yeah.
going to get into that debate. We are very,
Yeah.
very soon. I'm going to lock
Okay,
Oh,
I'm going to jump
nice.
in just for
Oh,
fun. I'm going to
okay.
fucking hate reviews are fun, so I'm going to do it.
Spectate from the sideline.
You
on
have
that
to
one.
now. You have
Nah,
to.
let me in. I'll be knocking on the fucking stream door. Let me in. I have things to say.
Fuck off, Dave.
Yeah, basically. All right, quickly, the Valiant Matrix. Good to see you. I know the 4th installment
Oh.
of your EP series is coming soon, which I'm very, very
Fuck
keen to
yes.
check out. But every Cheech
That
and
shit's
Chong
good.
album
Check out
has
this guy's
the
stuff.
Concept beyond understanding. But that's a good comment. But you should check out the Valley Matrix too if you're here. So
Yes.
check out the Valley Matrix. Their EPs are fantastic. Only on YouTube, as far as I believe, as well.
Mhm.
So if I'm wrong,
And much better than Avenged Sevenfold and
Oh,
North
God,
Lane.
Dave.
Some
And
others
you
do
wonder why
have.
you're not invited,
Yeah.
Dave. All right.
Yeah.
In the comments, there's also a reference track for you for Dave's choice for this week. So let's see if anyone fires back on this one. It's a song from Helen the Club called Sidonie or whatever it pronounced as, but it's Helen the Club is the band. Sidonie is the song. It's from the upcoming album Fubar, which is due August 11. Dave, it was your pick of the week this week. So what made you choose this song for yours? I think I know why, but why did you pick it?
Yeah, I was scrolling through Facebook one day and this band came up and I like Hell in the Club. We've reviewed a few of their albums in the past and
Yeah.
they never disappointed. It's like, holy shit, they got a new album coming out. So cool. It was a no-brainer. Go check out what single's coming out and suggest it for a song of the week. But these guys are one of those bands that have just been consistent for the last, I don't know, fucking 8 years that we first discovered them. Every album's just like old school 80s. It's all cool. What was good back
I'd argue
then.
they're
They
getting
put their own spin
better
on
over
it.
the years, actually.
Yeah, they get better and better. And since fucking Santa Cruz don't have much to say for themselves anymore. So I think someone needs to step up. But yeah, what these guys do is really good. There's nothing original about it, but it's done really well. Yeah, it's a cool song. I just think everyone should listen to it. Fucking Hell in the Club, you have this idea of on their name, and then every album is slightly different to what you would expect.
They never live up to the name, which is an interesting choice. But
and the artwork is always Freddy Krueger like shit, but then it's just fun, upbeat rock and roll, which is always cool. So everyone should give it a listen.
All right.
And then take all your clothes off and run around naked outside. It's all good.
Oh, that. Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that. That's called Sky
I wasn't
Play.
getting that from that song. I was not picking up that vibe, but
it's too cold for that. Anyway.
That's true.
I didn't get the link to this. I don't know what happened, so I didn't listen to it, unfortunately.
Okay, Conrad.
I seriously, I don't know what happened. Yeah, I seriously, I just looked at my phone. I couldn't find it. So maybe it's
am I right that Belle has got the link to this one?
Yeah.
Belle pays attention.
All right, so let's go to Belle then, because Jeff,
I'm in the doghouse.
You're in the fucking.
I'm in the bin. Yes. I don't know how I fit, but
although I shouldn't, criticize you because I didn't realize you'd sent a song through, so I apologize.
All evens out.
This is sliding doors. This is great.
Yeah.
We're gonna get a better way of doing this.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll work that out, Dave.
At the end, right? Has everyone,
everyone's signing off.
Yeah, we'll work out a way, Dave. We'll make it easier. But Belle, what did you think of
I
the song?
thought a group chat would be easier, but we just, we destroyed that pretty quickly. I'll do individual posts again.
We just talk shit. Anyway. So yes, I did get this, and I listened to it, and I thought it was awesome. As soon as I heard it, I thought, 2 bars in, like, yeah, this is fucking great. This is right up my alley. Love it. I've got notes. So perfect melodic hard rock song. I love the singer's voice. I love the overall sound of the band. And I've written, there's a catchy chorus, although I can't for the life of me remember how the chorus goes right now. So maybe
too many Jack Daniels.
Let's blame Jack. So cool little solo. Cool pause towards the end before they sort of take it home is cool. I love that. I love it when bands do that. Video was cool. They're in some old derelict building, which always makes for a good video, I think. And this one was particularly good. So I've never heard of this band. I don't know who they are, where they're from. Apparently they've been around for at least 8 years. So I want to hear
10. Yeah.
Is this a single off a forthcoming album? Or
new album's coming out in a couple of months.
Due August.
They've got about 5 or 6 albums out already.
Yeah, got a few.
Okay, well, hit me up because I like what I'm hearing.
All right.
Cool.
Okay.
We can do that. We've got the chat for that, so we can send you a link for the artist profile for sure.
Done.
It's funny when you do these things because my first thought when I heard this song, I was driving to work and I put it on and I've just gone to myself, Dave has a type. Like, when someone has a type they're attracted to, everyone has a type. Dave has a type when it comes to music. And this is exactly Dave's type. That's why I said at the type that I know why Dave likes this one, because Dave has a raging hard on for this kind of music. It's a rockin' single.
It's nothing like Dream Theater, though.
No, but it has that vocal rasp. If you throw back to your love of Wednesday 13,
Wednesday 13, Cruel Intentions.
Those you
Guns
have
N'
a
Roses.
thing for that vocal, and that is what hits your spot. So that's what gets every single
Hell
time.
in the Club hit my spot.
This is getting real broke back real quick. But it's really well done. Like, it's a rockin' single. It's got that rasp that I said before, but it has a hell of a hook in the chorus. It's a very catchy song, loads of energy in it. And there's one, I love the switch between the verses and the chorus as well. Like, that was a really good changeover of pace and dynamics within the song. Nice bit of grunt. The mix is nice overall. This is a band that, like I was saying before, they seem to get better with every release. They did the that covers EP a little while ago too, Dave. Yeah. That was pretty cool as well. So they just sort of keep getting better and better with everything they do. And just like Bell, I picked up on the guitar solo and also that little soft dynamic moment that goes for all of like 5 seconds right near the end. That's a really good touch, a subtle moment on the song, which is a good little addition there. And we've enjoyed their stuff up until now. And if this song is anything to go by, I'm probably looking forward to this album more than anything I've looked forward to their stuff before, because like I said, they just seem to getting stronger and stronger. So very keen to check out more of this one for sure. It's nothing new or original or groundbreaking per se, but it doesn't need to be when it's done really, really well. And this is the sort of song, it's really well written, really well performed. It's a damn fine track, and it's more infectious than an STD. So listen to it; it'll get stuck in your head, and you'll be enjoying it pretty bloody quickly, I think. So there we go.
Yeah, the sexual references in that review, Andrew. Wow.
I can do a lot better than that, believe me. I'm playing nice tonight. What do we got here? So let's go.
I'm not.
Just go for it, mate.
Oh well.
Oh, the next song will be Trouble.
Yeah, well, it will be in a moment.
Oh,
let's
it will
get
be
some
trouble.
comments before we do that, Dave. Here we go. We're getting the dad jokes out now. Nicole said this is pretty cool. So nicely done there. What do we got? Man Family says earache in my eye still rocks.
Yes.
There we go. Chris says Hell in the Club. What an awesome song. That chorus has hooks for fucking days. Brilliant songwriting. So we're getting a lot of love for this one, Dave. Joyce. Wayne, good to see. He's going, sorry, I logged in under the wrong account. No, don't. I like it.
Oh, good, man.
You can do whatever you
I'm
want.
glad part 4's coming.
Love having you here. Nicole says it's freezing here. It's 16, so no nakedness. Nicole.
Hey, it hardens things up.
That's
all good.
Not freezing.
Makes things shrink.
Come on, Queensland. Like seriously, I'm in Tasmania. I think I've I will.
You own the market on cold. I think.
Yeah.
Oh man. Things shrink in Tasmania. Fucking hell.
Michael says Dave's punishment should be a nudie run without the battle jackets. There we go.
No, with the battle jacket and the mockies.
Only the battle jacket. Only.
And the mockies. I don't want to I don't want to hurt my feet, but yeah. All right, a few more wines. We'll make this happen.
I don't want to see Dave fall off the chair after that. No.
I've seen him fall off a chair and seen him head like lawn dart his head while doing a handstand.
Yeah, I've bladed myself on fucking.
He's done some
the guitar pick.
For lack of a better term, some dumb shit over the years.
I did a sherry from a slipper.
Yeah, that's it. Basher liked it. Hell in the Club. Nay, talking. This is good. Jolie says really liked it as well, which is good.
Cool.
Vinny's here saying welcome.
Hey,
back,
my
everyone.
man.
Good to see you all. Good recommendation, Dave. Don't peak too early. I think we've all peaked too early, to be honest.
My turnaround's really quick, so peaking early is good.
Here we go. Chris said Dave's hard on while listening to Hell in the Club is a visual I can never unsee. Good luck with that. Edge Crusher saying nice pick, Dave, while Bella's just got her head in her hands.
Thank God that 3D vision is not a thing.
So do I.
Work.
Wow. Chris has just gone, Vince, what are you doing? But Vinny says, I fucking missed the start. The Viagra kicked in late, mate. This is what we're looking for.
Don't you hate it when it's a hold up instead of a stick up?
Yeah,
I love you so much, Vinny.
Wow. Okay. Just anyway. Yeah, you're gonna need more of that, Bell. Wayne says it sounds huge, at least in my old ears. No, it's a great mix. I loved it a lot. Wayne's also it'll be a David Ellison cam moment. So there we go. Let's avoid that one. But Nicole is saying, I'll give you 2 years, Andrew. You'll soon learn it's cold under 25. I don't know if I'll ever get quite that engrossed in the temperature.
You never know. You might.
I might. It could be a thing, but
I used to think like coming from Canada, like I could go outside. It didn't matter what the temperature was here, and I didn't think it was cold. But I've been here 23 years, and now I've climatized, and I go fuck this shit.
Have you adjusted?
I have adjusted. Yeah.
To be fair, though, that said, my ex was from Germany, and she would say that the Melbourne winter was bitter. Like there was a bitterness to it that wasn't quite the same as over in the Northern Hemisphere. It was just there's something about it down here that just gets right into your bones, and it's
that's true. Again, whenever this references just keep coming up.
I don't know.
You don't know.
I've done minus 55 Celsius.
Yeah,
that's pretty bitter.
That's pretty fucking cold. Okay.
Maybe you're just too fucking cold. You can't feel a damn thing at that point.
Balls off a brass monkey. That's what that
was. Canberra was pretty bitter. Canberra didn't get down to minus 55, but it frequently got down to minus 5 and more.
It does get cold.
Last time Australia was minus 55 was in the Ice Age. It has not done it.
It'll never get there again either. We're too busy.
I'm too gullible. You can't say things like that. I will believe everything that is said on this show.
Don't do that. Do not do that, Bill. For your own health and safety, don't do that.
I cannot change. I will believe it. I'll say it. I'll believe it.
Nicole's having fun at my extension going, it's on already when it comes to me moving to Queensland. It's going to be fun. But Vinny's gone. Andrew's first stream from Queensland. His hair will resemble Diana Ross. So most likely.
That's a good stream.
The frizz faction will be fucking funny there. No, Chris S. Germans a bitter. They can be. Nicole says, wasn't expecting it to be either. Oh, Belle, I'm not a penguin. Tassie is cold in summer. So there we go.
Yes. That's why I like it.
Yeah, but she's also, we get below 0 here quite often. Okay, well, we'll see what happens when we get up there. All right, well, Dave goes and gets his next drink, which is taking a bit of time. We're going to move on to the final song of the week, which is, as Dave prefaced before, Trouble. So in the comments in the description box, there is your reference track here. So this is the debut single from former Hard Rock Show co-host Jimmy VanZeno. His debut solo single is out now. It's called Trouble. Like I said, there's a link to it. There's he did an AI video for this one as well, which is remarkably cool. Well done, Dave. You're back just in time. But like I was saying, this is the debut solo single. He's still busy with Sonic Circus and doing all those other things. But yeah, this was just cool to get. He's had an itch to scratch when it comes to writing solo songs for quite a while. So I'm glad he's finally got this one out there. He like Sonic Circus is fantastic. I love it to bits. But if you enjoyed his work with Dead Star Renegade, or as Chris found out last night, going way back to Quidjibo, you're going to really enjoy this one. I love the energy in this song in particular. It's so fucking infectious. It's ridiculous. The subtle use of piano I thought was really cool in there too. The mix is great. The refrain really pops on this song. There's a very cool solo in this one as well from Tyler DeYoung, who, if you understand the history with Tyler and Jimmy, how he was like an original fan of Dead Star Renegade, back to, I think the only gig he saw Dead Star Renegade do was an all ages acoustic gig because he was underage. You couldn't go to any other gig that Dead Star Renegade did before they folded. So that's how long he's been hanging around or following Jimmy's work. So it's been an absolute pleasure to see that circle sort of come about to where he gets to actually play a lead guitar solo on Jimmy's debut solo single, which is, there's a whole lot of just bits and pieces all over this. You got Spider, who's been in all sorts of bands over the years, but also Rusty Brown from Electric Mary helped on this song as well. So there's an all-star cast given this one. But Jim, there's the old school key change in this song is really fucking cool. Like you don't get heaps of that anymore, but when it's done well, it's a really infectious little thing. But Jimmy's just smoking it vocally. I think he gets better as the years go by, if anything. And it's one of those things where knowing him, I know how hard he's worked on that side of things for himself. And so it's gratifying from the outside. I can't imagine what it feels like for him, but it's gratifying on the outside to hear the fruits of that labor coming out now and hearing just how well he's going singing wise. He's just smoking now. I love what's happening on this song. It's nothing complicated. It's an upbeat rocker at its heart, but it's got a great hook, some really solid lyrics as well, which I thought was really cool. But it's avoided the tropes. Like it hasn't fallen into doing the whole, traditional rock and roll cliche stuff, which, would be so easy to do. Jimmy has actually come a long way with his lyrical craft over the years as well. And this is one of his finer works as far as I'm concerned. I think he's doing really great stuff. This song from Jimmy kind of feels like an old jacket. It's new, it's fresh, but it feels like it's been worn in all the right ways already. It's just a perfect fit straight away. So it's a great debut single. I know there's more coming, and I'm looking forward to hearing much more of it. So, Jimmy, I don't know if you'll see this one anytime soon, but fucking well done, man. Well done to you. It's a credit to you that you've worked your ass off to do this one, and you've knocked it out of the park. So, well done to you. Alrighty, we'll do the rounds in a second, but Dave, over to you.
Yeah, I like this. It's a really good song. Lyrics are really interesting. It's one of those ones that the more you listen to it, the more you understand the story. It's just like, this is really well done. Cool hook in the chorus. That was really well done. The solo is fucking awesome. I like that. It is a different sound and style to Sonic Circus, so I can see why he chose to do this as a solo under his own name. But like I said, his vocals are great, and they've been great since fucking Dead Star Renegades all those years ago. But yeah, this is a really cool song, and Luke, the animated video was cool as well. So yeah, definitely check it out. It's cool.
Cool. All right, let's go to Jeff.
I got a bit of a country vibe. I saw one other note. Yeah, I got a bit of a country vibe to it.
Okay,
country.
Yeah,
Oh.
I there's a bit of a swing to it. I kind of get what you mean by that. Yeah, I'd still lean more into the rock, but I don't disagree. I do get what you're saying.
Yeah, it's still rock, but yeah, it's a bit of just undertone of a country feel.
Yeah, no, I get what you mean. Yeah, there is a subtle thing to it. Yeah, which is cool. But yeah, I'm trying to think of how you describe it, because it's very subtle. Like, it's not a strong thing. I think maybe the use of the piano might give you that kind of.
Could be that. Yeah.
Could be something to do with that. But yeah, I don't know.
I didn't get a country vibe out of it, but you know, that's okay. I like Avenged Sevenfold too, so I understand where Dave's coming from. But this song rocks, Jimmy. Thank you for putting this out, because this is really good, and I'm looking forward to hearing more. Yeah, I was a fan, obviously, of Dead Star Renegade as well. When I got the CD from Jimmy, he signed it for me. It was way back when. And I was like, wow. And actually, I went back to him. I said, I want more copies so I can send these overseas to my friends. So there's copies, Jimmy, on the other side of the planet, if you're wondering.
Wow.
Nice. So, yeah. No, love this song. This song is really good. And, yeah, it's different from Sonic Circus. It's different, but it's different in a good way. And it's, you know, it's got that. There's just something. Maybe it's just because I'm a bit, starstruck because I know Jimmy and stuff. So maybe there's that. But look, I think credit where credit's due. It's got all the elements of just a really good song, and it flows and it fits together very well. And I'm proud to say I know Jimmy, and it's cool. Yeah, good job, buddy. Good job.
Nice. All right, Belle, I'm assuming you've heard this one.
Yep, I've heard this one. Okay, so I'm just going to read from my notes here.
Go for it.
Dave posted this as simply as Andrew's song for the week. So that was all the information I had. So I read it. I listened to it. I loved it. I thought it was great. I've listened to it a few times now.
Nice.
And then so I read the description because I thought, oh, who is this guy? This is really cool. I've never heard of him. So I read through the description, and then I saw that Tyler from Tease was featured as a guitarist on there. I'm like, oh wow, he must be from Melbourne. Awesome, cool, okay. It's not surprising that Andrew would choose an Aussie band or artist. And then you posted that video on YouTube. So this is Jimmy from the Hard Rock Show. I'm like, oh, I didn't see because I'm a noob. I'm a Hard Rock Show noob. I didn't know that it was actually Jimmy. And so because the clip was AI, there was no video footage.
Yeah.
Can I just confirm that Jimmy is so I think I've seen him on a few of older videos because he wasn't doing streams or anything like that when I started watching.
No.
Was he the guy that's a massive fan of Mindcrime?
Yes.
And was on that. I think you put an old episode in a stream where he was the one that kind of got right up to the camera.
That's him.
Yeah, that's Jeff Katie fucked it up. Yeah,
that was awesome.
That's Jimmy.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's Jimmy. Okay, cool.
That's Jimmy.
I thought it was, but yeah, I just wanted to make sure. So hilarious. I rate him purely on that review. But yeah, this is really cool. Awesome song. The lyrics sounded really quite specific and personal, especially in a verse he was talking about there was fireworks on a beach or something.
Yeah,
and I want to know if there's an actual story behind that. I want to know what that story is. It had me intrigued. So, but it doesn't sound like it's something that he's made up. It sounded like he's talking about something that actually happened in the past. So yeah, that's got me really interested. The AI video is cool. The chorus is catchy, and I can remember this chorus. I can hear it in my head.
It's got that earworm thing happening. Yeah,
really. Yeah, just really cool song. And so yeah, I know we're not rating these songs, but 10 out of 10.
Beautiful.
Jimmy, Great song. Love it.
Wow.
Hope you keep
There we
doing
go.
more. Yep.
Lots of love all around. I'm glad it's not just me. I like when I pick a song that everyone likes. It's always a good thing.
Truly worthy of
Yeah.
that.
And there's always an element for me in particular because it's the Homer effect kind of thing. Because I've known Jimmy for a long time, well over a decade. So for me, it's like, okay, cool. I'm just glad that he's like the response to the song is going really well, and it's rewarding as a friend to see it work out the way it is for him. So I'm glad that it's going well. I'm glad that everyone enjoyed it. I try not to go too much into the Homer effect, but at the same time, it's like, well, fuck it, why not? If we're not going to promote one of our own, we've got to fucking something wrong. There's got to be a point to this at some way. So I'm glad everyone enjoyed it. Let's see what the audience seemed to think of this one as well. What do we got? Okay. Basher says, love it. Jimmy rocks, which is cool. Nicole says, it's quite cool. Nice one. Oh, Chris last night. Yeah, I've already gushed about this song, but it's fantastic. It's a fantastic tune. So there we go. Vinny says, great track, Andrew. Good little ditty too. I like a story that I can follow, which is nice. Jolie says, Jimmy is rocking it. Agrees. Vocals are awesome. Look forward to more.
Yep.
Sally says, Jimmy sounds great. Congrats to him. Nice. And Vinny says, I think Belle established this Jimmy in the cross-examination, Your Honor. She can now point him out in this courtroom.
There we go.
Nicely done. All right. Let's get on to the hot topic for this week, which is going to be, I don't know how long we'll spend on this one because it's kind of self-explanatory, but it's in reference to the rising costs of going to see a band now. We've spoken about the cost of touring rising and all that kind of stuff going on, but in particular, this is a bit of a let's throw some shade at Kiss for a minute here because of the costs associated with their quote unquote farewell show in Sydney. And it's like, oh my God, how many of these are we going to get? But up to some tickets are selling for up to $4,000 for that one. But at the same time, let's not leave it just Kiss on an island here. Apparently for Def Leppard and Motley Crue, which I haven't verified these things, sort of seen just posted around. Apparently it's like $230 for the nosebleed seats for the Def Leppard Motley Crue shows, which is kind of insane. So just generally, thinking about everything going on, Dave in particular, I'll go to you first in this case, I think, because you're the one that's probably best placed to talk about the pressures involved with trying to even make it anything close to this work. But I personally feel like it might be getting a little bit out of hand, and I think some people are getting a bit out of touch out there. But Dave, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm torn. I can't afford to go to shows or do anything fun anymore and for the foreseeable future. On the other hand, I know it costs a lot of money to tour, and I know a lot of bands will cancel shows because they can't financially do it. So especially a show like Kiss, it's not a fucking depressed Seattle grunge rocker on stage in his cardigan against the backdrop of fucking nothing. It's a fucking Kiss show. So they got a lot of equipment to bring over, and that costs money, especially for one show, which should be in Melbourne, fucking Sydney. Honestly, I don't have a problem with expensive prices because we had this argument 20 years ago that bands make money from touring. You don't have to buy music. It's an old fucking conversation. So the bands make money from touring, but they don't anymore because it's hard to tour. So prices will go up. It's natural inflation. The world is fucked. And I don't see a way out of that. And,
there isn't.
If Kiss means that much to you and you can afford that whole Kiss experience, then awesome. I am glad you can. I'm glad Kiss got to this point after a 50-year career. I do not criticize success. I think that Kiss know their worth and they put their dollar value on what they are worth. I think a lot of bands should do that because I remember working with people as just like, when I was going to see AC/DC on the Black Ice tour, like, how much are tickets? I'm like, $150. Like, oh, I saw AC/DC when they were $10 at the local bar. I'm like, well, that's what they were worth then. They were an unknown band then. A well-known band now. I pay $150 to see them in a stadium with a bunch of other people that love this band as well. It's a massive experience. Apparently, cheap seats for the Kiss show were like $40.
Yeah.
So
there is a range.
That's fucking awesome. So it caters to everyone. If it was in Melbourne, like it was supposed to be, I would be taking Jade because Jade became a massive fan just after I went to the show last year. So I would love to be able to take my daughter to see Kiss that she loves, I love, Yeah, it'd be awesome to share that with her because there will be an official Kiss tribute band. They're not going. The brand isn't going anywhere. But to see Paul and Jean, my daughter, that would have been awesome. But then I'm happy that it's in Sydney because even at $40, I couldn't afford 2 tickets at the moment. So I'm fucking torn. And before people jump on the fucking whole hate thing, but this is because fans wanted to see Kiss one more time. There was a petition. Kiss listened to the fans. They come back. So bitch all you fucking want about it, but Kiss have achieved a lot more than most people will. So fuck off.
Yeah.
December 2nd, Kiss played their last show at Madison Square Gardens, which is billed as 50 years and 2 blocks. From where they started, you couldn't write a better ending. 50 years is a nice thing, and 2 blocks from their first rehearsal space. A few months later, we'll see the end of Aerosmith as well. It is a sad thing to see, and once they're gone, they're gone. People seem to think that once the dinosaur bands give up their fucking spot, that automatically there'll be a whole bunch of bands to get to that level. Not going to happen. Sorry. It's just not. You're not going to have bands reach that same level of iconic success. Not going to happen. Wish it would. I could name half a dozen bands that should. It's not going to happen. But honestly, I honestly don't care how much these bands charge. If people can and will, they will spend that money to see the bands that they love, even though Vince's voice is fucked. But people love Motley Crue, and I don't think people should spend their time on Facebook saying how shit they are and posting every fucking video that's posted just to say, oh, look how focus on something constructive. Do something better with your life, and maybe you will achieve a fraction of what these bands did in the past. But yeah, I'm sorry. Moving on.
Well said. Well said.
Yeah, no, good points, Dave. Very good points. Let's change the order up. Belle, you got any thoughts?
Look, first of all, I just want to say it's such a shame Conrad is not here because this is his thing. Going to concerts, going to live shows is what he loves to do. So I'm sure he would have some really interesting points to weigh in with. Me, however, not so good. I am really out of touch with the cost of with the price of concert tickets. Since moving away from a major city, I just don't go to gigs anymore. So I haven't kept up with the increase in prices. Look, I didn't research. I'm sorry, Andrew, but I didn't research this. I don't even know how much Kiss tickets are going for.
I researched it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks, Jeff. Making me feel bad.
That wasn't my intention. I did. I was curious.
Anyway.
That's all.
No, I didn't. So I assume, though, based on the fact that it's a hot topic, that they're a little excessive. Is that?
I don't think the cheapest ones for Kiss are. It's more a case of the Def Leppard, Motley Crue ones, I think, are a bit excessive for the cheapest ones. But for the Kiss one, I think they're about the typical $80 or something for the cheap. Jeff, where am I at?
Yeah.
Pre-sale was 40. I saw a post, but I think there was only a limited number.
$40 for Kiss.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. New South Wales has a law as well. So there's a thing there called the Fair Trading Act, which prevents anybody who wants to resell those tickets for selling them more than 10% from what they're offered from the band. So that's only in New South Wales. So down in Melbourne, maybe that's a good thing. Yeah, maybe that's why they didn't want to play here. I don't know.
Maybe.
Yeah.
No, the Melbourne promoter turned it down. They said, "Fuck off, you've been here." So.
Oh right. Well,
there was some weird ones going on with that one, but yeah.
Okay.
But what were the sorry, just to clarify that, what were the cheapest tickets for Kiss then?
Cheapest tickets that I saw for Sydney were $79. Okay, the cheapest ones, and the most expensive were $399 that I could see. Now I didn't see any meet and greet packages because that was something else. That was fucking crazy. At least the ones I saw from the States. There were over 10,000 for the meet and greet in the state. Yep.
That's the full package though. But the cheapest I saw for Kiss in Sydney was 40. That was from Lyndall. She came to one of the tapings in fucking Cranbourne back in the day. But she had pre-sale. And the most expensive were 4,000, the cheap seats were 40. So it's a very diverse range.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. USA was $70, like 69. That's the cheapest that I saw. Went through a bunch of different up to $76.50 So $7,650 US. That was
Wow.
just for a ticket in the nice area, and then over 10,000 for the meet and greet packages, which is like, wow. If you got the money, hey, well, fucking do it. But
yeah, well, that's it.
you know, no one's forcing you to pay that money. So if you got the money and you want to do it, you can do it. It's fine.
Yeah. Good luck to you.
Exactly.
Well, Belle, does
This
that
is
give you a bit
the
more
last-
context?
Yeah, so this is their absolute last, because wasn't their last tour supposed to be their farewell tour? Or
Well,
this is the second goodbye tour they've done. The first one was The Last Kiss in 2020, 2021. That was basically Ace and Peter were done. So they was like, okay, we'll pull the plug. Then Gene and Paul realized that, fuck them. We've still got some left in the tank. We'll keep going. So they did. So this End of the Road tour has been going since before COVID. But there's different legs of the tour. So every time they announce a different leg, everyone jumps on fucking social media and goes, oh, I thought they were finished and blah, blah. There's different legs of the tour. They can play for as long as they want, but they've officially locked in Madison Square Garden, 2nd of December, I think it is, as the last two shows. But yeah, this is
definitely, that's it.
Yeah.
No more.
That's what I say,
They'll do conventions. They'll do the Kiss cruise, I reckon. There'll be an official Kiss tribute. I reckon people will step into that role.
Yeah.
But yeah, after 50 years, it's a nice round number. I think. Yeah. But you know, it would suck to give up what you've done for your whole life. 50 years of going out and getting that rush
what are you
from
gonna do
playing.
now?
Exactly. The next thing for Aerosmith and Kiss is death. That's the next thing. Once you retire, that's the next big event in your life. They have nothing else.
I actually genuinely, this is a different topic. We're going to get way into it. Let's not pursue this one, but I just think that there's
I want to know. I actually really want to know what you
I think that artists that move on from touring, the recording and touring cycle, should move into producing and helping younger artists. I think there's a huge market for that. I think Blackie Lawless is actually a huge loss to the industry because I think that he should do production. I love the way he mixes the Wasp albums, especially things like Golgotha and that. So I think that artists like that, Michael Sweet does it a bit. The older artists that have been around for a while should step into the mentoring and production roles and help bands come through and help the promotion side of things. I think there is still a definite role for them. I don't think it's a case of retire and die. I think there's a definite need and want and role for these people in the music world. But
how many young bands want to take advice from that 75-year-old boomer from Kiss?
I get that, but at the same time, if you get a chance to work with them, even just to help co-write a song, I think a lot of people would take it.
Come on, Bob Ezrin's still producing.
How
old is he?
Yeah.
You know, so
I
age
think
doesn't mean
stepping
anything.
into production, if you still got your ears,
and your knowledge,
the world's changed. You can do it all yourself with a fucking plug-in in your bedroom. You don't need the advice of a boomer.
To have that name on the album that it was produced
having
by
a
such
cosign is a big
cool,
deal,
man. That's a cool thing. Yeah,
I think. But anyway, Belle, you've got to get to your
the young audience is going to be like, "Who's Kiss?" and the older audience is going to be like, "Fuck this young band."
There'll be a market. Don't worry, it'll always work.
I hope.
There will always be a market, Dave. There will always be a market. But Belle, does that give you more context overall? Let's get back to you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It does. No. Look, it's a conversation. So, you know, if you rely on me just to speak about the whole thing, we'll be over in 2 minutes. Because honestly, like I said, I'm so out of touch with the cost of concert tickets. It's my opinion's irrelevant. But I will weigh in on the fact that if tickets are excessively high, then for people, so that might be hard for people who live in a metropolitan area where a concert is being held. So if you need to drive even an hour or so to the concert and back, all you're paying for is the ticket and, you know, maybe parking, a feed, a couple of drinks kind of thing, and then you drive back home. But if you're out of area, like me, for instance, and I know I shit on about this a lot, but it's a thing.
But
there are bands that I want to see. There are bands that came out last year that I really would have loved to have gone to see, but it costs money, like not just the ticket. So even if the ticket's reasonable, I've got to pay for airfares. I've got to pay for accommodation. I've got to pay for being away from home, like paying for every, you know, all the food, transport, you know, public transport, taxis, whatever. It costs a lot. So if concert tickets are reasonable, you might be like for a band that you really want to see, it might be okay, you know, you might be able to stretch to do that. But if the concert tickets are unreasonable, then it makes it it's out of the question for people who live in regional areas, you know, for those that need to travel. I went to Knotfest in when was that? Sorry, I don't even remember. My memory is so terrible. Yeah, earlier this year sometime. And when I bought those tickets, it was on New Year's Eve, and I was really drunk. But even then, it was $200, and I thought, wow, that's so expensive. But then, but I, you know, I was drunk, so I bought them anyway.
Yeah, you do.
You do, yeah. It was, and I'm so glad I did, because if I wasn't drunk, I probably wouldn't have, and I would have missed out on all these bands: Megadeth, North Lane, Trivium, bands that I haven't seen ever.
Yep.
By the way, North Lane was probably, I mean, seeing Megadeth was amazing. I'm getting off track here, but I just want to make a point to Dave. North Lane was fucking amazing and so memorable. And
did they play the Super Mario Brothers theme?
They did not.
They should. They sound like fucking Nintendo.
Oh,
is it 8-bit or 16-bit, Dave? Yeah.
Did you miss it last week, bro?
You need to listen to more Northland, because you clearly have. Anyway, sorry, this is really off track, and I'll deal with you later, Dave.
Dun, 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 dun,
Whenever you're finished, I'll continue. Shit, where am I even up to? I've written a heap of notes.
I'm sorry.
So I've completely, you've derailed me, you bastard. I've lost my point.
I'm sorry.
Seriously. All right, you got sidetracked on going back to.
You've thrown me. That's all right. I will improve. I will get better.
No, but you were talking about the prices involved in actually traveling from regional locations.
Yeah, it's
not festive
prohibitive.
Experience.
Sure.
Yeah. So I think you know, but maybe promoters and bands aren't considering that, but perhaps they should, because that could be the factor that if you love a band. I mean, I've seen Kiss before, so I'm not. I don't feel the desperate need to go and see them before they retire. So, but if I hadn't and I really wanted to see them, just even $100 or $200 could be just the breaking point that, like, well, you know, I really want to see this band, but I can't stretch that far. So anyway, that's from the opinion of a Tasmanian, but anyone who lives away from a metro kind of area.
No, I get it.
Yeah,
I do get it.
Yeah. Well, just on that note, where I'm going to, it's a 2-hour each way road trip to go and see Ghost in September, for example. So,
wow, yeah,
that's where I'm getting out there. So it's not the same as you, Belle. Not quite the same, though. It's still a fair bit of effort.
Factors. Yeah.
But that's my price for moving into the middle of nowhere. So
yeah. That's a choice that you made.
That's a choice that I made, and that's I'm okay with that. I knew what I was getting into, but it's just as a reference to.
I didn't consider that. I didn't actually consider that when I moved down here. I did. It's a capital city. Bands will come here, but no, they don't.
Sorry, Belle, but no.
Hey, Belle, is that a King Parrot or Killer Clowns t-shirt?
It's a Killswitch Engage t-shirt.
I saw the K. I'm thinking maybe King Parrot, but then I thought maybe it was Killer Clowns, the horror movie, because I know you like horror movies. But
Killer Clowns, yeah, absolutely. I would love a Killer Clowns t-shirt. That'd be awesome.
How fucking good's that movie? Why was there never a sequel?
Oh my God, Dave. No. Okay, Jeff, give us your thoughts. You did all the research.
Yeah. I've not seen Kiss, right? I've never seen Kiss, and I would love
How can
to
you
see
not
them.
have seen Kiss?
I
haven't seen Guns N' Roses. There's no fucking hope for you. You've seen Rush twice, and you haven't seen Guns N' Roses or Kiss.
Rush twice in the same week in two different cities. I was dedicated, but look, I've not seen Kiss. No, I've wanted to see Kiss, but you know, I've had 50 years. I've had my opportunities, and you know, maybe if they'd come to Melbourne, and I thought, okay, maybe, you know, but it was never a priority. But you know, it was just one of those things that if like Bell, you know, spur of the moment, okay, I'll fuck it, buy it, right? And then I've done that in the past. I've actually bought tickets. Like I bought tickets to see there was this Jason Bonham and the guy from the Tea Party and stuff, and they were come out and playing the Palais, right? I was like, oh fuck yeah, they were doing this Led Zeppelin thing. I bought tickets for that like 6 months in advance, and then when it came to the time to go, I said, fuck, I'm not going. I didn't go. So on the night, I didn't feel like going, right? But anyway, look, I digress. As it comes down to ticket prices, promoters, all that stuff, they don't give a flying fuck about people living where they live and how much it costs. All they're worried about, and they're just going to make money. And they know that a band like Kiss, this is their last time, you know, supposedly, but I think it is.
I think it is, to be fair.
I think it is too. I mean, you know, we saw Gene Simmons there about a month ago. There was something happened to him in the middle of a concert. He had to sit down, and obviously age is catching up to him. I mean, who knows what was wrong, but look, they can charge whatever they want. You know, if you really, really like Kiss, you know, and you can't see them live, buy a Blu-ray. You know, I mean, it's the next best thing, I guess.
There's plenty of live DVDs out there.
That's right. So, and you're probably going to get a better view anyway. Yeah, sound better and looks better anyway from where people sit. You know, like, you know, I mean, luckily I've seen AC/DC. I saw them on the Black Ice tour. That was amazing, but that was I wanted to see them because I had not seen them, right? And Kiss, same thing. I had lots of opportunity. I remember 2002 or 2003 they came out here, and I was gonna go. I was at the time I'm like gonna go, but it just didn't happen. So yeah, I just think you know, bands, if they whatever they want to charge, people will pay, and no one's putting a gun to your head if you're a fan. That's it, you know, you're dropping the money. Well, that's yours to spend. You can do what the fuck you want with it, right? So if you've got it, spend it. If they want to charge $10,000 for a meet and greet and you want to pay it. No one's going to, you know, so you can't, the people getting on social media and yelling and screaming about the price of tickets and stuff, you know, Kiss is charging this, Kiss is charging that. Well, they're just fucking keyboard warriors that want something to say. In 2 years' time, they'll be bitching because Kiss isn't touring anymore. They'll have something else. They'll be, but why aren't they fucking touring? You know, they're always got some stupid shit to say. So you can't please people at the end of the day. What happened?
You paused for a second.
You're back. You paused for a second.
Oh, well, it was a pregnant pause.
Did your hamster die?
My hamster. Run faster, you bastard! Run! All right.
Ring the bell, man. That makes it run faster.
Break. What do you mean break? All right. So anyway, I just, as I was saying, I think that, you know, bands can be charged what they want. If you don't want to pay it, you don't go. I get the idea. I do get the whole idea that you can sometimes, like Bell said, you can price fans out. I get that. You can. But, you know, what do you do? Well, you know, if we look at the price of tickets now and you look at the price of tickets 10 years ago, maybe 10 years ago, the prices were too expensive then for what you were making. I don't, you know, your wages, however you make your money, whatever. I don't know. So there's always going to be people saying, oh, it's too expensive. It doesn't matter where you go and what era you're in. It's just natural. It's life. Anyway, I'm done.
Well, they're all good points, and I set this I set this whole conversation up deliberately in the context, you know, being out of touch, and I don't think it's a case of being out of touch. I think it's just capitalism at work. I think that at the end of the day, if people can afford it, they'll pay it if they want to. If they can't afford it or they don't want to, they won't, and then the market will set it. It'll just simply come down to supply and demand, like everything else in the entire world at the moment.
Right.
And I get why. The thing is with the quote unquote, you know, keyboard warrior side of things on social media and all that kind of stuff, I think that comes down to people are generally feeling the pinch in a lot of ways at the moment, and I think that people are looking for ways to process what's happening in the world at the same time as being upset about missing out on things they really want to be a part of. And I completely
a lot. Sorry to cut in, but a lot of the posts I've seen are people that have no intention of going to see Kiss or Motley Crue, but just
Those
like
are the ones
bitching.
that can just fuck off.
And
They're
they
just
can
waste of
fuck off.
space.
Yeah,
That's
but I have seen some as well at the same time that people would like to go and see them. And
Oh,
they can't.
Yeah,
I feel
I
sorry
get
for
that.
them.
you know,
Absolutely.
like I said, if they came to Melbourne, I couldn't afford to go. I'd be fucking heartbroken.
Yeah.
But at the same
And
time,
I saw them last year. I would
Yeah.
love to see them again.
at the same time, at the end of the day, it's just going to work out to being, it is the whole market equation of supply versus demand. And if people can and will spend enough money that the bands or the artists or the promoters or whatever else or the venues can justify a cost, then it'll be what it'll be. When people can't afford it and they stop doing it, then they'll cancel shows because there aren't enough tickets sold, and then that'll reduce demand, which means the cost of other things will come down, like venue hire and that sort of stuff will come down because they need to fill in the numbers at some point. So the venues will go, fuck, we need something to happen, so they'll drop the costs accordingly to try and bring people through the door. So eventually the whole supply and demand thing will do what it does. Now things will never, that being said, things never ever go back to a former baseline. So costs always go up. You just hope that wages increase with it. Getting into the weeds on socioeconomics there, but generally speaking, when it comes down to all this sort of stuff, if people can afford it and they want to do it, they will. If they can't afford it or they don't want to afford it, then they won't. And like has been said a few times now, no one's holding a gun to your head when it comes to these sorts of things. If you don't want to do it, I would say it's like Dave said, actually spend your effort and energy in other ways online than worrying about what you can't control or don't want to control. And put the energy into things that are more positive. I think that it's far, like this is a segue now. It's far, far too easy to be negative on social. It's much harder to be positive these days. And I get it because things are a bit rough out there. And so people are finding ways to vent and they want to feel heard.
Guilty.
But that's everyone. Everyone feels down in a lot of respects, and everyone wants to feel like they're heard, they're connected to other people feeling the same way. That's a natural human response. We're a pack animal. But at the same time, I just think that there's but there's a role.
Well, like a pig, boy. Sorry, I don't know why I said that.
I don't either, Dave.
Okay,
Ding, ding.
Okay. At this point in time, though, when it comes down to talking about things like market equations and all that kind of shit, when it comes to it, it's just going to come down to supply and demand. At the end of the day, if there's enough people going to spend the money, then it'll happen. If people don't spend the money, it won't. That's just what it's going to come down to. I think that. I understand why people are upset about it. I do get it. And it does feel like artists, promoters, all that kind of stuff are completely out of touch. And I understand that as well, especially in light of things at the moment. But at the same time, it's a money-making venture, not a charitable venture. So people are always going to try and take whatever they can. And if people can afford it, they'll do it. I'm just recycling my point now. But basically, I just think that, it's what's been said. If it goes ahead, it's because the market's there for it. If it doesn't, then the market will change it and things will come down accordingly.
Supply and demand. That's really what it is. Yep.
That's what it will all come down to. You don't have to like it, and I understand why you don't. But at the same time, like I said, I set this whole thing up in a particular way. But my general point of view is that when it comes to this sort of stuff, it's
I like Doritos, but I'm forced to buy CC's because I can't afford Doritos. That's the same thing.
Yeah.
Right?
And how fucking crap is CC's compared to Doritos, man?
I love. Hang on.
They have good corn chips.
On the chips side of things.
Difference.
I'm with you, Bell. To be honest, but I love
There's a
tubes.
difference.
The tasty tubes,
difference.
Those snacks that came back in for a while. I love those things.
Which ones?
And Burger Man.
Oh, tubes, yeah.
Burger Man, yeah.
Julius, huge on tasty tubes. Fuck, don't
Burger
get
Man
started
like
on that.
$3.54 at the supermarket. Tubes are up over $7 now. So I'm like, I'm not fucking buying tubes.
Yeah, they got us addicted over COVID for $2, and now they're $7.
It says on the pack, limited time. Like, fuck off. They've been around.
They've been limited for the last 5 years.
I know. But they just keep. They're really popular. They just keep jacking the price up because they know people buy them, and that's the same thing.
Again, supply and demand. So but anyway, that's how it all works. All these things work in supply and demand cycles, and that's just how it's going to be, unfortunately. Let's see what the audience have to say about this one before we move on to the next thing. What have we got here? Chris says, I saw Def Leppard a few years ago in Sydney do Hysteria in full doing their own headline. That's enough for me. I can't justify that dollar to see Motley at Trainwreck and half a Def Leppard show and no Poison. There we go.
Yeah. If Poison was support, I would try and get there just to see Poison because I never have.
The real question is, if Motley Crue and Def Leppard were playing in Hobart, would Belle go?
No, she wouldn't. That was the very definition of a shit show.
There we go. Even
Def Leppard is still good. You can walk out on Motley.
Bill, do you want this? Like,
yeah, Def Leppard.
Wow.
Motley, I can understand. I don't agree, but I can understand. But Def Leppard?
Def Leppard's last album was rubbish.
They play mostly classic songs in their set list anyway. They don't play anything new. No fucking old band plays new stuff. They play one or two songs.
If it's pre-Hysteria, maybe. But anything
I saw them about 8 years ago, or 6, 7, 8 years ago. They played like Switch Free, whatever the fucking number is, the instrumental from early. They played lots of old stuff. It was good.
Well, that's great. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I would not give money to go and see them. Yeah.
Ouch.
Sorry.
Oh wow.
They play old songs.
I could listen to my CDs if I want to hear the old song. Less effort. Free.
Wow. All right.
No chance of them playing new stuff. Sorry, Andrew.
Jolie said, already glad I've seen Def and in VIP and Motley before today. Nice. Well, there we go.
I haven't seen them either.
Motley I've seen before a few times now. Guy says Kiss know their merch. Well, I know the market as well, to be honest. So Kiss are very good.
They're the merch kings, without a doubt.
Yeah,
Kiss
without a doubt. They are definitely kings. Andrew says, I read an article where Dave Mustaine says it costs him $45,000 a day just to sit and do nothing while touring. Well, honestly, if you're living a lifestyle that costs that, I'd argue you need to cut some costs. But
seriously, what the fuck?
I did see bitching about something. What a shock!
What's he eating? Jesus Christ, 45,000.
Yeah, 45 a day. Like, if it's but even still for a whole group of people, like, that's I can't. Yeah.
Well, maybe the whole band, if
it's the whole crew and stuff, 45 grand a day. But how do you even turn a profit at 45 grand a day, even close?
That's a lot of heroin.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't know. That's a bit much. But hey, what do I know?
Yeah, I don't know. But he followed it up with saying, and so those costs are passed on to the consumer. That's how these things always work, folks.
That's why we have inflation.
Always work.
Cost of business everywhere is going up.
Always
passed down to the consumer.
Yes, it's true, but it's nothing new. This has been going on since day dot. So it doesn't matter.
But it's getting a lot worse in the last 6 months.
It's only getting worse because the cost of living is not matching the cost of inflation, right? That's the government fault for not increasing the basic wage and moving up the minimum wage and all that shit.
Yeah.
But
no, it's getting worse because it's not about being cost effective anymore. It's about being environmentally friendly. And it costs a lot more money to do business under those circumstances.
No, I would argue it's more about profit gouging. It's profit gouging.
My boss recently brought some products, new machine from overseas. He was going to do it in 2019, but he broke his wrist, had to have 6 surgeries, got delayed, COVID happened. If he purchased it then, it would have cost $10,000 in freight. It cost $27,000 in freight to do it this last 6 months.
Yeah, but again,
that's because 200 cargo ships were decommissioned. Because they weren't up to green.
Yeah, but that's also a case of private.
All that shit gets passed on to the consumer.
Yeah,
because big business isn't going to wear that money. Someone else has to pay for it. It gets passed down.
Because the boards want to pass on profits to shareholders. That's how it always works. Yeah. So it's always
everything because it costs more money to do business. It gets
guess what, Dave? That product, whatever your boss bought, he still bought it. They still got their money. So
he had to, otherwise he'd go out of business because he couldn't compete.
Okay.
So he had to have it. Yeah. But freight went up almost three times what it would have been 4 years ago because 200 cargo ships got decommissioned.
Yeah.
There's a lot less space to transport your goods than there was a couple of years ago.
The cost of moving anything since COVID has gone up. So
it's not COVID
as well. No, I know, but that's
not COVID had nothing to do with these ships being decommissioned.
hang on.
It's got nothing to do with
when-
COVID.
Maybe they
we're
got
getting
sick,
way
Dave,
off
you don't
topic.
know.
Oh,
We are.
But when companies like Qantas are turning record profits,
hmm
I-
And
I-
banks and supermarkets.
but they did, yeah, those companies, and that's your problem more than environmentalism.
Mhm.
That is much
Yeah,
more.
but you still have to get goods from one country to the other, and there's a
Yeah,
lot
but
less
then-
space to do it now.
But how? Like, yeah, I understand what you're saying.
There is a lot less space to do it now, so people can charge more, and that price
Again.
gets passed on to the consumer.
Yeah,
and
but
that's
again,
why
if
everything's
people
going up.
don't pay that cost, it doesn't get passed on because the market dries up.
If they don't pay that, they don't get their goods, and no one will go and shop at that business.
No,
But
You have no
eventually-
choice. You have no choice but to pay that. You need your product from overseas.
there
You have to
are-
pay that.
it-
And
these things
that
create
extra expense
opportunities, Dave.
gets passed on
This
to the
is how-
consumer.
This is how opportunities are created. So
Yeah.
a company sits back and goes, "These guys are charging this price. We're going to undercut them all."
Yeah.
And
You
then the other
can't do
company,
that.
yes, they can.
My boss,
That's
my
their
boss
markets.
cannot undercut what
No,
he
no,
sells
no.
his product
I'm
for
saying that-
because nobody else in that market is dropping their
What
prices.
I'm saying is, that
And you can't because everything keeps going up. So your profit margin is nothing.
the company,
You have
the thing
no
that he bought,
profit margin.
some other company could have made it and sold it for less.
No, they
But
can't
didn't. Why?
because the cost of doing business rises. So you're just paying
No,
to stay in
no.
business.
This
You're
is
not
how
making any
this is-
money.
It's called entrepreneurship, and it happens everywhere with everything.
Uh-huh.
Dave,
And it's getting a lot harder in the
I
last
know
2
we're
years.
getting out of the weeds here, but
We're getting into it, but
Yeah.
I'm just going to a quick counterpoint here, Dave, is that the reason I ended up in full-time work again is because of COVID and the way things worked in freight and costs. The industry I used to work in, printing, was all gone overseas. It came back to home shores because you couldn't get the goods or at a cost-effective price anymore from overseas. So it was cheaper to manufacture back in Australia again. So things do
Yeah.
go cyclical. You've
Not
got it-
everything, a lot of
Not
stuff
everything
doesn't get
does. No,
manufactured here,
no,
though.
but at the same
The
time,
majority
there's
of
to and
stuff
fro
doesn't.
in everything. There's to and fro in everything, and that's the thing, is it's all that balance. And that's where things, like the point I'm making, is that in consumerism, when it comes to concert tickets and that sort of stuff, to get back to the point a bit here,
Yeah.
if there is supply and demand change, things shift. I got back into a game that was dead in the water 10 years ago when I left it. It was dead. It had all gone to China, but it came back because of things changing in the world. Things do shift and go in cycles and move back and forth. So
Yeah.
you get back
Very
into the
rare,
topic
though.
of things.
A
It's
lot of things
unusual,
still from
but-
overseas.
But these
does
things
happen,
do
though.
happen.
Yeah,
It
that's
does
right.
happen, and that's where things like entrepreneurship and being intelligent and that come into it. So that there are ways to make things.
It depends on the industry that you're
does
in.
Because
depend on the
somebody out there is
industry.
going to see an opportunity, and they're gonna go, well,
Yeah.
fuck, we're just going to undercut them. We're going to take a loss to undercut them, so we get their business, and that's
Later on,
Yeah.
yeah.
Only
how-
big business can do that, though. That's the problem, because fucking
Not
Big
only.
W used to undercut
Not
everything
only.
to get people through the door. Small business can't afford to do that, especially if you're in a competitive business
it's
when
harder for them,
nobody
but they
can
still do
afford
it.
to lower their prices
No one,
because the
is
profit
claiming
margin is
anything's
smaller and
easy.
smaller.
No one's claiming anything's easy.
No.
It's just unfortunately the way of the world. And until
Yeah.
we get a different system, this is how it's going to be.
Belle's going to get another bottle of Jack. She's had
Yeah, I know. We're going to need it.
But yeah,
All right. I'm going to move on.
COVID's a good excuse recently. Everyone's
Yeah.
blaming it on that, but it's got
Yeah,
nothing to do with
and that
fucking
will
COVID.
hold water for a while yet, because people keep swallowing it as well. So we'll just see how it all shakes out, unfortunately. It's just
Absolutely.
the way of the world. Back to the comments here. Vinny says, playing devil's advocate here. So bands as big as these two need that insane amount of money, so they should need that insane amount of extra money that they stand to make. What happened to giving back to your loyal fans by performing at a reasonable price? Yeah, at the same time, I don't know. Like, people determine their worth in different ways, and I get it, and I would like to think that people would be altruistic, but you don't know the circumstances. It's pointless sitting here and saying you should do this when you don't know what level of debt they're in. For example, you don't know. Like
Yeah.
they might.
There's an old saying. The old saying is, the more you earn, the more you owe. Your lifestyle changes as you get more money. It's a fact.
Yeah, that's right.
So bands don't owe me anything. I choose to buy their music. I choose to listen to that. That's my choice.
And that's the thing. When it comes to any of this conversation, no one owes you anything at all. To be honest, no one in any facet or any capacity owes you anything. It's got to try the best you can with what you got. But that's how it always works. Guy, a little while ago now, but still in point, rant with Dave. So there we go.
I can't remember what I said.
You said it was well said, though. It was.
You
good.
can watch it back.
Yeah.
Michael said Def Leppard.
I haven't watched anything back for the last couple of months. I'm fucking ashamed of
That's
myself.
because Julia gives you the rundown later on.
No, even she stopped watching.
I don't blame her.
She doesn't even read the comments anymore. I don't get text messages the day after. She's just given up. I'm a fucking lost cause.
She's missing gold. These episodes are gold.
I think after I fell off the chair, that was enough for her.
Yeah, probably the final straw, Dave. Michael said Def Leppard at Venue St Kilda on Pyromania tours, much cheaper price than the current going price. Again, things change over the years, but that's a fair example of how things have shifted. Jolie says, I'm just glad I got to see Ace Frehley and Peter Criss when I had the chance back in the day. End of the Road, worth seeing if I haven't seen them yet. So there you go.
I saw Ace Frehley with Alice Cooper. Alice Cooper was much better.
Well, yeah, that's been said a few times.
Alice is fucking good.
Guys, Alice is good, yes. Guy said I'm retired. Oh, shit. So there we go.
I want to retire. That'd be nice.
We'll all get there eventually.
Not from this. I'd love to keep doing hard rock.
No, we're not going to retire from this. I'd love to retire from a day job, but yeah, that's going to.
Man,
Vinny says,
maybe I can. No, I can't marry an old lady that's rich. I'm not really married.
Dave, polygamy is your way out. Anyway.
Yeah. Maybe if I can post on social media one old rich bitch.
Oh, you can do the reverse of the whole. Anyway, I'm not going to bother. Vinny says that I'll come back as environmentally friendly, gender inclusive Kiss. Can see it happening already with Greta Thunberg as their guest artist. Well, if it happens,
how dare you?
I'd rather see.
I can just see Gene doing that. Gets up on the fucking blood dripping. How dare you?
Oh wow! Now we need Julie to give a comment on that particular look.
What the fuck they putting in that Ollie wine? Holy!
I don't know, but it's been wild.
Getting some more soon.
Yeah, I know. Guy says I'll hang with Blackie any old time.
Oh yeah,
I'd love to fucking talk to Blackie.
I tell you,
no, African American lawless. Fuck.
I heard a story about Blackie a while back, right?
Yeah.
And so Blackie, if anyone doesn't, so he's kind of like Dave Mustaine now. He's born again. He's reformed. He's come back to Christianity and stuff. He doesn't, yeah. So he's got that. But there was a push back in the 90s. There was a big push, believe it or not. They were Blackie Lawless to run for president, believe it or not, and legitimately. And they were like, "Oh, he'd never ever become president because of the way he is and stuff like that." So then, the talk was that the whole be born again, Christian, all that stuff now, family values, all that stuff.
Yeah,
it was done politically. Who knows?
Oh, wow.
Maybe that's.
Yeah, I got a Blackie story that I had earlier this year.
Yeah.
At Glamfest I went to back in January, ran a friend of a friend. And this friend of a friend, I had a massive falling out with on Facebook over COVID.
Yep.
He posted something like, I've seen your post, I think you're a joke. And I reply, I've seen your jokes, I think you're a fucking idiot. So anyway, I found out this guy was going to be there. I'm just like, oh, shit. We ended up just shaking hands, having a beer, and just like, what a shit time that was. So he knows somebody that went to the Cat House. And he's got photos of Blackie at the Cat House with this blonde chick who's not his wife. Blackie's, I don't know, separated. And Blackie's smiling. Blackie hasn't smiled in a long time, but whatever happened to make, I don't know why he went 360 and went a born again Christian, but we got a different Blackie these days. He's doing fuck like a beast again. So he's interesting again. I would love to have a conversation with him because he's one of those, like Axl Rose, he's still an enigma. We have no idea why he went from kill, fuck, die to being a born again Christian. I don't know what the hell happened. Yeah. Because if you look at video during the Kill Fuck Die tour, there's something gone. There's something not right in his fucking eyes. And then 2 years later, he's a born again Christian. What happened?
Maybe he's planning his future after he's done.
Yeah, I would love to know what that was. Because Blackie went to a Christian school.
Yeah, no, I know it's but I just thought it was interesting. Maybe who knows? Maybe maybe that's something that he's thought. Because I tell you what. Probably never ever win as president. He'd probably never get the nomination. Yeah. But there's enough people out there that there's enough people in the music industry that kids, the punchers, all that stuff.
Yeah.
He'd get a lot of votes.
Hang on, just to be in. We're getting way off topic, but people didn't think Trump would win, and he won. So
this is true. This is true.
Stranger things have happened. already.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens. Got a few more comments here. Just quickly going back to it. Nicole says it is what it is when it comes to the cost of touring and that. These days, everything has got more expensive. Like Dave said, if you want to go and spend the cash, then go. If not, then don't. Whining isn't going to change anything. Chris said living in Bega, New South Wales, 5 hours drive to Sydney, 7 hours to Melbourne. Then there is accommodation, merch, time off work, food, booze, whatever. It's bloody hard. That is true.
Yeah.
Vinny hit us all on the head. He's saying we're beginning to sound like a bunch of Ataros saying goodbye to modern times. Yes, we are. So definitely putting us in our box. Chris said, not fair Sydney. It pissed down raining during North Lane.
Yes.
The only band I missed. Driving home, I listened to all the bands. I was stoked that I chose to watch the shitty wrestling undercover than experiencing North Lane's Yawn Fest.
Oh, Chris, we are never going to be friends. That was
Chris.
That was the most memorable thing. I mean,
Yeah.
I've never seen Dave Mustaine play before. That was pretty memorable. But I remember it pissing down rain while North Lane was on.
Yeah.
Bands were born. They absolutely rocked, and that was one of the best concert experiences of my life.
That's the thing about music and going to live shows. And it's different for every individual. It's such a unique individual experience every single time, and the memories you take are going to be yours and yours alone. And I'm glad that you had that experience. I think it's fantastic.
My husband became a North Lane fan because he was behind me because I was kind of drunk when I was just having a good time. I was in every mosh pit that was there.
Job.
Except for Trivium because I was in the toilet queue, which took forever. But anyway.
Yeah, well, fuck that.
Yeah, man. So North Lane, I was right up in it, and he was there shielding me because I was just this is great. But I do that for every mosh pit I go into, so I don't need really to look.
But it's good you got someone with you that'll do that with you as well, which is cool.
Yeah,
like, that's
nice.
Yeah.
And so he's only heard North Lane because I incessantly play them.
Which is great.
So he was familiar with their songs, but he said that was probably the best set of the whole evening.
Wow.
Like the whole day. Good. So he really rated them. So that was just fantastic.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah. Like I said, we will have that chat soon, Bill. We will definitely have that chat.
So, you're going to go see Ghost in Melbourne?
Sorry?
You're going to see Ghost in Melbourne? I'm
going to see Ghost in Queensland.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm going to drive to Brisbane to see them at a different outdoor venue. It's going to be a different experience. It's going to be really interesting. Sally said, Dave, get him, Bell. So there we go. You're getting support there, Bell, for having a whack at Dave.
What? What did I miss?
Oh, no, this is going back. We're going back to like 30 minutes ago, Dave. So
that's cool.
Right.
I probably deserved it.
Yeah, well, the cost of the Power Trip Festival in the US start from $5.99 to $4,000 US.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a
Again,
crazy.
if you want to and you can.
But, yeah, that's right.
Vinny said, I guess the cost of living will factor into many conversations these days. Velcro, what a ripoff. Here we go.
Oh.
That's right. There we go. We got them rolling now. Nicole said, I saw Kiss in 78 or 79. I can't remember. Never seen them again. Seen Maiden about 5 times. So, well, there you go. It shows you. Again, so if you really want to, you will want to. Glitch in the Matrix from Nicole. That's the whole thing tonight. Chris saying, faster, you bastards. Jeff is a poet when it came to your hamster wheel. Michael said, Jeff, when Garth Brooks tours, I'm not paying $10,000 go or $0 either. I'll leave that concert all to you.
There
we go.
I probably would spend fucking, I don't know. I probably would.
Jeff, that's saying something. But whatever floats your boat.
Back
onto the chips conversation here. Burger rings from BP. Good to see you, buddy. Hopefully you're keeping well up there. But burger rings are an underrated snack. Chris said prehysteria is their classic era. Damn, Bell looks amazing for being 104 years old. So
That's coming to it.
Oh wow!
I mean, I'll take the compliment, but I don't understand where he's getting that from.
Just take the win, Bell. Just take the win.
Yeah, that's right.
They're precious few. Jolie says they play off the first 3 albums. I'm assuming that's to do with Def Leppard.
They do, yeah.
Yeah. Sally says, I saw Def Leppard play with the Foo Fighters doing Photograph. Joe just sounded like hammered shit. So bad, no joke. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, well.
That's a shame. Photograph's a good song.
A shame. It's a good song.
Oh,
Michael
guess
said
it is,
big
yeah.
business uses discounting for race to bottom to make small business go broke. Well, that is a good point there as well. And here we go. Chris says rave with Dave. What a segment.
There we go. Right.
I'd go to a rave with Dave. I'd teach him, about good music.
North Lane?
Music you can get into and just kind
Isn't
of.
rave like that techno shit?
Oh, here we
Fuck
go.
off.
Here we go. Now you're going to
Yeah.
get started on something else. I knew that was a bad word.
Absolutely. I've been to
No.
a rave completely by accident, but it was still fun.
Now they've hijacked it. The rave existed. That
Yeah.
word existed long
Rave
before.
was
No.
cool. Yeah, this was like 20
Fuck.
years ago. I thought I was actually going to a metal gig, but it turns out it was actually a rave. But
Ugh.
Poor thing. That's a way
The,
to get
the
your
music to
reputation
slit your
completely
wrists to.
obliterated.
we
Oh,
were
yeah.
kind
No,
of
for
dressed.
sure.
We kind of stood out.
Yeah, you
in
do
our
at those
metal.
venues.
You were kind of dressed.
We were dressed for a metal gig, not a rave concert, where everyone was, dressed in bright colors, sucking on lollipops and shaking
Yeah.
on glow sticks.
What was with that lollipop shit?
Well,
What the fuck?
apparently that's so they don't grind
I
their
don't know.
teeth.
I didn't even know they didn't even
It's
sell
to
them at
do
the
with
venue.
what they're
You had to
taking,
come-
Dave.
Yep.
It's
Yeah.
to do with what they're
Otherwise,
taking.
they grind their teeth and
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
Fucking wankers.
Here we go.
It
Anyway,
was disappointing. Yeah.
yeah. Jolie said, Alice Cooper. I was at the VIP on that one with Ace. It rocked, Dave. So there we go.
Nice. That was a good gig.
Cool.
Fucking Alice
Well-
always delivers, man.
Back to Trump. Back to Wasp for a second here. Blackie. Well, he is from Texas.
Oh man,
so
can you
there we
imagine
go.
Trump
Right.
singing "Fuck Like a Beast"?
There we go. Guy also says Trump lawless ticket.
I'd love to
That'd
see
be
it. Like
bizarre.
that bad lip reading. You know, ever seen that?
Oh,
that
oh,
black-
Trump singing
bad
Love
lip reading would be
Machine.
good. Yes.
Yeah.
Wow. Chris says, what a segment. Who would you want to have at your dinner table? None of us, Chris.
Oh.
None of us. What have we got here? Vinny says, I'd love it if Blackie wore his sequined codpiece giving Mass the body of Christ.
Hey.
There's
Yes.
a lot of twists and
Hey.
turns in this one.
No, I'm fun at the dinner table because
I-
yeah, I'll tell
Hang
a
on.
story. So, like, I'm talking to my son. I'm like, Rory, when you're older, you're going to get hair on your testicles. And he's like,
Whoa.
he laughs. Jade screams. Julia's like, not the fucking dinner table, Dave. Jesus Christ.
No,
That's the story.
save it for bedtime stories. What the fuck?
I'm glad
I
we're
had to
late
share,
at night
I'm
now.
sorry.
Oh, wow. I
Is that
have
the
heard
story? Is that it?
That's it. Yeah.
the
Oh,
moral
In
of the
an
story is
inappropriately
don't
timed
let
conversation.
Dave talk about
Inappropriate.
puberty at dinner table.
Oh, hey.
Good luck avoiding that.
Something
Um,
came up for some reason. I can't remember.
Dave, that sentence in this conversation is really odd. But anyway,
Yeah.
something came up. Anyway,
Moving
Chris
on.
says, no, I feel I need to revisit North Lane now as Bella's defriended me without us even being friends. So there we go.
Listen to them a few times and then tell me what you think.
Okay.
You'll love them.
Well, yeah.
I still want to
Worth
get in
a
on this
while.
review. We're going to have to review this. I want to do it. I want to do it.
All right. We'll weigh it all
Honestly,
up.
I love Dave's hate reviews, so I think it'd be probably worth allowing him to join in and,
All right.
you know.
Well,
I
if
might
you want to,
surprise
Belle,
the shit out of you and think like this shit's better than fucking Dream Theater. Nightwish?
yeah.
Oh fuck that! It's North Lane, man.
Oh, Dave.
You've never
I
told
got-
so much
I got a
in your
spot.
life.
Like
That's
I
gonna
got
happen.
there's like Dream Theater and Nightwish. There's a spot. There's maybe it'll be North Lane.
Or
Who
Avenged
knows?
Sevenfold. You know?
Dave,
Fuck
hurry up,
that.
fall off your chair again. It'll make more sense.
I got a rush patch.
Fine.
Hold
Yeah.
the chair on cue. Jesus Christ. I can see Andrew's advertisement on Seek.com. One reviewer must be a stuntman and a clown.
Yeah, if that's a question, if I sent you, literally, if you give me your address, if I sent you a Rush pin, an actual pin, like you saw from when we did the special,
Yeah.
would you put it
Yeah.
on your jacket?
I would if you send beer or vodka or fucking spirits, and it'll go right next
I'll tell you what I'll do.
to that.
All right, what's that?
Andrew, can you do the full fucking?
I'll
What was
Yeah,
that?
solo.
We can't see.
What's a little
It's-
Simpson thing? What is
What?
it? It's, hard to
It's
see.
Ralph Wiggum says
Oh,
I'm
wow, it is
special.
true.
Ralph Special, right. I can see Gene
is
Simmons'
true.
eyes.
Wow.
Look, I'll tell you what I'll do just for you. I will before I send it to you, I'll let it soak in alcohol. I'll let it soak in
Then
some
I
Jack.
can sniff it
can
whenever
puff
I
it.
want.
Yeah,
I like
that's
this
right.
idea.
Like Ralph would.
It'll go right next to
Probably
Ralph.
eat the paint off it. But I tell you, some of these are amazing. They're really old. I'll tell you what.
Oh, that's perfect for right next to Ralph. Then I can just lick it like a window licker.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
As Dave licks his rush pin. Wow.
Dave, I'm going to send you a nice old school stack hat. Anyway. Oh, wow.
Oh, fuck. What
this
was
is good.
Conrad saying in the chat earlier about me being handicapped or something? I don't know.
Oh, I think that's all of us at the moment. Jolie jumped in to say country rocks. So there we go.
There we go. Yeah.
But she also said ref to Bell about Def Leppard about the 3 albums. Okay, that's what it was about. Yes. All right. Guy says there was an MTV show called Rant and Rave with Henry Rollins. I think we're giving that a run for its money tonight.
Henry Rollins wishes he was me.
Oh,
Hey, Henry Rollins.
Oh, don't
I
let
like
Sally
him.
He say that. She's a fan.
I'm a fan of Henry Rollins too. He's good.
Henry Rollins is pretty
Yeah.
switched on.
He is. He's very cluey. Yeah.
Very switched on.
Yeah,
Um,
interesting guy.
Basher said, hey, life lessons good to all. Listen to the 2 concept albums today and can describe the experience as feeling comfortably numb. Not a fan of either album. Alice. So we'll get to that.
Oh, this is
Wow.
painful. Don't
That's
get me back
early. We're going to get to that in a few minutes.
back on
Give
the
us a bit more
concept
time.
albums. Shit.
It's coming.
We're going to get there. We're getting there. Chris says, surely AI can generate
that's
Trump singing fuck like a beast. Now, that would be interesting.
Bill, get on it. Get on it, Bill.
Go on,
See,
Chris.
you're
You've
the
done the
AI
AI
queen.
stuff.
Do it.
Yeah.
AI queen, do it. Yep.
Vinny says, Trump, there's no beast that can fuck like me. Nobody. There we go. Michael said, Ace before Alice was major overload. Both rocked. Okay, there we go. Chris said, so long as no one is veggie vegan, I'd have all of you at my place for a dinner of animals I've raised or hunted for. Well, yes, we have had that conversation. So
Meat. Yes. Meat
Yeah,
and drink
I'm a-
and fucking yes.
I
I-
eat meat.
Bell's
you
a
a-
vegetarian.
Are you
So-
vegetarian?
I'm a vegetarian. Technically, I'm a pescatarian.
No.
So if,
Yeah, but you
Oh.
Okay.
like would you
but
go
you
like
know,
that?
Get off the
I
pen.
live with my boys. I like I'll cook steaks and sausages and meat and stuff for them because I'm not gonna make them. Kind of like it's my choice, so I'm not going to force them. And then they love
yeah.
barbecues.
That's
and
all right.
stuff.
Hey,
So,
honestly,
it's cool.
to be
That'll
honest, like,
work.
seriously, just do whatever works for you.
I
Like,
tried.
have
You're
no-
not going to
I
get
did for a long
invited to the
time, actually.
THOS barbecue at my place. Fuck.
What, you don't
I-
have like foaming
Salad.
sausages on your barbecue? They're shit.
What sort
Like
They are.
sometimes I
Don't
really
get-
hate being
don't go
vegetarian.
foaming. Seriously, it doesn't work. It's not.
Man, when you
it's
smell that
terrible.
bacon
Smokes and
cooking,
shit in-
smell the bacon.
I know. I still
Like-
love. I've only been a vegetarian for like a year, so it's.
Oh,
still
man.
Kind of,
But
We
bacon
can-
smells like Kermit's finger.
Oh my god,
Oh, what the fuck?
Dave.
process that.
Dave, I'm not going to ask how specifically you know that. But anyway,
It's just logic, man.
I
Miss
get
Piggy's
what you're
a pig.
saying.
Pig's bacon. Makes sense.
Oh
There's the penny dropping.
no! Gross.
Bill, aren't you glad you jumped in now?
Yeah,
Anyway.
I'm actually. Thanks. I can never unknow that now, Dave.
No, you can never know that. And just to round it all off, Chris says fish have feelings, so there we go. All right,
Oh
we
no!
have,
I like
we have
getting
two
fish.
segments to go. Let's get through them. We have 2 segments to go. Let's get into our build a band. We last stream, so a couple of weeks ago now, we went through and did the top 5 choices from the audience of glam bands. And so now that was the precursor to us leading into. We did the build a band with the Big Four of Thrash. We're doing a build a band now with the top 5 as chosen by the audience glam bands. So the way this works is every week we'll go and choose a different position from the band. Now, made a few changes to this setup versus last up because you learn and you improve things as you go. You try things out. So the way this is going to work, there are 5 bands to choose from. I'll get to those in a second. At the end of this whole process, you have to have at least 3 bands represented out of the 5 just to make it more diverse. You can't just have the same band. And to change it up, I've done a draft order, which will then rotate through. So I've randomized this week, and then it'll all rotate through. So whoever goes first this time around goes last next week, and it just cycles through
All
from
right.
there.
Yeah.
So it will be a rotational draft versus a just a completely random draft. And then when it comes to getting the audience to vote and choose the winner or the point scoring for us, we're actually going to change from saying, what from this band, we're going to actually do the individuals we've chosen as part of this process and reference those in the voting part to make it a bit more actually definitive, if that makes sense. So there'll be a few different ways of doing it, but the ultimate goal is to build a band out of 5 glam bands as chosen by the audience with at least 3 represented. And we're going to go through drums, bass, rhythm, lead, vocals, producer, and album art, the whole 7 things like we did last time around. And that's the whole routine of it. So we have to represent that. That's the goal. So tonight we are choosing the drummer for this project. And the 5 bands we have to choose from as chosen by the audience are Motley Crue, Warrant, Rat, Skid Row, and The Sweet. Those are the bands. So again, Motley Crue, Warrant, Rat, Skid Row, and The Sweet. The Sweet just kept getting in there, so they were good. We were having a whole discussion about that before we went live. But anyway, so I have predetermined the random draft, and I actually get to go first, and which means I'll go last next week. If Dave, honestly, in this process, if I was going to rig anything, do you think I'd rig the drummer for me?
It's rigged.
I know, I was just being a cunt.
Anyway, so it'll be me, then Jeff, then Bell, then Dave in this process. Dave, you get to go first next week. So for my choice this week, I'm going to go with from Rat for all of a hot minute. It doesn't matter how long the purse with this stipulation has always been. They could be a touring member, they could be an album member, could
Jimmy
be
DeGrasso.
A minute or whatever.
Fuck.
Yes, I've gone Jimmy DeGrasso. I have gone Jimmy
I picked it. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it.
Why the fuck wouldn't I? You look at his catalog. There's YNT,
yeah.
White Line, Suicidal Tendencies, Alice Cooper, Megadeth, David Lee Roth, Ministry, and Black Star Riders, as well as Rat work in there.
Fuck.
So yes, I'm definitely taking Jimmy DeGrasso off the board.
Like I say, fucking rigged. You can say drummer shit all you want. This is fucking rigged. That's bullshit.
Yeah. You know what, Dave? I didn't rig it, just for the record, but if I did,
I just
round.
have to bitch about that because you picked the best drummer of the bunch. Jesus Christ.
Okay. Okay.
So that's one off the board. So
as soon as you said Rat, I knew it wasn't Bobby Blotzer. It had to be Jimmy.
No.
Yeah.
I'm taking Jimmy
Bobby
DeGrasso.
who?
Exactly. Well, he's the more well-known guy in Rat.
He's actually pretty well known, actually. But yeah,
but as a talented guy, fuck man, DeGrasso. Wow.
Yeah, I'm taking DeGrasso every single day of the week. I went through all of them, and I was disagreeing with Jody earlier on. By the way, Jody says hello to everyone, just for the record.
Hey, Jody.
Hi, Jody.
But Jody loves Motley Crue, so she's like, the only correct answer is Tommy Lee. And I'm going, no, it's not.
Well,
as it happens, that's a good segue because that's who I'm going to take.
Hey,
Tommy
there we
Lee.
go.
Boom.
You can have him.
I got him. He's mine. I was actually considered Samantha Maloney from Hole when she played with Crue.
If anyone would.
Yeah. Certainly the best looking of all the drummers. Absolutely.
It's
Better than Tommy.
Well, look, Tommy's a good drummer. He just
he is a good drummer. He's just cunt.
Well, he's a bit of a cunt, but you got to be a bit of cunt. And look, he's got to,
He's had plenty of cunt in his life.
He has.
God,
I'm sure he has. He has. But I think of all the drummers that are there, there's a lot. There's a lot of good drummers. I wrote down a list, right?
Yeah, no, I had a massive list. I've cleared it all up, but there's a lot of drummers to choose from when you go through it all. Even in Motley Crue alone, they got a lot.
Yeah, Motley Crue had a lot. I was surprised. Yeah, Tommy Clufato's another great drummer. Yeah, I was like, holy fuck. Yeah.
Honestly, to be fair, that'd be my
Tommy
second
Lee.
choice. Is Cluftos. So yeah.
I'll take Tommy Lee. Sorry, I'm just gonna go.
All right,
for
Tommy Lee's off the board. So
Good pick. Yeah.
Nice choice. All right, Bill.
I thought he'd be gone. To be honest.
He fucked Pamela Anderson and Bobby Brown. So cheers, dude.
Bobby Brown.
Oh, Bobby Brown, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Back when she was a cherry pie, she's a pumpkin pie these days. But I don't judge.
I wouldn't kick her out of bed for eating crackers. I tell you,
I'm interested in that shit. What are they doing now? What do they look like now?
Who cares?
It's a little tragic.
She's Lexi's mom. She's still paying them.
Yeah. Sorry, Bill.
I don't care about that. I would never have picked Tommy Lee. If I had been forced into it because he was the last man standing, I would have been very upset and I would have chucked a tantrum.
You don't have to worry about it.
Oh,
So
damn, we've been called to see a tantrum.
One
No,
day,
it wouldn't.
we'll,
It
one
wouldn't
day
be
we'll
cool
piss
at
her off
all.
enough to do it. Maybe that Northland episode. But anyway, Belle, your drummer choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll bring out my inner Karen. Yeah. So look,
good.
Can I speak to the manager? Andrew's like, I am the manager.
Everyone has it.
Let's give you the problem.
We all have it in us.
Yeah.
All right. So, all right, quiet.
Yes.
So look, I'm
Quiet?
just going to pick. Yeah, see?
It's like Copper
My
Kai
Karen.
shit.
I'm going to put
That's
Dave
my
on mute in a
Karen
second.
coming out.
Um,
I'm picking Mick
Put him in the
Tucker.
corner.
Okay, Mick Tucker from the
Ah.
Sweet. I don't really know a lot of Sweet, but I do know that he was highly influential for a lot of
Wow.
drummers to come after
Cool.
him. And I actually watched a few of the Sweet's videos just to kind of because I've I know the Sweet's hits and everything, and I've seen their videos, but I was
Little Willie
specifically
won't
watching
go
him,
home. Yeah.
watching his performances. yeah, exactly. They're actually a really cool band, and out of this exercise,
Yeah.
They've got 4
looking at his
songs.
drum
It's good. Yeah.
I want to explore more the Sweet because they
Cool.
were really cool. So,
No,
and it goes back to that whole fascination with 70s albums. I'm really kind of getting into them.
nice.
So anyway, that's my choice. I'm taking him.
I'm
on
impressed.
board. I think
I'm
You know what-
actually
you know what,
legitimately impressed.
Mick,
Wow.
was good. Mick Tucker, he's good. Yeah, he's good. Mick Tucker, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Mick Tucker.
yeah.
You know what he'd
Given
be
I
doing right
wiped the
now?
Sweet off my list last week, I
You know what
kind
Mick
of
would
said,
be
"Yeah,
doing
get
right
rid of the
now?
Sweet and put in." What's he doing? He's dead now, though.
Yeah,
isn't
he'd be
he?
clawing at his
Yeah.
casket. Yeah.
Yeah.
Clawing in his casket.
Well,
Did you forgot it?
hopefully kind of celebrating in his
Let me
casket
out.
because someone's.
Let me out.
got
I'm
me.
not dead.
Yeah.
I want to
Yeah.
rock.
I'm not
At least he'll be in rhythm. Anyway,
Oh, it won't.
bad jokes. Hey, well,
I
dad
know.
jokes, bad
All right,
jokes. Okay.
Dave, let's wrap this one up for the week. Which drummer are you taking now that you're
The 70s is all fucking awesome. The Sweet are a good band, but I can't believe somebody actually picked them. So I'm kind of thrown because I had a list of 4, and I think, fuck, I'm going to have to go with either Randy Costello because he was in Motley Crue,
Yeah.
or Rob Averso from Skid Row.
Yep.
And I thought I wasn't going to have a choice, but now I got to choose between these 2, and I don't know which one to fucking pick.
Samantha
Damn it.
Maloney was good.
Yeah.
She
Stephen
was good.
Sweet.
She played in Hall, man. She was good.
I mean, fucking Skid Row. Their first 2 albums are great. I'm going with Randy Costello though, because he was in
cool,
Motley Crue and he played with Ozzy. He's a fucking
He
great
did.
drummer.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, he was a good drummer.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's my pick.
He
And that was
one of
harder than it should have been.
those Weird drummer.
Man, being
too, 'cause-
last sucks. I thought it was easy, but it
Ah,
sucks.
Look at this. It is what it is, Dave. You get to
What's
go
next
last
week?
now.
Next
You're-
week?
I think
Dave,
that's,
you
but
go
yeah,
first.
but bass players.
Is that what
Wow.
next week is? Bass
Yeah.
players?
It is what it is, Dave. It is
Yeah,
what
no.
it is.
Oh, good.
So
Oh,
we'll put a video up in the coming days saying we'll list off these. So we'll have Jimmy DeGrasso, Tommy Lee, Mick Tucker, and Randy Castillo. And we'll probably get a choice from Conrad too, just to make this a bit more interesting and get one out of him as well. And sort of get
We'll give Conrad. We'll give Stephen Sweet. We'll give because he's a great drummer.
Yeah,
from
let's
Warwick.
pick for Conrad.
Yeah, we'll pick for him.
We're going to pick for Conrad, are we?
Yeah.
We're not even going to get close to consensus on this one.
I pick either Rob Afiso or Stephen
Robbie
Sweet for Conrad,
Blotzer.
for sure.
I think either Afuso or Kluftos. For me, I would pick one of those
Yeah.
two. I was going to second choice it. We're going to toss a coin here, or which way are we going?
It's heads.
That doesn't help me at all.
Why are we tossing a coin?
I don't know. It's the same consequence.
It's getting late, Dave. No, well, look, we'll give Conrad a choice, and then I'll put up a post in the next 24 hours or so about that, and we'll give Conrad a chance to get his own actual input on that. But yeah, that's a good little list there. So I've got Jimmy DeGrasso, Tommy Lee, Mick Tucker, and Randy Castillo to choose from so far. We'll see how it goes. We won't count anything said tonight, but we'll go through in the next few days and get some voting done. And then, the most popular to least popular will end up in a score from 10 to 50, and we'll just tally up the points and roll them through week to week like we did last time around with the Big Four of Thrash. That was a lot of fun. What do we got here? So Chris said, seeing the Kermit joke dawn on Bell was priceless. It'll live in infamy. That one, that's
Yeah. Thanks, Chris.
Well. Vinny,
fucking great.
I know. On continuing that, Vinny said, you're missing out on pulled pork, Bell. Pigs are known to have orgasms for 30 minutes afterwards.
I know. I want to be a pig in my next life.
Wow.
Wow.
All right. Wow.
Kermit better lift his game.
Yeah, Kermit's going to die of a heart attack. Colin says, oh, God, Miss Piggy. Hello. Here we
Hello,
go.
frog lovers. Halfway
Wow.
up the
Guy
stairs.
says, I want a Trump lawless monopoly set. Wow, that'd be interesting. Some Motley Rat salad. Drummer from Rat was in Contraband with Michael Schenker and Tracy Guns. Yeah, there's a lot.
Contraband was
from
a
there.
great
cool.
band.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nicole said hi, and so did Sally to Jody, which is good to see that coming around. Vinny says pumpkin pie. And
Well, it fits the song. She's my pumpkin pie.
Vinny, I smack you.
And Chris has got this down. I can't wait for Dave to, because Chris is going, why are we tossing a coin? Squint, quote of the episode. That was funny as fuck. Between the coin toss moment and Bell Bacon, that was those two moments will make this episode live for all time. All right, one more order of business to get through. We haven't even got to the main event. Let's get to the main event. It's King of the Riff time.
Fuck.
It's concept album battle time, and this time around, it's round 5. We have Pink Floyd, The Wall, versus the Beatles, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. Sgt. Pepper's beat out Streets from Sabotage last time out, so they got through their little wild card entry, so they're back into the swing of things now, literally. I'm going to quickly copy and paste a couple of reference tracks just in case you need them into the comments now. They're also in the description box in case you're looking for them later on, whether you're tuning in with us live or later on. We thank you for joining us. Guys getting in early and saying The Wall for sure. We're going to see, because in the social media commentary, when I put up this post the other day, the video asking for people, Dave's video, it was more Peppers oriented than I thought it was going to be. I thought it'd be more even, but it was actually pretty one-sided.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see if we're going to agree with the audience on this one as well, because a lot of the audience wanted the Beatles, Sgt. Pepper's. So let's get into it. So it is Pink Floyd, The Wall versus the Beatles, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. Let's go to you, Dave. Let's just rip off the Band-Aid. Go for it.
Okay. Fuck. I wasn't expecting to go first.
Well, okay, hang on. Give you a second here, because Conrad sent his proxy in, or do you want to go?
I'll go. Just have to. Yeah. So, like my band is Guns N' Roses, my wife's band is the Beatles. So it's going to be interesting, because she's going to cut my balls off, and then she's going to cry afterwards because of the loss. But
that's okay. Just
Sgt. Pepper,
Dave.
Sgt. Pepper is a fucking great album, but it doesn't have anywhere near as intricate or artistic a story as The Wall. It does have some very dark topics. I mentioned in the video that I did that it's all happy, joy, and everything, but there's some dark themes in there. It's all presented in an upbeat, happy manner. But when you start to peel back the layers, there's a lot of twisted parts in there. Yeah. It's not as dark and disturbed as The Wall, though.
Yes.
The cover of Sgt. Pepper gave the acid freaks plenty of material to construct their conspiracies with Paul is dead and all that. So there's a lot in there as well. It's clever. The concept of the mythical band freed up the Beatles to be able to go places they hadn't done before, 4 different writers and studio experimentation, brought about an iconic album that still holds up to this day, even with all the changes in popular music. Every song on this album is recognizable, whereas The Wall has 2 songs that non-Pink Floyd fans will recognize because of Radio Play. And they were Brick in the Wall Part 2, We Don't Need No Education, and Comfortably Numb. But personally, for me, Sgt. Pepper's a fun album you put on to forget about life for a while. Whereas The Wall is an album that will help you cope with life. It is brutally honest, dark, depressing, but by going through the madness with this character, Pink, it can help you appreciate the good things in life. Now, we have hardly, if ever, touched on Pink Floyd.
Not a lot
before,
no.
And I don't think we've ever reviewed The Wall. I know Andrew's a massive fan of Pink Floyd. So am I. This is one of my earliest T-shirts. Fuck. But this band and this album in particular became a massive obsession for me when I was young. I'll try and get through this review as quickly as I can, but we just happened to have hit on one of these albums that was massively important for me. Got the CD, the DVD,
wow,
the live version,
wow,
and the tablature book, and the T-shirt. So pretty much the same as Scenes from a Memory from Dream Theater. You just happen to hit on one of these fucking albums that is a massive obsession for me. Now, I could talk about Pink Floyd for the next 10 minutes, but I'm going to talk about Dream Theater. No, I'm not. Just quite fucking thing.
It's like Groundhog Day.
Bell's like,
yeah.
I'm logging off now.
Yeah. Like I said, man, bring popcorn. Look, I first heard The Wall when I was 15. My introduction to Pink Floyd, my introduction to prog rock, music that wasn't full-on hard rock or heavy metal, my first concept album, the first time I got emotionally invested in the story, and the album that inspired me to not just learn how to play guitar fast, but learn how to play it well, learn how to go intricate and just
gonna quickly jump in. David Gilmour has probably the best feel of any guitarist known to fucking man, as far as I'm concerned, personally.
You can play the exact setup that he has, the same equipment. It's in his hands.
Yeah,
that is
exactly sound like him. That's right.
You know, this got me to turn the volume down, turn the distortion down, and actually focus on technique. Because when you get this under your skin, there is no other musician like it. Now, this is around the time I got sick of Nirvana too. Now, I probably wouldn't be a Dream Theater fan if it wasn't for Pink Floyd. Obviously, thanks to the success of Comfortably Numb and Another Brick in the Wall Part 2, they've both got amazing, legendary solos. There's other great solos on this album as well, like Mother, Dirty Woman, and Hey You. The guitar work throughout this is amazing. There's also some cool acoustic songs. Mother, Goodbye Blue Sky, Vera, and the beautifully finger-picked Is There Anybody Out There? This album inspired me to actually buy an acoustic guitar. I thought, fuck that, I'm going to learn on an electric. And I did. It was all about Metallica and Nirvana at the time. This is just like, you can be subtle. But yeah, there are a lot of great songs on this album of varying tempos and emotion. It's an exceptionally well-told story filled with symbolism, metaphor, all set over an hypnotic and slow, pacey music with lots of delay and flanger. Fuck yeah, it's probably where my love of flanger comes from.
There's your word.
But at times, it's upbeat and rocking, but it makes for a very diverse listen, as all good concept albums need to be. Both lyrically and musically, it drives the story. Now, Pink is not an easy character to like. He is very flawed, but you can feel compassion for him. In the space of 80 minutes, Pink Floyd paint this guy's life picture with music and lyrics. Now, I've never listened to this album. I've heard this countless times in the past, but I've never listened to it in the mindset of doing a review for it. So I've discovered things in the last couple of weeks that I've never noticed before. CD 1, which would have been vinyl, 1 side A and 2, takes place mostly in reality with a brief glimpse into Pink's mind. CD 2 takes place in Pink's mind with a glimpse into the real world. CD 1, up until Empty Spaces, maybe, is mostly backstory. It's character development. Fucking Empty Spaces is a fantastic song. Now, if you've heard this live or if you heard the movie, they do What Should We Do Now? I guess that was cut for time because it's not on the album, even though the lyrics are in the lyric sheet. But that's a fucking fantastic part. But it had to cut something to get damn, that's cool. But then, okay, with the backstory, we get Another Brick in the Wall Part 1. We learn his dad died in the war. He was probably a fighter pilot, judging by the references to planes throughout the first half.
That and the sound.
The planes, and then there's a lot of references there. And then with the song Mother, it gives us insights into her neurotic behavior, the loss of her husband, all of her fears. Okay. And then the happiest days of our lives, and Another Brick in the Wall Part 2, we hear that what would be called abuse these days at the hands of school teachers, is probably perfectly acceptable back in the day. But Pink didn't have a happy childhood. Then we get on to Goodbye Blue Sky, which is both beautiful and dark and haunting. It just brings up all these images of worn, torn cities Now, people actually grew up in this shit. People wonder why boomers were so fucked up. There's a wonderful documentary where they interview, so I'm getting way off topic, but they interviewed James Hetfield. There's a documentary called Absent, and it's about people growing up without dads. It's a fucking fantastic view. But it goes back to like World War I and II. A lot of dads didn't come home, and the ones that did were still, their mind was back there. So you had kids basically growing up without a dad, and all the repercussions of the decades and decades that go from there. So if you think this is like such a minor thing, it can really fuck a person up, which is what they got the psychology of this character perfectly done with this album. And we're still in the first half of CD1. Okay, so the second half of CD1 is where we meet Pink as an adult, and he's a rock star who's very quickly descending into madness. And we learn he's estranged from his wife, disillusioned, isolated, and depressed. How, while we can feel bad for him, one of my turns, he's a bit of an asshole. He's not the nicest person in the world. Yeah, he's had a fucked up childhood and everything, but he's still a cunt. But you can still feel some empathy for him. There's no excuse for him to treat people close to him like shit, but you can still feel bad for him. And then the mood shifts from depression to anger really quickly with Another Brick in the Wall Part 3. And that song is very different to the other two, Another Brick in the Walls. And Korn did all three in one medley, and that's fucking great. I say shit about some new metal bands, but Korn are fucking good. And then Goodbye Cruel World, great way to close CD1. Now, this is where the madness really starts. CD2, Hey You, beautiful fucking song. That was such a great melody. But the wall is up. We still have this cry for help. Lyrically, we go from the perspective of Pink to the voice of the narrator. This is the first time we have a real shift in the presentation. The mood shifts from about no matter how he tried, he could not break free. So we're shifting away from Pink's mind into an observation. And we get the first mention of the word worms, which will recur a lot throughout the second disc. There's a payoff towards the end. Acoustic pieces like Is There Anybody Out There and Vera, both of them have this remarkable shift from minor to major. I only learned that because I studied this book intricately, because I was inspired to pick up an acoustic guitar with Anybody Out There. That's a finger picking song, first one I learned. But then it goes from A minor to a C major, and that's beautifully used because it kind of suggests that there's a glimmer of hope for this character, or maybe like some clarity, however fleeting that might be, but it quickly goes back to that minor. And I bang on about it a lot, but the theory of music is you can use this happy, sad chords to get into a mindset of a character, because by putting a major chord into the minor, there is that sudden moment of clarity. Depression isn't always like that. It's not always dark. There is that, then it dies, and then moving on. Bring the Boys Back Home and Vera. I'm not sure what this has to do with Pink's narrative. I never have been, but last week I recorded this last week in case we did the live stream without me, and I had, but it got me really focused on this part. I think it takes us back to the time period of that. It's a flashback to Pink's childhood. And Bring the Boys Back Home, his dad didn't come home. A lot of other kids' dads would have. So it would have been devastating for a child to see your friend's dads come home, but not you. I think that kind of resets you back to the mindset of him. And then we have the highlight of the album. Sorry, I'm banging on about The Wall, but you're going to have to indulge me because we don't talk about Pink Floyd enough. But Comfortably Numb, fucking brilliant song. The accumulated voice grabs throughout the album perfectly lead into this. It's like that whole build-up, and he's like loaded with just, and then we use a B sus chord, neither minor nor major. It's like you can paint in black and white, but adding color, there's so much more emotive spectrum that you can use if you know what's in your toolbox.
That chord range,
By not using a major or a minor, it's just neutral, which means I'm loaded. I'm cool. Get me on stage. The solo in that song is fucking brilliant. The mood, the emotion, the feel, the tone, perfect. David Gilmour has insurance on his hands. There's a reason
as he should.
He should, man. That is his fucking lifeblood. And you do not get players like that anymore. It's all about being fast, but fuck if you slow things down and just focus on the nuances. The different vocals of Gilmour and Waters from verse to chorus, brilliant.
Definitely.
And then we have the same track that we had to open the song, In the Flesh, without the question mark. Different lyrics, but the first one is in reality. This is what you would get if you went to a concert and you saw Pink, your idol, up on stage. This is what you get if you're in his delusion. This one, the anger, the madness, the accumulated pain throughout his life, it's comparable to a Nazi rally, which is really highlighted in the movie. And it's interesting, and it bookends. His father was killed in the war, and yet he adopts this persona of hate, which is fucking brilliant in terms of art, because a lot of people will do that, whatever their trauma is. When they grow up later in life, they will adopt that. And Pink Floyd fucking nailed it, or Roger Waters in particular. Now, lyrically, this would trigger your woke millennials, but there are a lot of key words in here, but you can't portray horrible characters without going to horrible places. Stephen King cops a lot of crap these days. It's not Stephen King that you're reading, it's his characters that he created. And if you want to cause an emotional response or get to the truth of the characters you're portraying, you have to go there. You can't cancel this shit. Now, the band
you can't be telling a story. It's just not going to work.
You have to be real. And the band does an amazing comparison between rockstar audiences and people attending a Nazi rally. The charisma and blind admiration and power of being on stage and being able to influence masses of people. There is an interesting
tale. It's also a cautionary tale. Yeah.
There's an interesting comparison there. And then it moves into Run Like Hell, the madness, the violence. Pink is now fueled by powerful anger. And then Waiting for the Worms. I love how this song brings together so many different emotions and moods and sections, and it shifts from one to the other. And if you've ever been, in a distressed moment within your life where you will go from one quickly to the other, it takes you quite suddenly from one feeling of anger and isolation and happiness, and then we get the return of familiar riffs that we've come to know throughout the album, and it builds to this inevitable break with stop. I want to go home. The facade cracks and the madness becomes too much. Even for Pink, he has to face his life. We get the trial, which is the judge who is with Good Morning Worm, Your Honor. So it pays off that waiting for the worms to come is waiting for judgment to come. Hey, you, the worms.
Touched that one. That's a Bob Ezrin moment on the album.
Fucking beautiful. Correct. The worms ate into his brain that we had on Hey You. The judgment ate into his brain. And we get the school teacher, Pink's wife, Pink's mother. They all state their case. And out of all his defense is crazy over the rainbow. I am crazy. Is that an excuse? Or are you just... It's hard. You can feel empathy for him, but he's also an asshole. They've made it ambivalent. Whatever you want to paint this person as, you can do it that way. And we get the inevitable outcome of exposure. But overall, The Wall is a brilliantly written and performed artistic rock opera. It's one of the best concept albums ever made. Holds up well today. It's a very, very special album to me. So obviously, I'm picking Pink Floyd. I'm sorry I went on for way too long. We got to do a Pink Floyd special one day because they are a fucking unique band. Damn.
Great band.
Just quickly. No. I just want to quickly. I'm going to go to Bell next in a second, but just quickly, it's just funny how it ends with the exposure to the world, right? But it's funny how the exposure and how that works now in today's world is an unforeseen consequence of what this album was doing back in the day, kind of thing. The whole notion of being exposed for who you are and the consequences that play out in it. It's a really interesting sort of just segue into the,
there's no room to hide these days. Everything's documented.
So it's a really
fucking decades ahead of its time.
Timeless little piece of thought then? I saw Belle grimace when I said she was going to go next. Did you want to hold off, or do you want to go into it?
No, look, I'll spare Jeff because following that is, I can't. Honestly, like,
I can.
There's no comparison. That was amazing.
That was good.
Yeah, and I knew it would be. I was again looking forward to Dave's review of that because I got a sense that Pink Floyd. I don't even remember you talking about the Beatles. Did you even mention the Beatles?
I did to start with, but
he did for a minute.
Yeah, we spoke about the Beatles a few weeks ago.
Julia in advance is what he was doing.
Yeah, it was like the Beatles, but yeah.
Julia knew this was no contest. She knows what Pink Floyd means to me.
That's good. She should, you should choose what you.
She married you. You should have that.
Yeah. She knows me.
Yeah.
Good.
She's awesome.
That was great. That was really good.
Well done, Dave.
So
just to do that, well done, Dave. That was actually very in depth.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah,
absolutely. And I'm surprised Pink Floyd haven't been covered more on this show.
I think we've done one review of an album in the past. I think one album has been reviewed ever, and that was by my choice, actually.
This one or which one?
Wasn't
which album?
Dark Side.
The first concept.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've heard that. I've heard that once. I really liked it. So
it's a great album.
Is it on YouTube? Yeah. I'll have to go back and watch that.
I don't know, actually. I'd have to check it out. Yeah, I forget. It was done quite a few years ago now on the old bar set. That's when we did it. So it was about maybe 2016-ish, I think it was. Somewhere about that mark.
Okay, we'll see how well your hashtags work. I'll look it up.
Probably not that well knowing me. Anyway, Belle, your thoughts on this battle?
Okay, well, all right. So, look, I'm going to keep this light because, once again, one, I'm pretty unprepared. Two, I still don't really know what the hell I'm doing.
What are you talking about?
You're doing more than fine, Belle. You're doing
you're doing great.
Reviews,
just be you.
Thank you. But, with these reviews, I'm just doing, I can't do that like what you just did.
Just be you.
But anyway,
all I ever say is
I
be
won't
yourself.
try.
Yeah.
I'll just do what I can do. Like last week, I'm much more familiar with one album over the other. So, okay. And these notes were punched out in probably an hour. So sorry.
You're okay. Quit. Don't stress.
I know. I could apologize. I'll shut up and I'll just read. Okay.
Yep.
So I grew up. I'll be going over some familiar ground with the Beatles at least. So, deal with that.
It's fine.
I grew up with these songs on Sgt. Pepper's. I'm sure a lot of us did. We all seem to be kind of sons and daughters of boomers who would have had these albums. And so it takes me back to a time to my childhood, which was, for the most part, pretty good. It brings back happy memories. So listening to Sgt. Pepper's now, the songs are just familiar and they're fun, uncomplicated. Although now I understand that they're a bit more complicated than what I heard as a child.
Yeah,
but that's cool. I enjoy that. So
that's the genius of their songwriting, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
Correct.
I've been enjoying that aspect, although I've obviously heard them over the last so many years that I've been around as a child, but never really tuned in to what they were saying and the music until hearing it this week.
It's funny how your ears change things.
Yeah. When you're listening, thinking,
it's that old saying, though. It's the old saying: when you're happy, you enjoy the music. When you're sad, you listen to the lyrics.
I haven't heard that old saying, but
no,
it's a good one. Yeah,
it's a good one. Yep, it's been around for a while.
Is that really an old saying, or is that a Dave saying?
No, I've heard that before.
I heard it a long time ago. I've used it a lot recently.
I've heard that one as well.
Yeah, I've heard it before somewhere too. But yeah, hey, Dave, you take credit, man, because no one uses it anymore. So
Yeah, no, yeah, it's a Dave saying. I take full credit.
Absolutely.
Dave say
Milk it
now.
what you can.
It will be
Yeah.
in my head. All right. So look, oh God, whatever. When you put this album on, you get hit after memorable hit, and they weren't hits for no reason. They're actually really good songs. I actually didn't know this was the first concept album.
Pretty much, yeah. It's regarded as. Yeah.
Didn't really think about it. Like I understood that it was a concept album, but I didn't realize it was the first. So it doesn't surprise me. The Beatles. I mean,
That's
they
were first for a lot of stuff.
And innovators, amazing. So, like I said, I'll keep this light. I'll leave the musical analysis to the boys because they know a bit more about that.
We're not that good at it, Phil. Believe me, we're not that good at it.
I got no idea what I'm doing. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Compared to me, it's been a very long time since I studied music and music theory. So I feel
I failed music in high school.
Okay. Wow. Okay. So
I failed math.
High school.
With interest. I rebelled against music theory. I really did. Right. I hated it. But I'm not
I still don't like music theory, to be honest.
Yeah.
I love it. I have a diploma in music. Yeah. I got that after high school.
I got
my high school music teacher was
I love the sound and the production, whereas Dave goes theory. So that's why we're so different. I've got production, Dave's got theory.
Man, we got to write a song, dude. Jeff can sing.
No, I'm a guitar player, but I don't know theory at all. I'm like George Lynch. He doesn't know a lick of theory.
Okay.
Not that I'm.
Belle, do you play the instrument?
Yes, I'm a classically trained pianist. I was.
Wait,
we could put a band together.
Jeff and me are on guitar. You're on piano. Andrew's production. Fuck drummers. We don't need that shit.
We can just do it in the studio now.
Dickheads, remember?
Yeah.
We have Tim.
You can use
yes, we have Tim. And we have Brandon on guitar. Who else we got? Nikki plays keyboard, even though she won't admit it, but she does. So yeah, this fucking THRS band is going to be good.
There we go.
I was a classically trained singer when I was a kid.
Andrew's on vocals. No, Andrew and me are on vocals. My Motley Crue videos on fucking Facebook. There's my resume right there.
I can't sing to save my life.
Even things that sound like Motley Crue. No.
Oh wow.
Ouch.
Into the weeds again.
It'll be Nightwishy, if anything.
I can't do opera, but okay. Anyway, what's your opinion on Pink Floyd?
Andrew, yeah, he can do all the early stuff. Well, let's just steer this shit back on course. All right.
Some point.
Okay. Like I said, I'll keep this light and quick, which is not going well. Okay. Shit.
The wall.
Very specific reasons. I'm just going to list my favorite things about Sgt. Pepper's.
Go for it.
Paul's bass playing.
It's
unlike in a lot of bands, you can hear everything he's doing.
Absolutely right.
Yes, correct.
And he's so
articulate.
Articulate. You know, he pops along. And I find myself really just tuning into what he's doing, and you know, I know the song, so the rest of it can kind of
but it drives them. It keeps them along. Yeah.
Oh, he's just I love his playing. He's wasted on the bass, but they need him on the bass as well.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep.
Wow.
Very good point.
It's the only way I
great
can
bass
put
player,
it.
though.
Yeah. Okay, so I love the inclusion of strings on She's Leaving Home.
Yeah.
I'm a very big fan of bringing classical instruments into rock music.
Yep.
I think it's just beautiful. It just works so well. Yeah. I'd love, there's so many bands I would love to see at least put out one song with the inclusion of
strings,
that kind of thing. Yeah. Yep. But they did this yonks ago, and it's beautiful. And I think it lifts the song. I mean, the song's great anyway, but it's really,
it lightens an otherwise really heavy topic.
Yeah. It's a bit full on, isn't it?
Especially as a parent, you really feel that one when it hits home. But
it also makes it even more sad, and
it adds to the drama. Yeah.
Yeah. So They did well. I don't know if they were the first to do that, but it wouldn't surprise me if they were. Or if they've already done that on previous tracks. I can't think of any. Eleanor
Rigby. Yeah.
Anyway. Look, it is on this album. I love that. That's one of my standouts. And I also love how they go. They just do some weird and trippy shit, like Mr. Kite. They're just doing whatever the hell they want. And they're the Beatles, but it's like the Sgt. Pepper's concept kind of gives them license to just go, you know what, we don't give a shit if we're not being.
That was the point. Yeah.
That's
right. We're just gonna like take a bunch of acid and just do what we want.
That was the actual point. Take a lot of acid, and then it became more important than it should have been.
Yeah, but I mean, you've got some classic like Lucy and the Sky with Diamonds. I don't think that would have existed without
LSD.
Some help.
What a classic song, though. Seriously,
with a little help from my friends.
Yes.
Yeah,
I get high with a little help from my friends.
Yeah.
Considering how the Doors got in trouble for referencing the word high, the Beatles give a carte blanche to do whatever the fuck they wanted. It was such a dichotomy.
They were smart enough not to be a little bit more subtle about it, though, weren't they?
Yeah.
I could go into Americans and Englishmen, but
it's different. But
one alone. Yeah, subtlety. Let's just put that word out there.
Yeah,
the British do that very well. Okay, so anyway, so they just kind of it gave them a license to just be creative, and they just went for it. So, that's Sgt. Pepper's. So these are two mini album reviews, I guess.
Go for it.
Pink Floyd. Okay, so as I said, I'm familiar with one over the other, that being Sgt. Pepper's. Pink Floyd. So besides listening to it this week, because I knew you guys were reviewing it, I thought there might be a chance that I would step in and review it too, which I'm glad that I was listening to it, because it turns out
as I said, you have an open invitation, Belle, so be ready at all times.
Well, this has been fun. So hello everyone. You'll probably see me.
I think you bring something good to the group. So
absolutely do.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you. I'll try. I'll try to get better at this as well, but
just be yourself.
You've got 10 years on me, so I'll get there.
I do. And if you go back to the old shit, I was fucking woeful, but just be yourself.
I would love to see that.
The first one's out there. You can look it up.
Yeah, they're there. But you know, Andrew's being modest. I think
I'm sure he is. Yeah, but I'd still like to see it anyway.
It's there. Go for it. I haven't deleted it.
Yeah.
Probably
cool.
should.
Okay, so I'll get on with it because I'm shitting on now. So I thought I'd be listening to this album for the first time, but not far into it, I realized that I wasn't.
Yeah, it's one of those albums.
And it wasn't just the hits that like, oh, this sounds familiar. It was the whole album. Because, you know, when you hear a song and it just instantly transports you to a moment in time in your past. That is what happened when I first heard this album.
Because music is the soundtrack of your life. That's what it is.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. So besides this week, because I experienced this moment about a month ago when this album was recommended to me to listen to, which it's amazing that I haven't before now, but it took me back to the 90s. And I was living in a group house in Heidelberg. And I had finished school. Yep, I finished school and I was between jobs. So I was just bumming around. And I was in this group house, and I spent my days smoking a bunch of weed. And
I did a lot of that.
Yeah, it was only a few weeks, and then I got a job, and then life kind of got boring, and it was probably the most freedom I've ever experienced until that point. But it was great. So smoked a bunch of weed with the housemates and friends that would come over, and we'd play Super Mario Brothers, Punch Out, and Snake Rattle and Roll on the Nintendo and listen to music all
Wow.
day and all night.
Wow.
And we'd listen to, I don't know, Pantera's Vulgar Display, Hysteria, and Pink Floyd's The Wall. And I had completely forgotten about listening to this album until I heard it about a month ago, and it just bam, I was there again. I thought, holy shit, I know this, even though I thought I didn't. So anyway, the reason I share that stupid story with you is because I was so distracted, like, you know, trying not to get killed by Bowser or whatever I was doing. I didn't tune into what I was listening to. I didn't tune into just what this album had to offer. And so, you know, in listening to it during the week, I've listened to a lot of new music this week, just, you know, new and old music, stuff that I'm used to. But I kept coming back to The Wall, and I kept every time I'm like, okay, I'm going to put it on. I was excited because every time I put it on, I just got something more out of it, and I just liked it more and more every time I listened to it.
Wow. That's cool.
Like, I'd put it on while I was working, and I'd find that, and that was a bad idea because I'd be working away and I'd have it on and I would just completely zone out to the work, and I'd tune into the music and the story, and I'd find that I was just sitting there not working. I really should have been. So I stopped doing that because, you know, I'm getting paid and everything, but I just really loved it. Like, getting drawn in. So I watched the movie over the weekend, and that really helped me, I suppose, understand what
it's a visual aid. Yeah.
Movie's fucking brilliant.
Such a good film. And it was incredible, and I want to watch that again soon, like maybe tomorrow. I don't, just anytime soon, because now that I've spent another week with the music, so listening to the music, I can envision what I was seeing in the movie. I can sort of match up. So, you know, hearing a certain track, I'm visualizing what I saw in the movie, and that was cool. Like, it really made it make more sense. Because it was sort of hard to follow initially, until I had the visual to understand what the movie was about.
Yeah, fair enough. Yep.
But, you know, that was cool. Okay, sorry, I'll go back to my notes. The story, I've written the story was fantastic, but honestly really sad. Absolutely. It's really, I really felt for the guy. Like, he was a cunt, as Dave would say, but he was like a product of his childhood, I think. Like,
that's the thing, and anyone that's gone through something will empathize with the character.
Absolutely. I couldn't help but still feel, you know, still empathize with him and feel bad for him. And was it Bob Dylan that portrayed Pink in that?
Bob Geldof.
Bob
Dylan. Yeah, that's who I meant, obviously.
Yep.
He did a great job. I was impressed with him.
He really did.
Yeah, he really he was Pink in that.
So, he really owned that role completely.
I haven't seen that movie in over a decade, but every time I watch it, I get something more out of it. It's so well done.
It really helped me connect, I suppose, to the album, because I was really starting to get attached to it, and the music and my version of the story. But that sort of kind of coalesced and just made it. Okay, well, this is what's going on. Although, you know, my own interpretation, anyone's interpretation, is cool as well.
Personally. But I like that they use Geldof's vocals. It's different to the album.
Oh, really? When did they do
that? There's a lot of difference. Like, the tracks on the movie are different to the album.
Okay, I'm not familiar enough with the album to have realized that, but I hope to be.
Yeah, if you want, it's probably on YouTube. But after the Berlin Wall came down in 1990, Roger Waters went there and performed the Wall with a whole bunch of guests, including Jerry Hall and the Scorpions, and who's the guy? Guy from Rocky Horror, the widow. Tim Curry as the judge.
Yep.
Yeah, he did the whole thing.
Really?
That was fucking great.
Yeah,
So good.
that whole
They
thing
built
was
the whole
that
wall up
moment
on
was
stage like
just
Pink
massive.
Floyd used to do, and they bring it down again. And it was so poignant for people because the Berlin
That
Wall had
got
come down.
massive news coverage as well. That got huge news coverage.
Yeah.
for that as well.
I
That was
completely
so cool.
missed all of that.
Yeah.
Completely missed it. And I said
It's
on YouTube, if I can.
one of those iconic rock performances, man. It's fucking great.
Huge.
Wow, iconic.
Yeah.
See, that makes me feel really bad for not even knowing about it.
Seriously,
I didn't know
not
about it until
everyone
10
sits
years
there
after.
and trawls through shit
Okay.
like Dave and I do. Like, it's just, like
I'm
seriously,
just learning.
Yeah,
I'm
what,
catching
people
up.
have normal lives.
man, we
I'm
don't.
catching
We
up.
don't.
Yeah, so much. So yeah, okay. I'll dig into that because I'm really fascinated by this album.
I'll try to send you a link. I'll share it to the
Cool.
Patreon chat.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. Awesome. Yeah. Look, I'll just keep going with my notes. While I'm no rock star, I can definitely relate to building a wall around myself to protect myself
Yeah.
from the shitness that
I
life.
think that's most people, to
throws
be
at you.
honest.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So yeah, I think I've been doing that since childhood. Without going into anything too deep,
No,
I've
you're
been
not
doing that.
alone.
So I really
Absolutely
fuck.
not alone in that.
Building a
great.
wall is easy. Letting people in is hard. But
Yeah.
letting people in
That's-
is
the
ultimately
truth,
rewarding. It
Yeah,
is rewarding.
exactly.
And
And you get really good at putting up a wall, don't you? Like, I can just do it so quickly.
that's the easy thing.
Hard.
You know, it's life is better when you live for someone else.
Yeah, but
The flip side is
it
that's
takes a lot. It
sometimes-
takes a lot to trust.
It does,
that's
and
really
it's
hard
fucking
to
painful
do.
Faith in
sometimes.
someone else that's the challenge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Allowing yourself to do that is tricky.
It's a big
That's
deal. That's
But
huge.
you know, if you can build yourself to a place where you can pay it forward, and you can make someone else's life better, that is a great feeling.
True, but there's
Yeah.
also a balancing act between doing it for others and doing it for yourself. There are differences.
You
as
do
well.
need your own space, which is why this was such an important album for me
It
as
is,
a
yeah,
team,
and that's
because I knew I was so different to the people around me,
Mm.
and it was such a great support mechanism. Oh no, it's Bell's time. Sorry.
No, this is getting really deep. All right, I'll and I said at the start, I'm going to keep this light. That is not happening here.
How's it
So
working out for you, Bell?
You can't keep it light with this
Welcome
album.
to THRS therapy, ladies and gentlemen.
This is heavy territory. This is
Yeah.
THRS.
Man,
life.
CDs were so much cheaper than therapy. Fuck.
That's very true, actually.
That's what
Yeah.
we had. That's all we had. Was
That's
this.
all we had.
Honestly, I wish I had have discovered this album back then when I was like I said, trying to
Going through some whatever.
beat
Yeah.
Bowser. Like this who knows? Who knows?
But was Bowser singing Peaches back then? I doubt he was.
No,
Hey,
no, Peaches wasn't. No, Peaches wasn't around. That
Thank
was-
you, Jack Black.
oh wow! What a fucking segue.
Now is an appropriate time to say, Bill,
Peaches,
your
peaches,
moment.
peaches, peaches,
I'll
peaches.
shut up.
I love you.
Oh,
We're gonna keep going.
Oh, fuck.
hey, you're not doing vocals. That's a given.
No, fuck.
I
Sorry,
could go
Mel, go
into
on.
why this is a standout example of songwriting and musical genius, but I'll leave that to the boys who no doubt will put into words every sentiment I have about this album and more. The last minute accepted. I
Well done.
actually think I fell in love this week. I'm completely smitten with this album.
Wow.
I'm excited because I know that I'm only just getting into it. I'm really looking forward to getting to know it better. Floyd albums. Yeah. I can't expect like that, that's where it's at.
I can do a complete geek analogy of it.
No, please don't.
As I said,
No.
I'll leave the musical analysis to you. But, you can do that in your own time. And
Wow.
those
I
which is-
have. I spent my fucking teenage years doing it.
Well, it'll be cool. Just the theory, keep that light, and I might tune in. Anyway,
Wow.
all right. So if you had asked me, I'll end this. If you had asked me last week, Belle, which album would you vote for? I would have said without hesitation, Sgt. Pepper's. I was familiar with it. Wasn't familiar with Pink Floyd's The Wall, and it would have been a no-brainer for me. But now, even just after a week with The Wall, despite I still love the Beatles, Sgt. Pepper. I love the Beatles. I love all the songs. It's a brilliant album. I'm going to go with The Wall.
Wow.
Nice.
It had that much of an impact on me just in a week.
Wow. I didn't think you were going to go there. Wow.
That's actually very impressive.
That's cool. Fuck.
Yeah.
That's when music is doing its job.
Yeah, exactly. Well put, Jeff. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
That's
I love it. I love it. And I just want to listen to it every day now until I know it inside out.
The sentence you use saying, I think I fell in love this week, that's what it's all about.
That's fucking awesome.
That's music to me. Like that feeling when you put on a new album and you get that feeling, that
doesn't
you can't
happen every day
that anywhere else in your life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck.
So it's any way I can put it.
That's great.
That's amazing.
I had that when I was 15, and I've had albums since then, but fuck, I want another album like that. If something comes along that's better than The Wall or Imaginarium or Scenes from Memory, please.
There's a lot of great music out there.
Step up bands.
You know,
it's been a long time since I've had that feeling.
Yeah, but that's the joy in what we do, Dave. We find those ones. Every so often we do find those ones, and that's what
we do. Like fucking Alien Weaponry, that was a great album. I can go on.
For me, Ghost does that for me. Like,
Ghost is
Alien Weaponry is one, but Ghost is another one too. Like, you find those gems along the way. You go, wow.
Like the smallest independent artist from fucking Scandinavia that brings out this most amazing thing that you just want to share it with the world and say, you should fucking listen to this because it will change your world.
Is still way up there for me. Like, you find those ones. Like, that's the thing, Dave. Like, that is the...
Yeah.
Like,
and there's so much out there, but you got to filter through it.
Yeah.
You have to find what is personal to you.
There's so much. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, I've listened to so much good music this week. But I just kept coming back to this, and I really enjoyed what I was listening to, but this is the one. This is the one that
nice.
Yes, hey, I listened to all this. I enjoyed that. Cool, I get to put on the wall now, and
and just one of those special albums that you just have to put on, regardless of what mood you're in. If you're sad, it will make you happy. If you're happy, it'll make you more happy.
If this is your gateway drug to Pink Floyd, they've got a lot to offer.
Yeah.
So
I listened to other albums.
They had so much great stuff.
Yeah, on the rec of this person, and it was Division Bell, which was cool.
Oh,
and then it was Wish You Were Here, which I absolutely loved, but I haven't listened to it since, so I can't wait to go.
You've got to go back to that album. You've got to go back to Wish You Were Here.
Yeah, I'm going to. Yeah, that was
no one talks about it, but fucking Animals. Animals is a great fucking album. Holy shit. It's like old school Pink Floyd prog rock, but with mature musicianship.
Yeah.
The way they got the guitar to sound like a dog barking, my fucking God.
Wow.
We got to do a Pink Floyd special.
The guitarist, David Gilmour.
Dave Gilmour.
Okay.
Dave Gilmour.
I mean, I didn't even go into the music, but I mean, just some of the guitar.
Can I just jump in for a second here? The way that we've all, put roses on Dave's reviews and that, and the way he goes into depth and that, Belle, the way you did yours just then, especially like I said, that line about falling in love this week, that's hate. Like that's the stuff. Like that is what I'm not saying you should chase it every week. But I'm saying if you think you're never good enough, you shouldn't think that because saying things like that
exactly
shows you deserve to be in the room, kind of thing. Like you do more than enough to be here, so don't ever feel like you don't belong.
You're not leaving. We're keeping you.
Yeah.
She's got a ticket to ride. Yeah.
Well done.
Do I?
Yeah.
That was good. Well done, Bill. Like genuinely, that was a very special.
That was great.
I have to thank you guys for putting this up, and I guess knowing that I might have to review this forced me to listen to it.
Oh yeah,
and it took me on a journey. Oh my goodness, I've had a journey this.
That's what we want.
I thank you. Thank you.
Just be honest. Just be personal. That's what it's about. It's music, man. Yeah. People like it. People don't. Just be you.
Yeah.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, who else can you be but yourself?
That's it.
Yeah, exactly.
That was exactly it.
Well, that was
my opinion. These albums are the reason we get up the next day and fucking do the mundane shit.
Yeah. But I just wanted to say, thank you for sharing that because that was really cool. That was really, really cool.
It was very well done.
Yeah. Yes.
All right. I'm going to move us on. So, Jeff, your turn.
Okay.
You're going to follow that up now.
I don't know how I'm going to follow that up. That's
easy.
That was you set the bar, Bill. All right. Okay. So I'm just going to read verbatim what I wrote. Okay. So I wrote.
Yeah.
All right. So the hardest part of these albums, these album duels, is coming in and not just picking your personal favorite from the get-go. Now, all of us here have had to stand on that razor's edge, not knowing which way we were going to vote. Sometimes we make the uncomfortable decision to go with an album that isn't our favorite, but deserves to win the round.
To be fair, I think you more than most, Jeff. I think more than most.
Well, we've all done it. We have. But now, since these album duels have started, we've seen time and time again from everyone. We've seen this. Now, trust me when I say it is exceedingly difficult. Tonight's duel between Pink Floyd's The Wall, I put in brackets 1979, and the Beatles' Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, 1967. It's a battle between songs, album design, lyrical direction, and impact on popular culture. And perhaps most importantly, at least for this battle, which album is better is a concept album.
Yeah.
So I think it's fair to say right up front which album is a stronger concept album, and that is The Wall.
Yeah.
It tells the story of Pink, a seemingly struggling rock star who's has difficulty dealing with the norms of society, but becoming more and more isolated and insular, eventually forming a wall between himself and the outside world. One might describe this as his descent into madness. Now, the story is brilliantly told from beginning to end through 26 songs, or chapters, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
But Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band is a concept album, but it is a loose concept album in the way that it does not tell a cohesive story it told from song to song. Moreover, the album is more of a concept album in theme only. The idea of them
3 songs.
Yeah. But the idea itself is the album of them. It was them stepping away from the whole Beatlemania thing, and them becoming songwriters under the tutelage of Sgt. Pepper, and joining his Lonely Hearts Club Band.
Yep, alter egos.
That's right, and that in itself is concept. And of course, then comes the album cover and all that stuff that goes with that.
Absolutely.
So I think it is fair to say that if one was trying to cobble together a story between the two albums, one practically writes itself. The Wall has been made into a movie, a successful stage play, and a tour. Now, this is something that we never saw from the Beatles. They never toured for this album. They stopped touring in 1966, a year before this album came out. Yeah, that's right. Now, the same cannot be said for Pink Floyd, The Wall. They toured 1980 and 1981 in support for the album. And then Roger Waters has done multiple things.
Still
since
going
then.
today.
That's right.
Yeah.
So riding on the
cancelled
waves
in
of that
fucking
album.
Germany.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, let's not go there.
That's a different story.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
This shit,
Oh,
so good.
I'll check it out.
Sorry, Jeff.
No, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. So does this mean that Pink Floyd wins outright? Well, not so simple. We cannot overlook the cultural impact of Sgt. Pepper as a powerhouse on music, how it broke the mold on what is considered the rules of what an album could be. Sgt. Pepper would go on to inspire listeners and the punchers, but also musicians with new ideas and attitudes to the approach of music. And I have no doubt that Sgt. Pepper had some impact on what would become The Wall 12 years later. It opened doors for minds, breaking down the wall of what was possible. Now, then there is the production. The level of production heard here in 1967 raised the bar so high that afterwards it was impossible for bands to go back to the old ways of recording albums.
I was about to say that just that alone.
And one album did this.
Yeah.
Now, it's difficult to put into words the cultural impact this album has done, and it's still felt today, still influencing not only artists writing their music, but producers and engineers on techniques and ideas.
Absolutely.
So
sure, inspired to like what they did with what they had. What the fuck? Like that's a huge watershed moment in production history for production heads. That's an album. Like that's a must listen. Like
that's right. And that this album, it just changed the world. I get that, Dave. Yep, it did. But now we were all changed forever by the digital age that we find ourselves into today. So recording albums today is different than it was, yesterday. But it would be a mistake to look at the road that we're on now without taking a moment to understand who paved that road. Every once in a while, an album comes along that changes everything. And this is one of those albums, Sgt. Pepper's.
I completely get what you're saying. It makes perfect sense.
So where does that leave us? Two brilliant albums, both equally important for their impacts on music and all that is involved with that. Both albums deserve to win. But that is not what is going to happen here tonight. One album must stand above the other and move on to the next round, which is why this is such torture. I'm literally torn in two. The Wall and all it brings to the part, with its storytelling. Who doesn't think that Another Brick in the Wall, parts 1, 2, and 3 is not brilliant?
Yeah.
Who doesn't think that? Or the familiar chords to the opening of Run Like Hell. And then how can we forget the melancholy, depressive sounds of Comfortably Numb?
Yeah.
And then don't even get me started over that guitar solo. Iconic doesn't do it justice.
Get it.
And it's done in two parts.
I butcher it regularly.
They did it in two parts because one wasn't epic enough. It's absolutely magnificent. And then we have Sgt. Pepper. Iconic songs, the title track, Sgt. Pepper, done in two parts, an opener and a closer, if you will, but then followed up by the brilliant A Day in the Life.
Yes.
Which is, in my opinion, one of the greatest songs ever written by anyone.
Not only that, but also the production on that song alone. Like just
it's just
work.
It's amazing. It's amazing. But the album doesn't stop there. It's got more iconic songs with a little help from my friends and Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds.
When I'm 64.
When I'm 64.
I love that song.
Benefit of Mr. Kite.
Yeah.
So, I mean, where do you stop? There's just so many. And I think it's almost a crime, really. I'm not reading off script now to put these albums up against each other and knowing that one has to move on.
It's actually one of the more fair fights, though. To be honest,
I agree. But it's sad because they're both so iconic, and one is going to be gone. And so, as voted by which album I think is the better concept album, The Wall. But let me just say that I think that which is a better album with all its parts considered, Sgt. Pepper is the better album. But this is not a case of a better concept album. The Wall gets my vote because as far as an album goes, a concept album, it wins in the concept department. I think the idea that Sgt. Pepper brings as a concept album is so loose, that you could argue that the songs all stand apart and they stand alone all by themselves, whereas there's such a cohesion between The Wall and the songs, and it's literally a story. And if you want to understand it, it's like opening a book. You can't start reading in the middle. That's you have to go from the beginning and get to the end. So in that sense, it gets my vote as for a concept album. So that's where I'm going.
Wow. This is going to be a really interesting moment here on the show because we have Conrad's vote sent through in the chat because he's had some dramas this week, which I said before at the top of the episode that he'll elaborate if he chooses to in his own time. But he sent through that his vote was for The Wall, if I'm correct as well. So that makes it
4, and you're still to come.
I'm still to come, which means this could or could not, but this is the closest we've come to a clean sweep yet, which is actually quite remarkable. We haven't had a clean sweep yet.
No,
which is
never.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
And, there's still time to come, but
who knows? It'd be interesting. I'm really curious as to which way you go on this because I know you love them both, Andrew.
Oh, yeah. You have no idea. Like, this is a challenging one because
I think this is really painfully for you, man. I felt that a few weeks ago, but fuck, this is interesting.
This comes down to a whole bunch of notes. I'm going to go way off script now because it's one of those moments where you sit there and go, okay, just for me personally, knowing people that know me, and Dave is in the best position in this room, but the way I look at production, the history, the legacy of it, what was done with the Beatles and Sgt. Pepper's is just something that's never been done before. Like, it was just a complete, I said before, watershed moment. Like, you don't get those moments when you study things, when you listen to things, when you the feelings and the emotions that come from those sorts of albums, those moments in time that come. And even though I wasn't born in '67, like it's
timeless, man.
It is a timeless record, and I can fully see why. In your case, Julia, it's her band. Like it's a band. If you disrespect the Beatles, I
don't get the hate for the Beatles that some people have.
Honest, I was one of those people. I didn't hate the Beatles, but I didn't get the Beatles, if that makes sense. Like I just sort of wrote them off as a catchy little fucking thing.
Ignorance.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
but once you
everything we enjoy in music is because of the Beatles.
From the Beatles. Correct. And once you dig in and understand that, I came from a position of ignorance and I didn't get it. And now it's not like trying to preach to the converted kind of thing, but it is a thing where if you sit there and you listen to their volume of work, and I still think albums like the White Album are like, whoa, hang on. Maybe you should come down a little bit from that fucking high, but it's an important album nonetheless. But albums like this one in particular, when they decided to quit the road and focus on the studio, how they converted the studio into an instrument, and they really showcased that on this album in particular, it becomes a really important moment in musical history. To do what they did, the tracking they did with the fucking technology they had is just phenomenal. Like the day in the life, I don't think you get things that are iconic like the that moment in the Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory or Charlie and the Chocolate Factory movie where Gene Wilder, is that the name?
Yeah.
He's in there going, and that scene in the boat going faster and faster, and like you don't get that moment in cinema history without Sgt. Pepper's. Like for me, like that it's a weird link to make, but you don't that whole whirling through.
Wow. Andrew.
But do you understand what I'm getting at? Like I get it. It affected everything in fucking popular culture. I get it. You wouldn't have the visual in that movie without this album.
Like that's how important and how that then gets referenced by like things like Marilyn Manson on Portrait later on. Like that is so cyclical. Like that's the impact of that album. When you really, for me, and I could be way off of it.
No, you're spot on. Iconic doesn't touch it, doesn't do enough justice for it. It's beyond iconic.
Yeah, and so that's the importance of this album and this band and what they've done. The flip side to that coin is a band like Pink Floyd, because to me personally, one of the first songs I taught myself on guitar was Wish You Were Here. The first two Pink Floyd albums I started on were Wish You Were Here and Animals. I used to listen to those things when I moved out of home as a teenager. I was like 16 years old. I'm going to those two albums night after night, going to sleep, listening to those two things. Like I used to study those two albums in depth back to back. And then you go from that to The Wall and to Dark Side of the Moon and so on.
Man, fuck. Empty Spaces for me was my sleep song. I used to put that on repeat and just have it on low volume and just sleep to that
Shine
song.
On You Crazy Diamond to Animals itself. Like I could jump back and forth and just live in that space for months on end. And so you're dealing with two albums that are so, and I haven't referenced even the storytelling in The Wall yet, but the conceptual impact. When you go to things like, I first saw The Wall in early 90s, I'm going to say. Maybe beforehand. And that was just a mind-blowing visual experience, seeing that one, going, what the fuck is going on? And in a conservative household, it was really just not the thing to go and do. Like, you know, parents tried to get me out of the room kind of thing with this being, there's a whole backstory to this thing. But long story short, I had a foreign exchange student staying with us for a little bit of time, and they brought that video in with them and just sort of had that one playing, just they wanted to show it off. And it was a moment that I'll never forget. So Jan, if you see this one, fucking well done. But there are certain, like that's a moment that I'll never forget, and that's from the movie of this album, let alone the album itself. Then you go and dig into the album itself when it comes to The Wall. The storytelling, the emotive impact, the performances, like the solos in Comfortably Numb. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? I mean,
I try to play that, but I can't.
You cannot replicate Dave. And the funny thing and the thing is that I talk about production when it comes to Peppers, but Dave Gilmour, when it comes to production values, he will tell you to the millisecond the delays that are used on each song. That
you can learn every fucking note he plays. It's all there. It's been transcribed. You cannot play
like him. And
you can't recreate that.
But he knows every single detail. Like his attention to detail is absolutely ridiculous. And what he brought to Pink Floyd into this album, I know that Roger Waters deserves his credit as well, and I'm not getting away from that at all. But because the balance, the tension and balance between him and Gilmour is one of the all-time things. Like we talked about before, like Tyler and Perry. Before that, you had Gilmour and Waters. Like that is an all-time pairing that's important.
I hate to cut you off here, but when Pink Floyd toured this, they had 4 trucks all positioned in like a square, and they were all faced off apart from each other because they weren't talking.
Yeah.
They hated each other when they toured this fucking album.
But the thing
they
is
were all...
Sorry, but even recently, Waters has said that regardless of what's happened between Gilmour and myself in the years gone since, he respects him as a guitarist for what he brought to this album.
Yeah.
So it's a mutual abiding respect for what has been crafted in their art, even though they can't look at each other anymore. What they created is timeless. And so you've got 2 albums here that the hardest part about these battles is getting into the nitty-gritty and going into it and all those things, and it comes down to the overall execution and all those sorts of things. Like I said before when Jeff was talking, I believe it was, that when it comes to Peppers, it's realistically a very loose concept, but it's anchored around 3 songs on the album, and that's about it. When it comes to The Wall, you've got an entire narrative. You've got all the emotive depth. And Dave, you and I have spoken in the past about the things that we've endured growing up and things like putting up a wall for yourself and that kind of stuff. The emotive relevance, especially today, I think this album has more impact today than in the time.
It's just fucking timeless. And you know, you and me both went through really weird shit that most people don't.
Yeah.
And you can come back to this album, and it's depressing as hell, but it helps.
It's cathartic. It helps you release things. Whereas I don't, whilst I respect, admire, and love the Beatles, especially the Sgt. Pepper's album, I don't think it has the weight to it to have that release factor. It's an important, pivotal, critical. So much music does not happen without that record, which you cannot deny, you cannot dismiss. But at the same time,
fucking love that album. Like,
and I love it too. But the thing is, for example, we had Tommy from The Who the week. The Wall,
and any of these 10 albums in this battle could be number one. That's the fucking painful thing about it.
And it sucks to kick one out every week. But at the same time, when it comes to The Who with Tommy, what they started, The Wall finished.
Yeah.
The Wall took that entire idea and went, we're going to fucking really refine this thing. I think there's a couple of years difference from memory on that one as well. So it's not a huge difference there, but what The Wall did and what Tommy sort of started.
I think Tommy was 71. I think.
Yeah.
71.
Yeah. The Wall's 79.
Yeah.
So eight years.
So sorry, I was a bit off on that one, but the idea is that, you know, what Tommy started, The Wall finished. Is
absolutely,
kind of
that's right.
What I think I'm trying to get to there. So I don't think you get The Wall without Sgt. Pepper's.
Yeah.
But I think ultimately The Wall is more potent a record in its entire form than Sgt. Pepper's is, if that makes sense.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And so that's what makes this whole thing really tough. And my write-up was different to where I've gone in the conversation here, but there is so much to take in both these albums that if you're a music fan at all, you're going to find something to love in both these records. But I think that it's one of those ones where you sit there and when you really like I wrote a very different bunch of notes to what I'm talking about. When you sit here in the moment and you got to talk it through and go, okay, this and X, Y, Z, whatever, and blah blah blah. But we fucking waffle on for hours. We know that. But when you get into it, when you really break down, you take away all the fucking notes, all your fucking thoughts, just go, okay, how do you feel in the moment? And it's really hard to choose between two albums. You can sit there and go, okay, well, fuck, love them both. And that's the problem, especially we discussed before. Dave's a theory head, I'm a production head, and the importance of Peppers to that alone really makes it tricky. But at the same time, it comes down to execution when it comes down to things like a concept album and what has the most relevance today even versus the day it came out. I'm going to go with The Wall.
Clean sweep.
It's a clean sweep.
Clean sweep.
Wow. We haven't had one. So
he's getting a broom. He's going to get a broom.
Yeah, I know. Dave's dropped the mic and walking off, but that's it's really a like my notes were entirely different to what I've spoken about, but it's that thing where you sit in the moment and you go, okay, where am I going to go with this? And then I don't want to dismiss the Beatles because you can't. Like you just can't dismiss that album.
But as a concept album, they're both fruit, but one is just heavier as a concept album. It just got more meat to it. There's more to read. There's more to look at. There's more to dig away and more to learn in The Wall.
And I think that also just on the point of production head kind of nonsense, when you dig into The Wall, there is a lot more there than you might think as well. Like when you dig into that album and you start to really analyze the production value there.
Oh yeah.
Just tonally alone. Like, oh my God. Like to pull that guitar tone, fuck me dead. Like you would kill for that. Like I would kill to pull Gilmour's guitar tone on the solos and Comfortably Numb.
I've tried.
My God.
Yeah. I've tried.
Like
apparently in Another Brick in the Wall Part 2, he has two channels. One goes to an amp that has a slight bit of chorus, and one goes to an amp that has a slight bit of distortion. So you have two distinctly different channels. But then you got his feel, his touch.
That's what it comes with it.
But also, just for the point here, that I do want to get some notes in here. The Wall is today still the best-selling double album of all time.
All time, yeah.
Yep.
That's important. You can't dismiss that. But also, what was so well done, like, it's funny how Bell mentioned the strings on Peppers in She's Leaving Home kind of thing. The use of strings in Vera, for example, on The Wall is just as important. But also, there's a loop on this album that begins and ends the circle. You've got This Is Where We Came In at the beginning of the album and at the end of the album. If you listen to the beginning and the closing tracks back to back to each other, it starts to circle. It's actually the same sentence spliced across the beginning and the end of the album.
Yeah.
Which dives you deeper into the madness that's going on. So when you talk about production value, the little things that matter, that is something that no one's discussed until this moment when all of us have come to it. That little detail is so incredibly, impeccably well done to me.
I mean, imagine being at a concert, a massive stadium show, where that is what you're looking at.
And they come
down. Big fucking wall, and the band is on the other side.
Yeah.
And everyone is just engrossed in what the band is doing.
And the thing is, right, the
funniest
thing about it is that to really jump off here, Tool have tried this,
and
it hasn't worked the same way.
No. Tool can't touch it. No.
You can't touch the past, man.
And that's the thing, is that people still try to replicate this kind of stuff, and it doesn't work. The original can sometimes be the best. And you could say the same thing for the Beatles, but I think The Wall... And the trial on The Wall, just to reference that bombastic moment, that's a nod to Bob Ezrin, the producer.
Yeah.
That's his moment to shine.
How do you close every element that you've brought up in your narrative and bring it to a cohesive fucking great unit and then break it out?
Yep.
Because apparently while this album was being recorded, there was a lot of tension in the band, and he diffused it. One of the
that
keyboard
itself
players
is remarkable.
Fired,
how do you create such a cohesive, timeless album when your band is in turmoil?
Yeah,
it's amazing.
But the same can be said for the Beatles too. They weren't exactly getting along all the time.
No,
that was a very dark period for them.
So that isn't a debate for both bands, to be honest. But it's a fine line, that tension, where it works and where it doesn't work anymore.
Yeah,
when it becomes dysfunctional.
Different world, different generation, different people.
But it doesn't matter, because you look at bands like Aerosmith, for example. Dave, you and I did a deep dive on their discography, and they were still punching out great albums toward the end, but they haven't done anything in over a decade now, and there's a good reason why. So, holy fucking next that glass. But there
last little drip.
I know.
I got to get that last drip out.
You got to get
the crevices and shit.
Into the last drop. Yep.
End of the day, it's going to The Wall for me, which makes it our first clean sweep. Our first clean sweep in all these battles we've done.
That's fucking amazing.
And we don't get many of the. I don't think we will get many, to be honest. But it's
no in Dream Theater. No in Dream Theater out. That's for sure.
Yeah.
You'll learn. You'll learn. You stick with us long enough.
Let's get through. Let's hang on.
This is like a threat.
Just to really throw the cat amongst the pigeons. Let's get through next week first. You know what's next week?
Nope.
Oh.
Wasp, the Crimson Idol versus Iron Maiden's Seventh Son.
No! I just had a stroke.
That's next week. You thought this week was hard. Next week's going to be fucked up.
Wow.
So,
wow.
Yeah, that's rough.
I can't keep doing these fucking emotional reviews, man. You're going to kill me.
Yeah.
That's the fun.
You mentioned something that I think Andrew and Dave both mentioned before regarding the solo "Comfortably Numb" and that sound, right? The sound. Yeah. Now this is not related to Pink Floyd or anything like that, but I recently watched an interview. Rick Beato was interviewing. How
good is Rick Beato, man?
He's great.
Oh, okay. Sorry. But I know I'm a theory nerd and everything. But I often say that the Phrygian dominant scale is the fifth mode of the harmonic minor scale. I learned that 30 years ago. So I thought, okay, if that's the fifth mode, what's the second, third, and fourth, and seventh, sixth, and seventh, and all those fucking modes? So I wrote it out all out, and like Locrian sharp second and everything. And on the Rick Beato video, he actually called these scales that. So I was right 25 years ago. Thank you, Rick Beato, because you just fucking, you have no idea how high you elevated me.
You know what your vibe is right now? If a tree falls in the wood but no one's there to hear it, doesn't make a noise. That's you right now.
But a jazz theory guy who has a massive following on YouTube just validated me because I'm fucking right. Yes.
Sorry. I did that, Jeff.
That was great, Andrew. Like Dave's funny. Dave is funny as fuck, but Andrew, my God, that was awesome.
Oh, dude.
Jeff,
there's a reason we work good together, but I'll shut the fuck up. I am so sorry, Jeff. Your ball.
All right. No, it was just that I thought of that moment when you guys were talking about the Comfortably Numb solo, and no one sounds like David Gilmour. So in this video, Rick Beato is interviewing Nuno Betancourt, right?
Yeah.
Nuno comes to, and he's in his studio. It's just come out. It's just a few days old. And Nuno's talking. And Nuno is really good in interviews, by the way. He can just talk. He's great.
Yeah. Some are good. Some are really.
Yeah.
One of them. Yeah.
He is very good. So he's talking about him going to 5150 Studios where Eddie is, right?
Yep.
And so Eddie, long story short, basically Eddie says, "Here, do you want to play my guitar?" So Eddie's been playing this stuff and he sounds like Eddie, right? He sounds just like Eddie. So he hands Nuno his guitar. Now Nuno, same rig, everything. Yep. Nuno starts playing it and he's like, I can't, what the fuck? I cannot make it sound like what you just make it sound like. It sounded like Nuno, not Eddie. And he was disappointed because he's like, I wanted to sound like Eddie. I was like, oh, fuck, I'm going to sound like Eddie. And he couldn't do it. So it's in the hands.
Yeah. It's
in the hands. You know?
I've been saying that for fucking years, man.
Yeah.
There's also, hang on, but to get technical on this for a second, there's also a balance between harmonic resonance because of the way the guitar sits against the body. There's actually technical, there is definitely philosophical sides to this, where you talk about the hands, the heart, that's a part of it. There's also a technical element where it's about how far the guitar sits away, how much the body impacts, the cavity, the chest cavity of the human playing, like all these things have resonance that impact on the way the pickups work, the way the strings work, all those things that actually there is a method to the madness of it all. And that's why no one ever sounds like anyone else, even though they play through the same rig. It's never the same thing twice.
You could get 20 different people, 20 different 15-year-old kids to play on the same, like Eddie Van Halen's setup. Get those 20 kids to play on that. They'll all play the same chord differently because it's that human element, that human emotion. And it's been fucking destroyed recently by just digital crap.
No,
it has.
It's been destroyed. It's certainly, you know,
it's been fucking destroyed by all this digital crap that technology has taken over. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to be one of these people that bring it up, but this fucking technology has just taken all the human part out of music.
It hasn't taken away the human element. It's still there. It's just now another.
When it's processed and sampled and modulated and filtered, where's the humanality in that? It's not even a word.
Dave, the argument you're making has been made since the 70s. You understand that, right? Every single evolution.
Not to the degree it's been in the last 10 years.
I actually would beg to differ because the same argument has been had time and time again. You go back to when cars came in replacement of horses, it was the same conversation. You go back to the conversation.
Music, though, man.
No, but when you get into studio trickery, when it comes to how many tracks you can have and all those things, how many fucking plugins, and when you patch bay,
when you process the sound so much or you sample something, it doesn't have the same impact.
But it can because it's emotive.
It doesn't.
It can.
It doesn't because you're identifying with the original, thing, not the fucking
because it's about the performance and the song. If you can feel something that's done its job, It's about how it
No.
makes you feel. That's what
I
music
know what
does.
Dave's saying, and I know what Andrew's saying, but
Because
in
there's so
fairness,
many fucking layers of digital crap over it. You just can't feel the same shit as what you did
You and
30
I have
years
had
ago.
our time. Let's give Jeff some time here.
no. I was just
Is
going to
Jeff
say that.
still talking? Sorry, man.
No, it's all good. I had made my point, but I'll touch on what you guys say. Look, we live in a world now. Everything's digital, right? We live in a world where everything's digital. And digital simply means it's on or off, it's a 1 or 0, all that stuff. That's all about to change as well. I won't get into that.
Yeah, we've done that one.
Quantum stuff is coming. But Dave, if you play guitar, if you've got your signal going through, pickups, it's digital, and it's going from there through your.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's not digital. It's not run through a fucking computer.
Dave.
No. What
Hang
about
on.
your pedals?
Let me make a point. Dave, how many times have you recorded the tape in your life?
I don't recall that all that often. So what
How
difference
many
does it
times
make?
have you recorded in your life to tape analog?
How many times have I recorded? 0. I have never recorded. I filmed on a camera. Does that count? On the phone?
Because it's not analog to tape using magnetic filament.
No, I've never recorded myself to digital or tape playing. I film myself and post it on Facebook, but I've never recorded myself.
But the point I'm making is that we argue about tape versus digital, but how many of us actually? I'm one of the few. I think I'm one of a handful of people I know that have actually edited tape.
Yeah, I have too. Back in high school.
Tape.
Well,
yeah,
spliced
not like
tape.
that. I've spliced tape, but that's only because the fucking thing broke when it came out of the cassette player.
I've recorded tape, I've spliced tape, I've mixed a tape, I've done 2-inch tape on the big old fucking bass things. It's a fucking nightmare.
Yeah.
It's expensive as shit too. Like fuck me. Like,
that's cool, but the point I'm making, the more filters that you run your shit through, the more computer processes that you do, it just sucks that human element out of it.
Yeah, I get you.
You can't recreate that shit. Especially when you're sampling somebody else's music and trying to make it yours with your own emotion. You're fucking with somebody else's hard work. It doesn't work. Well, it's the worst thing that's happened to music.
I kind of get that. I get that. Look, talking about analog tape, we live in a digital world, right? So there's all these fucking machines that used to fucking spin these tapes that you could buy them now for nothing. And that all the tapes, they're in warehouses, they can't sell it. So they're basically selling, here, you want a pack of 50? Here you go, $100. So Dave is on his side. What the fuck?
No, Dave's having a trip out moment here.
Dave, slide to your right. You're gonna slide to your right.
I'm wondering if Dave's like run out of charge. He's going to drop out in a second.
Yeah, I think so. He's not moving.
Electronic.
Go to the light, Dave. Go to the light.
Yeah, the technology doesn't like Dave pissing it off. So Revenge of the Machines right now.
Revenge of the Machines. They're listening, Dave. They're saying fuck you. That's funny.
It's the AI. It started.
It's coming for you, Dave. Dave, you're first because you are most anti. You're first.
Yeah.
But just to compliment your point, Jeff. Yeah. I have a 24-channel mixer, old school analog mixer in my shed, which the Little River Band apparently recorded their first ever single on.
The same machine.
That is sitting in my shed.
Oh, fucking hell, man. Why? That's just got to go to some historical song.
I have to offload that before I move. Like that's an actual.
Reach out to them.
Was that like an 8-track Little River Band first?
It's a 24-channel Tascam desk mixer.
24.
I know the ones. Yeah, I've seen them, but
I did those I use those desks for my degree.
I've actually recorded on an old fucking a Neve.
How long ago was
a Neve? A Neve? You used a Neve?
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Recorded.
Like Neve are fucking like that. Like the bee's knees of this shit, you fucker.
So
they're expensive as all shit.
Well, it wasn't mine. But so I went to, we were in Melbourne, my old band, we were in Melbourne and we ended up, my bass player's brother, Rob, he was studying at whatever music, university or whatever it was. And so we were trying to get in to record places. And he said, look, if you can come on this day at such and such a time, I can get you in. So we were there like at 9 o'clock to like 4 in the morning. He got us in and we recorded on this old fucking Neve. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
I was like, holy shit. I got pictures on my phone somewhere. And the recording that we got wasn't the best, to be honest. It needed to be mixed and it was kind of a mess. But yeah, we're still recorded on one. Dave, what happened?
He's back.
You're back, Dave. The digital gods got you. What happened?
You with us, Dave?
Dave can hear us?
I don't think he can hear us. Dave.
No, Dave.
Dave.
Just not if he can hear us.
Dave's not here, man. Dave's
Hang on.
half here.
I think he's. Oh, hang on.
I was going to say, just
I
not
thought
if
he was
you're in there.
explaining when he come down.
There was a ghostiness.
Yeah, the ghosting machine. Oh,
You
it got you, Bill? Oh,
I was about to say when Bella's talking about the ghost machine and she freezes for half a second, it's like, what the fuck?
Oh,
You
did I?
did.
Oh, that's my
This
stupid internet.
gremlins. Yeah, don't feed him after midnight. Holy fuck, it's 12:30.
It's gonna be a fucking wild ride to the end of the episode.
Oh my god!
Wow. But honestly though, this is like, to get back to the, like, we could go into the fucking weeds for days on all this kind of shit,
that's right.
But the fundamental point of music, fuck, I'm gonna get deep for a second, is just
Please.
that it makes you feel like, and it doesn't matter what production value it has. And I say this as a complete fucking, back in the early days of the show, when it was just Shane and myself, and he did me a service by pulling me up and saying, you can't think like that when these bands were sending in their stuff, because I would hold it to a production standard that wasn't reasonable for those bands to seek or to try and get a hold of. So I was coming from a background of being a bit of a snob, to be honest, in terms of production. It's not about that. It's about what you feel when you listen to music. And I'd forgotten that for a little while. And I think that for me personally, when it comes down to, I said before that music is the soundtrack of your life. It's not just that, because it never ends. So until you're gone, you've always got the opportunity to explore and find new things.
Yeah.
Which means that it's important that it makes you feel something. And when you get those moments that make the tear ducts react, or the goosebumps on the back of your arm, those to me are the moments you cherish when it comes to the music world, because music is, for some of us, not for everyone, but for some of us, it's that thing that speaks to you. It's that thing that makes you feel, and it allows you to emote or process things that you wouldn't ordinarily process or emote or deal with in any other way. And so it gives you that cathartic, almost therapeutic release that allows you to then move on, to heal, to progress, to whatever term you want to put on it. But it's an important thing. And the thing for me about music that makes it so important, to get philosophical for a moment, is that it's been around longer than religion to me. Like, music as a part of human history has been more fundamental than religion. It's been there from the start. It was a part of the way we used to transfer information from one generation to the next. Music, song, literature, all those things. Correct. Like that method of communication, the use of song in rhyming to teach, has been around for forever. And it's always based on giving you an emotive context, making you feel something that makes you connect to the moment that you're being taught, or to thought or feel, or a sentence, or whatever the case may be. But the connection between emotion and music can never be denied. And so that's what makes this all so interesting, fundamental, important, whatever you want to fucking term you would put on it. But that's why I do what I do. Like, I just love the way it makes you feel, even if you hate it. Like, it makes you feel something.
Yeah,
and that's
correct. Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
that's critical these days, especially more than before.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that made any sense at the end of the day, but that's where I kind of went.
Did. Yep.
Yeah,
Summed it up.
no, you're right. It's important.
Yeah.
What happened, Dave?
It helps.
What happened to you, Dave? You fucking ran away and you came back.
My phone died. It went down to 0%. So it's got 1%, and it's always plugged in. I don't know what the cord must have been slightly out or something. I tried logging in on the laptop, which is in front, but yeah. So the phone's got 2% now, so it's back. But I don't know what the fuck happened there. That was weird.
Literally flipped on your side, and then you were just like on.
Sideways Dave.
You went sideways and you fucked off. Like
sideways Dave. That's just what you need when Andrew's going on about how important music is. Yeah,
we were actually joking that it was the digital gods that caught you and they sucked you away.
They got you.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. But yeah, I came in halfway through what Andrew was talking about, and I get it, man. Fucking music's the reason I'm here today. Absolutely. I don't want to sound fucking like an emo or anything, but
no, but
there's countless albums that have certainly helped me. You know, the reason I get up in the morning is to hear.
It's as you said before, it's cheap therapy.
Yeah,
and what makes these last few weeks and the next few weeks exceptionally hard is I didn't realize how many of these concept albums are exceptionally important. Yeah, they're like the special albums, the concept albums, because the stories that are told, there are characters that you can relate to.
They're like novels.
So when you put one up against each other, you know, I kind of think that it's going to be Operation Mindcrime against Scenes from a Memory. But if it's Scenes from a Memory against the Wall, I'm going to be fucking beside myself. But then next week we have Wasp against Iron Maiden. Yeah. And, you know, spoiler alert, Seventh Son is my favorite Maiden album. And I fucking love Crimson Idol.
Mine too.
That's going to be tough. That's going to be really hard.
That's my favorite Maiden album as well.
Hard, that one.
And honestly, I think the Crimson Idol is criminally underrated by a lot of metal fans.
Oh my
so I'm going to want to go to bat for that album.
How good is that song, Chainsaw Charlie? When the guitar kicks in, you just fucking crank that.
That whole fucking album, especially that last song, is so cathartic. If I couldn't listen to that whole album, I would listen to that song. But we're getting ahead of ourselves, but the title track of Seventh Son alone,
that's how
fucking
much
brilliant.
Yeah, that's how much it needs. We're already thinking as soon as Andrew said, right, this is next. You can't help it.
It's going to be another hard week. Fucking Conrad, if you're watching this, it's all your fault. Fuck.
Yeah. I honestly thought Canadian was tough, but this is way tougher.
Yeah, you start a shit and leave the country. Fuck hell.
You go, dickhead.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
The dude that doesn't have a job gets to live a good fucking life, and we're all stuck here living a fucking mundane bullshit.
Good side is we're here talking about it, and he's going through his other troubles over there. So
well,
either way.
I've seen movies that deal with his shit. Fucking.
Jesus. All right, let me get to some comments here before we get out of here tonight because we're nearly done. The guy said the Wall for sure. Vinny said the Wall. Peppers from Guy said Peppers is a Paul is Dead album on the cover. It's a grave. Alistair Crowley as well. Yeah, that there's all those theories are out there. Rowan said I'm a fan of Dark Side of the Moon, but I never listened to The Wall. I think I associated it too much with Marching Hammers and Bob Geldof. Fair enough. Yep. Sally said Floyd by an unchallenged mile. That's a statement. Well done, Sally. Wow. Guy said deep dives with Dave. I love it. We do that here, and Dave's one of the good ones for it. Michael said flat out refuse to choose between Peppers and the Wall. For me, cannot have a winner or lose. Just glad I can listen to both, and that is ultimately the end of the day the moral of the story. Seriously.
Yeah.
Edge Grush said Floyd by a mile. Prog rock at its best. There we go. Jim Morrissey, good to see you on YouTube. He's gone. That's cruel to Jeff. I'm not sure exactly the context, but.
Jim is a buddy of mine.
Oh, there we go.
I'm glad you're watching, Jim. Thank you for tuning in.
Yeah.
Hey, Tim.
The comment was a little while ago now, about an hour or so ago, but it was a good little nod there. So thanks for jumping in.
Are you Canadian? I like Canadians.
He's not. I'm Canadian. Hell, he lives in Frankston. He's not Canadian.
I'm not your buddy, guy.
All right. Chris said, so Dave, when we do our Ice Ice Baby Off challenge, how is your Dave Gilmore feel going to help you win? That's a good challenge there, Chris.
Dude, well done. Like send me a Facebook request and I'll share a video of me playing Comfortably Numb where I fucking butcher it. People seem to like it, but I fucking butchered it. And as far as Ice Ice Baby goes, We'll do that shit, and then we'll jump on Run DMC's. It's tricky because I fucking nail that shit. I rapped that shit against the black Sudanese guy, and he asked me to slow it down because I'm a fucking rap master. Fuck yeah.
Oh my God.
Dave, videos or it doesn't happen. I want that from you, fucking for real.
Yeah.
It's there. I'll find it.
All
Yeah,
right.
that shit happened.
Rowan
Fucking
says,
white boy
after
style.
one listen of the wall, I wrote, this is like a packet of 2-minute noodles. A few pieces of tasty meat overwhelmed by too much noodling. Wow.
What?
Hang on. There's a follow-up.
This is coming from a Dream Theater fan.
Calm your farm. But after listening to it on loop,
I just fucking died.
won me over.
In all
I don't
different
love
ways.
every bit of it, but I now enjoy playing the album and just falling backwards into that ambient sound.
Yeah. Nice recover. Yeah.
Okay.
Rowan.
We can still be friends.
Followed on by with re-listening to Sgt. Pepper's, and it was still fine. So The Wall by 2 miles in a 1 mile race.
Wow.
So there we go.
I get it.
Well done, Rowan. He's gone. Check out Doug Helvering here analyzing chords. Yeah, that's Dave.
That's Dave.
Dave.
And guys,
Daily Dave.
I love that guy.
Wait till you get to your -7s. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Dream Theater's coming up. We'll get to the -7s. Don't you worry.
Michael said Dave A minor, C Dave major, Dave be suspended.
Like you, man. You're fucking cool.
Yeah, that's a good one. Chris says, I'll sing on your song. So there we go. Nicole says you're doing great, Belle. So there's some love for Belle from Nicole.
I
so
love
well
you,
done,
Nicole. I hope you've
Nicely
gotten over
put.
your cold. I haven't forgotten.
My flatmate's got a cold.
Vinny said, great future topic. Songs that take you back. I think I lost my virginity to Noise Works of all bands. The jury is out if I lasted the first verse.
No. Yeah, I won't share that shit.
No, let's none of us share that shit.
Vinny's got a point.
What?
Songs you lost your virginity to.
Vinny's got a point.
Yeah.
I'm still a virgin. Actually.
Take it back.
Yeah, well, dude, you're Canadian, man. What the fuck do you expect?
No. The definition of a virgin is having been entered by a man. I am still a virgin. Look it up.
Oh,
Okay,
wow.
Republican fucking Jeff.
Look it up. I'm not kidding. That's what it says under virginity.
Oh
having been
God.
entered by a man. I am still a virgin.
Wow.
Okay.
Hey, Jeff,
no
Jeff,
offense.
we can
to anybody else out
arrange.
there,
We can
but
arrange for that to be unfucked for you if you like.
I Dave,
I'm sure you have some
Dude,
fans.
if you bring the bells.
look, to each their own. I got nothing. I'm not
Love
trying
you,
to say one thing or the
Danielle.
other, but if you look up the definition of virginity, that's what it says.
Wow.
I claim to be a virgin.
How
That's all.
old is
That's
that?
fucked
How
up.
old is that?
I know
Wow.
it's fucked. It's fucked. It is.
Dude.
It's fucked.
I'm jumping on Google right now.
All right.
I'm
Do
sure
it.
Dave is. Anyway, Vinny
Curious.
said 30 years later I can get through the final countdown now. So to follow up from before. Sally says Belly's right on point. Floyd is a band that easily take you to a place in time. Very iconic band. You and your reviews. Loving having a metal chick with the show. So there you go. There's some more love for Belle. Nicely done,
Love
Sally.
it,
Absolutely.
Sal's awesome.
She's an
girl.
awesome
Sally's
woman.
cool.
Happy to be
She's been a
Sally.
long time
Sally's
fan.
great. Sally is great. A lot of love for Sally. What do we got here? So Bash has said, great review, Dave. I understand a lot more about the concept of The Wall than I did. It might change my view of the album. I always liked a few songs, especially Comfortably Numb. In the day, Another Brick in the Wall was played continuously on the radio, and I began to dislike it. And that's the thing to that. That is
That
unfortunate.
Yeah, song can be overplayed, but
Yeah.
man, I just talk about what I get from an album. I didn't.
Well, that's all.
That's cool.
Thanks.
Sweet child of mine. If I hear that
So
again,
good.
I'm gonna commit hair again. But
No, if that helps people understand an album, that's fucking cool. Thank you.
Yeah, help me.
yeah.
Jumping in, Sally said Floyd special. Yay, we'll get there eventually, I'm sure. Vinny said, for me, a momentary lapse of reason really hits home. I can drift away to the millisecond Learning to Fly begins. Learning to Fly.
Oh,
my
fuck, Learning to Fly.
God.
No, once Roger Waters has left, but those two albums of Gilmore, like Momentary Lapse of
Underrated.
Reason and
Underrated.
Vision Doll, holy shit.
Momentary Lapse of Reason is probably the best Floyd concert I've seen. But
Pulse. Pulse is phenomenal.
Yeah, Pulse is a fucking great live album.
Pulse is good, but
Okay.
I don't think it's as good. In my opinion.
That you've seen. Who else has seen Pink Floyd? live?
I haven't seen it.
In-
I haven't seen
Never,
it live.
never.
Just watching the Pulse
So just
show.
guess.
I haven't even seen Roger Waters, and I was fucking kicking
No.
myself he didn't come.
Wow.
Here's a deep cut for people. I mean, you probably don't know the band Shadow Gallery. If you're a Dream Theater fan, you might know Shadow Gallery, but they did a 25-minute tribute to Pink Floyd where they do like a massive medley. Jump on YouTube and check out Floydian Memories. It's fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
It's
Like
so good. They just
Floydian, like
weave
Freudian.
so many Pink Floyd melodies and iconic moments together in this 25-minute opus of medley brilliance. It's fucking great. So jump on YouTube, Shadow Gallery, Floydian Memories, and check out their albums too. They're fucking good.
It's a random as fuck segue, but I've got the acoustic guitar in the lounge room inside.
Go grab it.
No, fuck
Yeah. Yeah, dude, that's jam. That's fucking good.
I haven't picked up my guitar. I haven't picked up my guitar seriously in a long time.
Oh, dude, did you like
jam.
ditch that Metallica special we did because I brought the guitar out from the Metallica? I
You
fucking
did.
butchered it. What? That was terrible. What the fuck was I thinking?
I just edited that. That goes to air this weekend.
Oh no!
But
That's
just
straight up
for me, the
wow.
moment that just to get back to the thing about the guitar and Pink Floyd and that kind of stuff for me is that I've got the guitar inside. When you go back, you're talking about how many years now? Close to 30 years ago, I got that guitar, and I started off with one, Fade to Black, and Wish You Were Here.
Nice.
Yeah,
Those were the
they're
three
standards,
songs
man.
on guitar, and just the acoustic guitar, the CD player, and just hitting that fucking pause, scroll back for like 5 seconds or 3 seconds, 1 second, and going back.
All
again.
the old CE players that had the AB button where you could
I had the
loop
AB button as
something.
well.
The AB button where you had the small part and you would just try fucking nail it.
Man, and then from there, just to go back, I'm gonna go fucking way off nowhere now. But I did that. That's how I then ended up becoming a guitar teacher after that. Like I did many years later. I did that, took lessons, became a teacher after that, and then in the midst of teaching guitar, I got my first 4-track recorder and recorded myself and my sister doing multi-tracking, and that's how we got into. We both did audio engineering at the same time. She dropped out after the second year, and I finished the course. But we were both studying audio engineering, and I got my diploma in it, in sound. What is it? Advanced Diploma Audio Engineering Sound Production is the actual full qualification, whatever it is. But it's a weird. The way that Pink Floyd impacts me, because to take me back to the acoustic guitar, which then takes me to the journey since, which goes to the 4-track, which takes me to the production schedule. And it was funny because we're moving, which means packing up a lot of things, which means taking up a lot of old memories because you see things in boxes, put it away you haven't looked at for a long time.
Yeah.
And I saw my old notes. I found the box the other day which I think is actually right here, actually, as I sit here. It's right beside me. There's a box there with all my old notes from my study. So that all my Pro Tools books are in there. My study notes from my degree are in there, including where I started to analyze albums for production values. So you can learn by listening to albums, going, okay, how do you emulate the X, Y, Z?
Yep.
All of that. So Jody turns to me and says, so that's where all this fucking shit started. Like that's where all this fucking nonsense started.
That was the first domino.
Yeah, like,
wow.
Like,
was that before you met her? Was that?
Yeah.
Did you do all that? Okay.
Yeah, I did.
Wow.
We met a bit over a decade ago, and I studied my diploma. I got about getting close 20 years ago, something like that. I don't know. It's a long time ago now.
Okay.
So yeah, it was a long. It's a bit for me. I start. Oh fuck. Okay. To get into the weeds really now. The journey for me was I did classical singing, when I started that when I was 8. I finished up when I was 14. My voice broke, as it happens to guys, and I left that. Went from that to doing percussion and drumming for a while. From that to, I did keyboard while I was singing, so I know keyboard and piano as well. And then from there, I went to guitar, and then from there to production. So I'm a bit of a everything at the same time, kind of a
jack of all trades.
Yeah. So I've got a bit of information on everything. I used to teach guitar. I've done audio engineering and production. I've done percussion, keyboards, singing. There's an album that I've done which has never seen a light of day. It never will. It's one of those things that just happens along the way.
You got to share, man. Share, man.
Oh my god!
I did co-vocals on that one. That was pretty much almost ready for production, like final mix and release, except we all fell apart at the last hurdle for whatever reason. So I got an album under my...
Can you, sorry to cut you off, but can you please tell us what kind of album, like what's on the album?
If you were a fan of things like Strapping Young Lad, Devon Townsend, but a little more melodic, then that would be where you'd be going in that space.
Are we ever going to hear at least one track from this album?
Not publicly, no.
Oh, damn.
It takes
you share a song to the old school THRS.
Put it out there. Make up a name like the Foo Fighters did. Just put it out there.
No,
it's not just mine. I can't claim all the copyright. It's not mine. We all work together on it. It's not just.
I think I have heard. I think I've heard one track. I think you shared something with the old school fucking chat, and it was.
I've got an unmastered demo as well, but it's not going to hear the light of day. Yeah.
And then the thing is that you can't sort of just claim it and use it. You can't do that. It's not fair, not right. All those things. But I've done a lot over the years. I'm never going to claim to hit any fucking heights. Those who can't do teach kind of thing, and that's where I kind of live. But I've done a bit over the years. I've done international tours with singing and that before.
No, we're going to do a fucking THRS song. Somehow we're going to put something together.
You know, so the best, in my opinion, the best free DAW that you can get, in my opinion, is Reaper. Get it?
Yeah, Reaper's good.
Yeah. But, maybe somebody else has got something else.
See, the thing is, I don't lean into that because I've always used paid-for programs. So when it comes to Logic or Pro Tools, I'm proficient with both of those programs. So it doesn't bother me to use either of those things.
Do you have them? Do you have the programs?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I can use them. It's no problem at all to me. I haven't got Logic at the moment. I can get it in a heartbeat, but I got Pro Tools. My studies were, when I was doing it, I don't know about now, but when I was doing it, it was one of the only schools in Australia that was doing Pro Tools certification. I've actually been Pro Tools certified.
Nice.
Way back when. Wouldn't mean shit now, but I was actually Pro Tools certified for a while. So for industry standard people, you'll know what I'm talking about, but that was hard to get.
Well, you can record it. You've got the shit. You could record it.
Yeah, I've got all the inputs and fucking interfaces and all that. I got all that shit too. So I've got a 24-channel analog mixer in my fucking shed, not doing anything. That doesn't include my digital rack. I've got a digital rack as well.
Man,
dude!
Sorry, Belle. What was that?
I thought you didn't want to take that on your move.
I'm not taking analog on the. That's a heavy.
It's big. I know how big those things are.
That's a heavy bastard. I'm not moving that anywhere. It's either going to go somewhere cheap or it's going to go to a studio as a donation. I'm not taking it with me.
Sweet. As soon as you say rack, my mind just goes to the fucking.
I know where your mind goes.
I think we need to get some comments now.
You know what the sad thing is? My mind went there too.
Okay, what are you trying to tell us?
That would be
I've started with the
Dave and
exception
Bell
of
are on the same wavelength. Whoa.
I know.
with the
that
exception
was
of
voice
Bell
and
liking
non-voice.
North Lane and not liking Dream Theater, I think I've found my spiritual female equivalent. This is cool.
Oh. So, Dave, is North
Like-
Lane
you're like
to
opposite.
you?
Wow.
I think
You're complete opposite. Female.
now
Male.
Bell's like East Lane, and I'm like West Lane. I had to do the never eat soggy wheat bits.
Wait, bitch. Fucking hell, Dave. Like,
I don't know. It's like 1 o'clock and I'm drunk. Fucking.
all
Let's
right.
have some comments. Let's
Okay,
get the
yeah.
show back on
do
track.
that. All right.
Oh, shit, it is 1 o'clock. Oh my god.
It
Wow.
is. Okay, Basher
I
said,
don't-
us music
Conrad's not
lovers
even
will
here.
continue to search for the unholy grail of music. I'm 65 years old, still continuously searching. I haven't got a lot more time. You have time if you want it.
Oh,
Dude.
Basher.
Basher,
on.
come on, you're not that old. I haven't got.
Man, I'm feeling that 43.
Great
Fuck.
music, which moves us, and I found a lot of great albums. So I'm grateful to all. Look, I'm glad you're here with us, mate.
Yeah,
First-
man. Fucking, I love Thursdays to chat with you people. I recognize the
thing.
names,
Like,
and
honestly,
I found my spiritual people, man.
Yeah,
That's
it's stupid
cool.
o'clock, but I like how we get into the weeds at fucking 4 hours in.
I tell you
And-
what, it's
I thought it was
amazing.
like 11 o'clock.
I'm
Mm.
Friday's been having fun.
I wasn't
Yes.
even looking at the time. This is just what
And
happens. I don't know.
Fridays are fucking painful, but it's worth it, man. Everyone
Well,
that
the
tunes
thing is-
in, I'm so grateful because I was in a shit mood when I started, to be honest, and I'm
Yeah.
I'm in a good place.
The thing is that about it all
Fantastic
is that,
later.
and that's the perfect thing. Like it's not just about. Okay, we're getting way deep tonight.
Yeah.
The whole process.
We're not
for
space
me-
docking if that's what you're going. Fucking
No, we're not going there. But no, not at all, Dave. You can fucking fuck that off, Dave. But Dave, there's a reason you and I work, but there's a limit to that. So
there is, and this is why we stream at home now.
yeah, I know, right? Not in person. But
Dude, to be honest, man, I miss you, man.
I miss you too. Like to be genuine for a second, it's a shame that it's good and bad at the same time. This is easier. This is so much easier. It makes everything work. It works better. We get more done.
Yeah.
The being in person thing, yeah, I do miss it. It'll never be the same as it was. We'll never have the same. Like ever since we lost the studio, it's been hard to make it work.
Yeah.
Since we lost that, it's not been the same. And
we do what we need to do to get it done.
but the thing is, at the same time, like we say we miss each other, and that's true. But at the same time, we don't have the same loss because we still always see each other every week. If that makes sense, like we still have that bond is still there, which is cool.
But with the exception of my family and the people I work with, I see you every fucking week, man.
Yeah.
I don't see my best friends more often, and the people that tune in to see us.
Yeah, and that's
we're all
the beautiful
family,
thing.
man.
Like,
It's important.
yeah. I don't see, apart from my wife and kids, I don't see anyone more than you and the people that are joining us, our stream, and the people that we join in the chat. So I don't take it for a second for granted because this community, it can be as big or as small as it wants to be, but the community we build, the community we share in the way we share, how we feel, the emotions, all those things, like it's, to me, music. I know people say mathematics is the universal language. I think music is for me personally. I think music is the thing that can connect, can reach out, can do those things more than maths, because maths is too analytical. It's too cold. Music actually invokes emotion. And I think without emotion, we don't connect. And so I think we not only need that, but we also crave it as a species, if that makes sense. Way into this shit now.
No, look, I totally get what you're saying. I moved down here 4 years ago, and for the first year or so, I felt so disconnected from everyone I knew and everything I knew, and it was really difficult. And then COVID hit.
Yeah.
That was shit, but
Yeah.
it forced us to connect via this kind of medium. Yeah, exactly. We were forced into kind of communicating in this way rather than over the phone or face to face. We couldn't go into the office, and it reconnected people. And even though we were sort of in separate states, separate countries, even, we still just were able to see each other and talk to each other. And I don't know if I would have even connected with you guys if it hadn't have been for that time.
That's the thing. Like,
How did you find us, though? Because
you guys are still doing what you're doing in the studio. I wouldn't be here.
Yeah. We were TV dominant back in the studio. How did you find us? Because we're shifted more online in the past 3, 4, 5 years. How did you discover us? You're new to the THRS world.
Yeah, I'm pretty new, a year and a half, I think. I don't know, maybe I didn't tell you, but it was through YouTube, and I was watching Roxas.
Oh wow,
Roxas videos, just like their clips.
So you found our review? Is that how you found us?
Exactly. I was watching a Roxas videos like Body Heat, which is not off their Night Street album, and I love that song.
The standalone single, I
have the single on record, and a couple of others, because I'm a massive Roxas fan. And
you and Nikki would get along like a house on fire.
Oh,
God!
Oh, that'd be fun and scary. Because Nikki and Belle together, holy shit!
Oh, Nikki, I've watched some stuff with Nikki. Seriously, if I come to Melbourne, Nikki, I'm taking you out on a girls' night because I think we would have an awesome time.
You'd have a blast.
Yeah. There's a video from the 50s called Duck and Cover. That's what that would be fun.
Nikki,
which one is Duck and who's Cover?
Next time I'm in Melbourne, we're going out. So anyway, I found, and so through watching Roxas videos on YouTube, you scroll through and I saw the review for Night Street. I'm like, oh wow, okay, I'll watch this. And
what did you think when you watched our bunch of fuckwits doing something? What did you think?
I'm like, okay, 1, they're Australian. 2, I think they're from Melbourne. I don't know what tipped me off there. It was funny. It was accurate, because I think most of you thought the Night Street album was cool, which I'm a massive fan of that album. It's
great
awesome.
album.
It's so good. Yep. And then so from there, you go down rabbit holes, and I watched, I don't remember what else I watched, but I watched a couple of other reviews that you did. And I'm like, yeah, these guys are cool. They're kind of cute. And then I just like, and then I just found you on
before
Facebook.
I joined.
These were really, really old reviews.
Yeah,
anyway,
we're in fitter form back then.
We still had Nick and Mick on the panel back then. And Brendan had hair.
I know.
I don't even know who. Oh, no, Brendan. I think I know who Brendan is. Sorry, this goes back to like not recognizing.
This is back to the bar set. This is back to the bar set. We covered that with Jimmy, Dennis, Dave, you, and me. I think with Jimmy and Dennis. I think we did Night Street. I don't think we've done it.
I remember that night. Yeah.
Yeah, that was on the set with an audience, I think.
Yeah.
It was different. It was different to all the other
people actually in front of you with such a different energy.
Real. Yeah, I would be just watching and listening to you guys. I was just thinking, if I knew, I would be mates, with you guys if I actually knew you in person, and I just connected.
That's cool.
Connected with you guys straight away.
That's what we want. That's fucking great.
To be honest, I know we haven't gone through a lot of comments tonight, but to be honest, like the whole point is that the whole premise, the whole beginning of this whole fucking madness, was basically if you were to have a conversation about music with your mates, and someone put a camera on it, this would be it.
Yep.
That's how I felt. That's how I felt.
I hope we haven't lost that. I don't know. I just hope we haven't lost that. Like I just feel.
No, because I ended up sort of connecting through Facebook and watching the streams, and like
everyone that we've had, like myself, we alternate between basic notes and intricate stuff, but it's all just having the conversation about songs, music,
Real.
bands that we like, and just try and be honest. And it seems to be what people enjoy. That's cool.
Jeff, you've been with us and supporting us for quite a while now. Way back, you've been following us for quite some time, to be honest. I think what you found us 2014-ish,
something like that. So the guy that messaged earlier mentioned he said something about Jeff. That guy, his name is Jim. Is a very good friend of mine, and he found you guys on channel 31. He was flipping through one night, and he's like, dude, I saw this show, and I tell you what, he said, it'd be right up your alley. You know, you're into heavy metal and stuff. You're gonna love this thing. So I was like, okay. So I checked you out. Yeah, and it was probably 7-8 years ago, something like that. Yeah. And I was just like, holy shit, yeah, this is great. And I started watching it and going back and watching old past episodes and things like that. Once you know, but I tuned in on, watched it for a while on channel 31 because I didn't have channel 31 on my TV. I had to get it. I had to get the app and stuff or whatever it was to get it. So, but at the time, I think I'm trying to remember where it was when I started watching it. I was still married. I know I was still married at the time, so that's going back.
To the collar woman.
Well, the first time he came down was the Rush special. That was the first time he came down to the studio, wasn't it?
That wasn't the first time I came to the studio. Okay. I had come a couple times before that, and I'd sat in the audience. I was there. I was there. I watched Tragic Earth play.
Wow!
They did a session.
That was a
there.
great night.
Yeah, that was a great night.
That was before the Rush thing.
Yeah, that was. Yep.
And so I can't remember. I'm trying to remember. Was there two places? Did you have two places, or was just that one place?
Just the one building for public, yeah.
Just the one, okay. Because I remember, in the back room where the fridge there was this big book thing, and I was just like, all the books. I'm like, oh, really cool.
We still got the shelves, man. We still got the shelves.
I was like, looking at all the books. I'm like, oh fuck, I've read that. Oh, I haven't read that.
Jody and I have got like about 1,000 books.
Yeah. And I could turn the camera around. You guys can see I got them all as well. But and I remember after I bought a slab of Molson Canadian beer, and I brought it down and put it in the fridge, and I said, "You guys got to drink it," because I used to love it, but there's something in it they changed. It's available here in Australia now.
I remember that conversation. Yeah,
they put something in it now, and it gives me a fucking headache. So it's a preservative or something. I don't know. So I can't drink it anymore. But I can drink Coors, which is made by the same company. But that was a long time ago. And so I can't remember how many actually came down to the studio to watch, but quite a few. And then somehow it got onto that. You guys were going to do the Rush thing, and I'm like, oh. Yeah. Fuck! You're doing Rush. I'm going to be there,
man. You're the expert.
So, I was expert.
Where was the studio? Because I'm a Melbourne girl, so I just need to geographically.
It was Cranbourne in Melbourne,
so eastern suburbs. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's no. So it was right around the corner from where I lived, which was cool. I lived in Cranbourne. I'm back in Cranbourne now, but I moved away when I was living with the wife. We were there in Cranbourne West, and then all I had to do is
that's right. You weren't far away at all, were you?
No. I just had to go down Cam's Road, cross the highway, and then yep. So. Yeah, it was very close. So it was cool. So I was there when you guys were doing tapings. I don't remember how many I went to, but I went to quite a few.
A few, yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck, I don't know how many you did at that place anymore. Like, we did a lot.
We did fucking heaps there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's Dave's got the Tragic Earth thing up behind him. There we go.
Yeah. No, I've got it.
Man, when Hatred and Tolerance came out and we did our top 10s for the year, I rated that above Metallica. That was number 2. That's a
16.
fucking great album.
Well, that was 2016, and that was on the bar set.
Yeah. You've got your, is that your man bag up next to the treasure girth?
No, that's a T-shirt. The fucking man bag, those show bags, they're fucking man bag. Jesus Christ. That's a T-shirt. And they're all T-shirts.
Wow.
Jesus
Okay.
Christ.
I can't judge.
bag?
But look at seriously. Like I've got band flags up there. I've got over there.
Nice.
I've got an Iron Maiden flag over there.
Yeah,
Yeah, I donated that Iron Maiden flag.
Is that you? Was that you?
That was me who donated that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
If I'm coming back, I really need to redo my set and make it a bit more metal and a bit less Tanya Todman because it's seriously
oh my God.
it's a
Bill,
bit
you're
tragic.
overthinking this a lot.
That was the Book of Souls, isn't it? The Book of Souls.
Yeah. Yeah. Book of Souls.
Yeah, and you know who gave me that? That guy that messaged me, Jim, the guy that messaged tonight in the chat.
Oh,
He gave it to me, and I'm like, I didn't have any place to put it. So really weird.
You know what I've got next to that on the wall in here? I've got the Iron Maiden flag, but then I've got the Channel 31 launch party from 2012, the actual poster, which has the Deep End, Dead Star Renegade, and Overdrive. That was the last time I got on stage and played guitar. That's back in 2012 that happened. Yeah,
it's a long time ago. Yeah.
Is that recorded? Can we see that?
I have footage of it, on a hard drive somewhere.
Share.
Oh, please.
There's footage of me out there too. I ain't saying.
You want me to? I'll do the full release of Rush for you, Jeff.
I'm sure there's footage of me, but you have to pay extra for that shit.
I'd be scared just to watch that because I know back then, geez, I would have been 40 kilos heavier than I am now. I'd look like the Goodyear fucking blimp. They say cameras add 10 kilos or something to you. Holy fuck! It's the worst torture ever to a fat guy. It makes you fatter. You know. No, I'm just pulling chain, but no, I was fucking huge back then. I was like 160 kilos or some fucking thing. Jesus. You know.
I don't know.
Cuddly.
If I fell down on
Cuddly Canadian.
You were dead. Yeah, absolutely. Canadian is if someone said to you guys, what makes a Canadian? What do you think a Canadian is? Is there anything iconic? It's Rush.
Hockey and shit beer.
Ice hockey,
yeah.
Ice hockey and rock music.
Shit beer.
Like Tea Party.
Rush.
There's a Tea Party.
South Park.
Bacon, maple syrup.
Maple syrup, yes, Bill.
Bret Hart.
Great.
Bret Hart's a fucking cool Canadian.
Bret Hart, yes. Hey, I know it's controversial. With Chris Benoit.
Yeah.
As
Holy
a wrestler,
shit.
not as a person, but as a wrestler.
Yep, I agree. Chris Jericho.
Chris Jericho. Yeah, that's right.
Annihilator.
James LeBray.
Yep.
Fozzy.
So many, right? Like
now for me, Tea Party. Fuck. Jesus Christ. Our Lady Peace.
Our Lady Peace. Yeah. Yeah, they're good, but I think my favorite album from them is it came out in the 90s. But that's I didn't follow the later stuff, but just their more earlier stuff. Clumsy was the album.
Clumsy's great. Happiness is pretty good too. But Clumsy is the one, I think.
Automatic Flowers. What a song.
Starseed, man. Like what a fucking song Starseed is. Like, wow.
Superman's
dead. Yeah, Superman's dead. That's a great track as well.
Yeah. Did you guys ever get the Crash Test Dummies out here?
Yeah, I heard them.
They had one really big
I'm kind of curious. People are watching us. What are they saying about us?
I know.
I have no idea, man.
This is like,
check some comments, man.
I'm like, read some comments because these.
All right, let's get some comments here. An hour ago,
we have an audience.
An hour ago, Jolie said, "I'll continue watching, but phones died. Rock on, bye."
Oh man.
Sally said, "Holy shit, yeah, that's hard." I'm assuming it's about the battle now. We're just fucking off in our own fucking world now. Rowan said, "Speaking of Nuno, Extreme's new album comes out today." Yes, it does.
Nice.
6 comes out
Today is in Friday.
Friday. Yep, Friday's
I'll be
release day.
getting
Bill,
that.
in case you aren't aware,
It's already
is
Friday.
release day. It is Friday now, so
Man,
it's
it's fucking Saturday at the moment.
What do we got here? So Basher said, Andrew, Dave, Bell, Jeff, unbelievable emotion in all your reviews. The 70s era is something very special in music greatness, in my opinion. I grew up in the 60s and 70s, but understand and respect that great music depicts the era people grew in. Enjoy. So there we go.
Cheers, man.
Beautiful.
Fucking yes.
Kind words. Thank you kindly. Thank you, though. Thank you very much for that. Michael said, Dave, you inspired me to give Tism star a spin again. So there we go.
Okay.
But when Dave dropped out, Nicole said Dave's passed out.
I have never passed out from drinking.
Wow.
On the show.
You're ahead of me.
On the show, yeah.
I went deaf once, but I never passed out.
Fucking hell.
Riverband.
There's a story there, I'm sure. Let me get through these comments though before we do it. Nicole said, "Oh my god, I love little Riverband." When I was talking about the desk, I presume that
Absolutely.
was. She also said, "Music makes the world go around. Good and bad, it soothes the soul." That is absolutely true.
Nicole.
Guy over in Denmark said, "Peace out, guys and girls. Looking forward to the show every week," which is great. And then
Thank you.
may the bells be unboxed. And so thanks for joining us, Guy. Good to have you with us as always.
He missed it, obviously.
Mean?
Did the bill unboxing, yeah.
What do we got here? So Rowan said, "Love Shadow Gallery." So there's one for Dave in the deep cut.
Dude, fucking awesome.
I've heard something off that, and I loved it.
Gonna have to check mine out.
Nice.
Champion.
Guys, so I'm wearing a flat black Les Paul special edition. So there we go. But Nicole said, "House of the Rising Sun was the first and only song I can somewhat play on guitar." Wow, that's cool.
There was.
and then this is where I went wrong. I did accounting and law. I was raised by a lawyer. That's as close as I can get.
Work with them.
Raised by one. It's fun.
Yeah.
Or not. Take your pick. Vinny said, "An interesting observation that leads me to agree with Dave regarding artificially produced music of today versus what we loved yesterday. We're not talking about feeling any new music these days, and to see your face talk about these beloved albums is proof of that comparison. Attaching your own individual memories to a golden era of music." That is a very valid point there, Vinny.
You cannot create emotion on a computer. And the
I
more
agree.
effects you use to alter music, devoids the emotion from that.
It has its place. It has its place, but I agree with
doesn't.
that comment. Yeah.
I think part of the problem is with music now is that while we're all using electronics like computers to record shit, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
But because when we put music on a screen now and we can see it in front of us and it's all snapped to a grid, there's no room for it to breathe. It's just
there's
perfect.
no heart. No
you can
passion.
auto snap it. You can auto snap it to the grid. Like it doesn't even take it's a prompt.
Yeah. So the thing is that back in the day when music was recorded on tape, that didn't exist, right?
Yeah.
So if there was a mistake in there, it stayed
They
there
left it.
unless they took it
They
out.
chose to leave it.
And they would oftentimes they would leave it because it made the album sound more human.
Yeah.
I
don't think
get
that's
what
why, I don't think that's why they left it there.
I
'Cause
get
there's
what
no comparison yet.
I get those points of view, but I will say that the Black Album, one of the best albums of all time, whether you love it or hate it, it's one of the best selling albums of all time.
I like it.
Yeah.
That was done by punching in vocals line after line after line.
Not on the Black Album, on every album before that, but apparently according to the podcast they released recently for the Black Album was the first album James could sing the whole verse, whereas everything else, because he multi-tracked, he had to do line by line. Bob Rock got Hetfield a vocal sound that he was confident enough to do an entire verse. Kill 'Em All, Through and Justice for All, he did line by line.
I haven't heard the podcast, but Year and a Half paints a different picture.
Listen to the podcast. I learned shit on that podcast that was released last year that I didn't know.
Okay.
And like Bob Rock asked Hetfield, why do you do line by line? And he says, because I have to multi-track each line, because he never felt he was strong enough a vocalist. And Bob Rock was like, if I can get you a vocal sound where you can just let loose and inflect whatever emotion you want in your performance, can you do it one take? And it was like, get me that sound and I'll do it. And that's what happened. So the Black Albums, the vocal sound on that is different to the other ones.
Do they cover when James blew out his voice on the podcast?
Yeah, and they're talking about when the fucking Misfits were in the studio listening to tracks of like Nothing Else Matters, and they were like, holy shit, you guys have something special here. Before it was released, and the Misfits are miles apart from where Nothing Else Matters is.
Nothing Else Matters is a fucking song. Like,
yeah. But that podcast talks about James's whole vocals and how people were reacting to it. James can sing. Well, he couldn't do that on previous albums because he had to multi-track everything and do it line by line. So jump on that fucking podcast, man. It's fantastic.
I have to, because that really does.
It contradicts what you hear in a year and a half.
But it contradicts year and a half.
It does. But it's fascinating to hear about them talk about it 30 years on.
No, I want to. I've got it saved.
What's the name of the podcast, Dave?
It's just
it's on Spotify, like the Black Album. It's pretty simple to find.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a fantastic
put
listen.
a link in the chat. You'll
I will. I'll hook you up. But they jump on like fans' reactions and like the blacklist that they did with the remastered of the Black Album. And all the people doing that.
I love
and
that inner
like,
working.
can you imagine? Like James would never have talked about this 30 years ago, but when they played Moscow, everyone's seen that footage.
Yeah.
When they did a photo shoot, James was having a panic attack. He had to leave. He couldn't deal with that shit. And James Hetfield in 1991, he's not going to talk about being vulnerable.
No, you
James in Some Kind of Monster with the therapy shit. People don't want to see that shit. 30 years on, you can talk about that. Yeah. So he was dealing with shit back then, but he had to have this facade of being a king of fucking metal.
Fucked up people create fucking brilliant things. That's just how it works.
But it is a fucking fantastic podcast. I spent a few days listening to it at work, I'll hook everyone up in the chat.
Yeah, no, please remind me to do that, Dave. I know that
really, really good listen.
Cool.
Just to lighten the mood for a second, Vinny said his digital rack brings all the boys to the yard.
Racks.
Yes. Nicole said, I thought I was cool just having a Latin dictionary. And then Vinny said, my mind went there too when he said rack. So there we go. Nicole said, I feel the same, Dave. I love Thursdays. It's Friday now, but hopefully everyone's enjoying it. Nicole said, I'm going to need a parasol in the morning. Jolly's, I'm back. This is fucking hours ago now. Nicole said, Panadol is a parasol. I thought I knew where you're going, but yeah. Nicole said, I don't see anyone up here. Everyone is in Melbourne. Well, I'll be the same as you, Nicole. I'll be not far away from you, I believe. I'll be like maybe an hour away from you, I think.
I'm in Melbourne, but I can't leave the house.
I'll still be alone.
I'll be in the middle of... I'm going to a place which has 450 people.
Hey, well, you'll be 451.
Yeah.
Jody as well.
Yeah. All right.
And you can say, how many TV shows are you people? Fuck a lot of you.
Doesn't matter that it's not aired in Queensland. Won't fucking matter. But anyway, right.
I am on TV. You can't turn your TV on and see me, but I am on.
I tell you, I promise, I swear.
I swear I'm on TV.
Do you know who I am?
I know, I'm famous, motherfucker.
Yeah,
not really.
I won an award.
I did.
I know. That was awesome, man. What's that called, by the way? That award?
Antenna Award. It's here still. I haven't packed it up yet. It's here.
You can kill somebody with that. Holy shit!
You know,
fucking wild.
Herberts would play a lot for that award.
Is it made of glass?
Yeah, glass.
Wow.
Double penetration glass.
Dave.
Oh.
Where do you even call that shit from, dude? Seriously.
Dave has a one-track mind, Belle. Dave has a one-track mind.
I've actually held an actual aria. A real aria.
Wow.
I've got a photo of it.
You know, I know it was disappointing. It was locked down and we couldn't go to that award ceremony. But just tell me, be honest, you're kind of relieved that I wasn't there on live TV.
Mate, I'm not worried about you. I'm worried about me. Seriously. My whole point of view was I was going to go there. It was Brendan was telling me you should write something just in case.
I told you to have a fuck you list. Everyone has a thank you list. I told you to have a fuck you list.
You said that. Brendan was saying have something just in case because you never quite know. And I was like, fuck off. It's never going to happen. And then we won the fucking thing.
And we won.
I know. And I was like, I'm thinking, I honestly think the channel is saying, thank fuck they weren't there live.
Man, we would have been fucking drunk out of our minds. They would have said, the Hard Rock Show.
We'd have been blind before the thing fucking started. And then we'd have gone in there and you know how they do the whole camera shot of the fucking people in the audience fucking waiting for the announcement?
Yep.
When they announced us, my response was, you're fucking kidding, right? Like,
are you fucking sure? Have you seen our show?
I'd have gotten up there and gone, well, fuck, this is unexpected. And that would have been the first thing. I'd be like, fuck, I don't know what to do with this.
And then because most of us are wrestling fans, we would have been all like the Generation X fucking.
Yeah. Fuck you. It'd be a fucking rip on fucking
degenerated from there.
Bunch of fucking degenerates.
That's the kind of shit that you want to see. You know, you through the 80s and 90s, you watch these award shows like the Grammys or whatever it was.
Yeah, MTV and shit.
You wait for that one category, the hard rock heavy metal category.
Yeah,
you want to see your bands.
That's right.
And you want to
and Slash and Duff are pissed out of their brains.
Yeah, you want to see that shit
because you know they're going to be the only ones not fucking straight. They're all going to be fucked up.
Yeah, that's my people right there. Yeah,
that was us. Pre-taped during COVID.
Pre-taped a fucking thing for that, which was wild. But they're going to do another awards soon.
Oh, dude, enter us. I want to win. I want to go on stage.
Do we want a second one?
Yes.
Fuck. To be honest, like, because oh wow, we're getting fucking really deep and meaningful kind of shit now because we actually opted out of the awards.
Yeah.
The year we won. Yeah. The year we won, we opted out. We said no, we're not, because the time beforehand, a 6-minute short film got a nomination ahead of us in terms of best music show.
Yep.
And I said to the crew at the time, I was like, you know what, I can't be fucked because me as a producer, there's a lot of effort, a lot of hours, and actually money spent on getting a nomination through, and to not even get nominated and a 6-minute short film got the nod.
It wasn't worth the effort on your part.
It wasn't about being disrespected. It might sound like that, but it was just like, it's just not worth it. What's the point? We're not what you're looking for. Why play a game that doesn't fit our ethos? Like it doesn't make any sense for us to play your game.
The award didn't mean shit. I mean, people saying that they found a cool band or artist from what we do, that's important.
That's more important. Yeah.
But then we got nominated and it's like, holy shit. That's cool.
I got blown away by the nomination, to be honest. And then when
the nomination in itself was cool,
I was like, "Oh wow!" We actually, because we didn't, the year that 6-minute show got a nomination, we didn't even get a nomination that year.
Yeah,
for all the work we've done, not even a nomination. A new show on TV every week across 2 networks wasn't enough for us to get even a nomination. I didn't care about winning. It's just been nice to get that little bit.
Mm-hmm.
For this one little 6-minute video, I was like, well, it wasn't about anger. It was just about, okay, well, we're clearly not what you are looking for. Like, if you want us to be part of this game, we're not. What's the point of chasing your rules if
not us?
We're never going to get there. Like, we're not what you're looking for. So that's okay. We'll pull ourselves out of the process. I got a phone call. No, I got an email from the managing director of Channel 31, Shane, who's a great supporter of ours, who gave us a job out and said, look, I get exactly what you're saying. I feel what you're saying. Just put your hat in the ring. We'll cover your fee. Just see how it goes. And so the year we won, every time beforehand, we'd put in nominations for every fucking category we could. Like, it was just nuts. Spent money on it, spent time on it, all that nonsense. The year we basically gave up and went, no, well, fuck, we're not going to play your game, so we'll just do what we do. And Dave, you were there. Like, I said, are you okay with me sending this? I basically sent you all the email I was going to send back saying we're opting out because it's just not going to be for us.
You were completely transparent for the whole process. I'm just like, dude, it's your ball game. I honestly don't give a fuck because the audience that appreciates what we do, we have. And the award doesn't mean shit. So, I mean, it was on C31. They put us forward, and you know, it was cool that we won. But what we do because we love it. It's cool that we fucking won.
It's nice to say that you're an award-winning program. Like, it's a nice thing. Don't get me wrong. I fucking love it. But it's not why we do it.
And I made that meme from Eddie Murphy Delirious. The Hard Rock Show has been nominated for an award. They fucking won.
Mm-hmm. Did either of you see that?
I just voted for Jesse Jackson.
Did you see that?
Yes, I have seen it. Yes, I saw the presenters, the two presenters people that when they presented it as well, like on the show thing, whatever it was. One was in drag and
we
live streamed that. That was the night I did a Shuri.
Yeah, that's right. You did too.
And I made a comment about Spice Girls. Fuck, how are we still on TV?
I don't know.
I got to say that.
But
good.
No, you don't.
It's there, Belle. You can watch it.
I want to see it.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, but that was. I'm
wild. Still in trouble for
that whole experience of winning an award.
Well,
I didn't think we'd ever get there. Like, I didn't care. Like, when we got the phone call that we won, Jody and I were blown away. Like, I'd speakerphone going. I had Jody and myself on the phone, and Shane from the network was there, and just because we couldn't do the thing in person, it was like, just wanted to let you know that you actually won. And I was like, what? I said, what? Like, I didn't believe it. Like, I was, fucking kidding, right? Like, what the fuck's going on? I honestly wish I'd recorded that. I record so much. I wish I recorded that moment because it would have been a real.
That's what sucked about lockdown, man. Imagine being there in the audience, being drunk, and they call out the Hard Rock Show.
I'd been like, what the fuck? I literally would have been, what the fuck?
You couldn't buy a moment like that.
No,
it's fucking amazing.
It would have been the most fucking train wreck TV you'd have ever imagined. Like, we'd have gotten up there and gone.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. That's what
because knowing the crew that we had then, now, and just knowing us, nuts. It would have been like we would have been joking, but we would have been like, "Fuck, that's amazing." It would have been one of the most amazing things we'd ever done.
Yeah.
It was still special. You can't take
it. It really was.
It was still really special. But
I mean, personally, when you messaged the chat, I was playing Minecraft with my son.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what? So I went out to the kitchen and I went out to the dining room, like, hey, Julia, we won. She's like, what? You and Roy won in Minecraft? No, the Hard Rock Show. We won the fucking award. She's like, have they seen the show? Are you fucking serious? I'm like, yeah. She's like, they know you're on it, yeah? I'm like, yeah, we fucking won. She's like, she grabbed the fucking Jamisons. We like did a few shots. I'm like, holy shit.
I couldn't believe it. That phone call, it was actually, to be real for a minute, it was actually kind of emotional for Jody and myself because we've been this whole thing, and this is not to diminish anyone else's efforts over the years, but Jody and myself have been the ones that have anchored this from the start. And that phone call was, fuck. I hate talking about myself. I don't like it. No. You guys know that.
I want to hear it.
Mate, I've come as an outsider. I've become your friend over the time. I've seen the fucking work you put into it. You don't do it for a reward, but getting that, it's validating. and
It's
you
it's a
deserve
weird
it.
feeling. It's a weird feeling. Because we put if I could publish the email, it was so fucking cold. The email, I said, no, basically fuck off. Like, it was literally basically a fuck off email. We're not interested. We're not what you're looking for. Don't bother including us in your process ever again, was basically where it went. And to get that, how do you put it? Because from our point of view, it was always a case of, I'd always tried to spin it as it was better to be notorious than meritorious. Does that make sense? Like, it was better to be renowned in a bad way than loved in a good way. That's how I span it. Dave, you were there when that happened. But between Jimmy, Dennis, and myself, I was like, it's better to be notorious than to be
it's that old one. It's better to be hated for who you are than loved for who you're not.
That's it. And I tried to put a positive spin because we got rejected year after year. Like, it was fucked. And because at the end of the day, long story short, I have the oversight, for lack of a better term, which means, though, at the same time I'm the accountable one, I've got to hold myself to account and make it so that any burden from this doesn't fall on anyone but me. And the rejection of the awards for a few years was painful. So it wasn't that it was disingenuous, but it was just me finding a silver lining when I said it's better to be notorious and hated for what you are than loved for what you're not. And so I span it to the whole, not spin. I hate that word. But you try and put a positive twist on things. Or you find the silver lining, and you okay. Just because I get deflated doesn't mean the whole group should be deflated. So I'll feel it, I'll wear it, and try and just pass it off as whatever to everyone else.
Yep.
And I can't speak. Dave, you know how it feels on the other side. I can't speak outside of my bubble. I'm in the bubble all the time. But it's a tricky balance to find, because you're at the top of the quote unquote pile, for whatever the fuck that means. You have to sort of. I'm willing to take the punches. I don't give a fuck. I will take whatever punch you can fucking throw. I don't care. Like, you want to fucking hate us, hate me, whatever. I don't give a shit. What I don't like is, because the first time we got rejected, we had a comment that I'll never forget, that someone said, you didn't even get fucking nominated. Ha, 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 ha. And it's like, but you don't understand the work we do. Like, you don't understand the work we put in. And to me, and what Dave said is true, is that it's more validating to get audience that love, like, for things like last night, I was talking to Chris back and forth on the Facebook page. We're talking about how he found Quidjibo and Jimmy's new single. We were bouncing back and forth about Jimmy is the same singer from Quidjibo. Those things mean the most to me. Those are the ones. I don't give a fuck. That glass thing, I don't give a fuck about. Those things mean the world to me. So trying to, how do you put it? Trying to, it's not put up a front, but just to put that forward while you're still feeling a bit of a sting, because you feel it's not that you deserve. I didn't care about winning. I don't give a fuck about winning. But just to get a recognition, you've put in some work. Here's a nomination, just to say you're in the whereabouts.
The nomination in itself was cool.
The nomination was more important than the win. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it was validating. Just like, we acknowledge what you're doing.
Yeah, and I thought we get nominated. I was stunned we got nominated. And then when that email came through in the post, I sent to the group chat, Dave. You remember this? I took a screenshot. What the fuck? Like, that was my what the fuck response. I was like, what the fuck? Because we've been through this fucking rodeo a few times beforehand, and that's why I opted out, because we've been there a few times. I was like, every time we try, we put in effort, we put in money. People that know how these things work, it takes effort and money to get into the fucking game, and it just didn't work. And I was like, well, fuck, why chase a dragon that you're fucking never going to tame? Just fucking whatever. And I'm okay with that. I don't give a fuck. Like, just do what works. Like I said, that the important thing is the connection we have with the audience and ourselves. Like, those are the important things. Fuck, I hope I'm not fucking rambling or waffling.
No, it's brilliant, man. It's beautiful.
Those things are the most important things. But to get the nomination and then to fucking win, I was like, are you fucking serious? Like, I didn't believe it. Like, I think if Shane had recorded that conversation, Shane Dunlop from Channel 31, that moment, I like I say, I wish I'd recorded it, because I was like, what? I didn't know what to say, because it was a fucking off. The year we won was the most fucking lazy effort on my behalf that we'd put into winning a fucking award. All the years before, I put in this fucking bio, this fucking rah, was just fucking whatever. The year we won, I fucking phoned it in. I'm not even joking. I phoned it in. I was like, well, fuck this. I'm in. We got a free entry. Fuck it. Like, I was just in that mindset. I was like, whatever. I even said to the guys, like in the crew chat, I was like, we got a free entry. Is it yeah or nay? Which I'll go with you guys. Do you vote yes or no? And you guys all said, yeah, give it a go. Why not?
Yeah. I was like, dude, your call. I didn't care.
And so it was literally it was like a hair's width between yes and no, between even fucking entering the goddamn thing. And then we were like sliding doors moment. We almost opted out completely. And then we got the phone call, because I was actually, to give context, I was expecting a phone call because I've been invited up to be a part of a co-presenting format. So I was like, okay, here's a co-presenting thing. Here's some details for you. Be here this date and time to go and film on a fucking award thing, whatever else. And okay, cool. I'll be on camera for a bit. Dave and I, you and I have done that with the promotion stuff for Channel 31.
Yeah, the commercial shit.
Yeah. So we've done that stuff. It's like, okay, cool, whatever. And the phone call was set for like 5:30 at night, something like. And I thought, okay, we'll get a phone call, get some details, whatever else. And then it was actually a phone call to tell us who won. I will never forget that moment, because like Jody almost teared up on the couch, and I was like, what? Like, I just didn't buy it. I was like, you sure? Like, it was bizarre. One of the most surreal moments I've ever had doing this nonsense for a decade plus. And fuck, there are still people watching us. I don't know why, but
Wow.
Yeah, there are still people. There's like a handful, but yeah.
Why wouldn't you be watching this? This is
Yeah.
the most ridiculously heartfelt thing I think I've ever seen on the show, and like I'm mesmerized.
Dude. Mate, I'm still a fan of the
Sorry.
show, and I'm fucking on it. But yeah, I love hearing shit like this.
It's
And I know you, man.
Yeah, it's from the heart.
It's that whole thing where you get that fucking imposter syndrome, where you sit there and go, do I deserve it? I genuinely, it's a weird thing, because you don't give a fuck. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't care. If people hate me, if people love me, I seriously, it's how do you put it without fucking sound like a dickhead? The process is that you just got to do what you do because you love it, because you want it, because you enjoy it, all those things. Whatever happens beyond that is just gravy on top. And For me, the journey is the fun part. Like I love connecting with, like, I find Dave and myself chat more than anyone else in the group right now, and we chat fucking what, daily, I reckon, Dave, you and I.
Yeah, probably.
And the bond we have is really deep and really special. And those are the things that mean something to me. To be able to leave something behind for my kids or grandkids or whatever else to look back on, they'll go, here's this fucking idiot ancestor of mine. That shit means something to me. I don't care about people who don't know me. Sounds really fucking cold. But I can separate between the people that know me and the people that don't know me, and what that means or doesn't mean to people or whatever else have you. So the people that know me, the people, my family, my kids, my wife, my siblings, my nieces, my nephew, my dad, my mum, that kind of shit. Those people who know me, which is a very, very small group, if they don't like me, I'll be concerned. The rest of the world, to be blunt, can get fucked. Like, it's just that way.
Yeah.
And
Good.
so to get that award from an outside source is that weird fucking moment where you're sitting there going, hang on, I didn't actually chase this this time around. And then you win it. And it's like, what the fuck's going on here? Because at the end of the day, I've always said, and Dave, I think you'll back this up, but I think I've always said that the strongest validation we'll ever get is that when someone spends their money on something you recommend, that's the highest compliment.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's the one.
Yeah.
So
Whether it be a review we've done, or a song we've played on the TV show, or a song we played on the radio show we used to have. It's like, I love this album. I'm buying it. And it's just like, fuck yes. Well, I love, you share, you want to spend your money on it. And that's cool.
That's the win. That's what I care about. That's what I want. That's the whole fucking point. Like, if people tune in and they find one thing, just 3 minutes of the whole fucking shit we do from week to week, they find 3 minutes they like, and they spend their hard-earned, because it is hard-earned. You don't forget that. It's their money. It's their effort, their blood, their sweat, whatever you want to put in it, but it's their hard-earned. If they spend their hard-earned on something you recommend, on your fucking opinion, which means nothing, but to them it means something.
Yeah, because that song can mean the difference of them getting up and doing what they have to do or not. Because that song meant the same to you.
I would probably even add to this that even more important than someone spending money on a recommendation or something, just have them, they're spending their time. What's more valuable than their time?
Time.
The people that are watching right now, here we're, rambling about stuff, all this thing that's going on, and people are still hanging on because they find this interesting. And
it's 1:45 a.m, Melbourne time. And
it's crazy.
We've still got 10 people.
Damn, I certainly appreciate it. Fuck.
Yeah, time is, if people are willing to give their time, then you've got something special. Because in this world, everyone is time poor.
That's the thing.
There is never enough time.
That's right.
Never enough.
And you can never take that for granted. Like, you can never take it for granted. It's super important. And that's where you guys all know in the room now that I don't look down the lens when I'm talking about myself. I don't do it. It's a tell, and I know it. But to be a part of something that can create that, no matter how small it might be, that I'm grateful for.
Yeah,
that I'll always love.
Not to get morose, but one day, many years from now, on your stone, it should be Andrew Brown. I tried my best.
Fuck the rest.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean to bring it down, but I was just thinking, like, fuck, that's a good thing to put on the stone. I tried my best.
Mine would be Dave. Cheers, motherfucker.
Mine is going to be Jeff. I told you I was sick. You know.
Mine will literally be here I lay, fuck off.
Yeah.
Because I want to be cremated. I don't want to fucking. I don't want to.
Yeah, no,
I need a stone.
I'm
It's going to
out
have my
in the
top
heat.
5 favorite bands, and it'll be like 10 bands because I can't get it down to 5.
The universe is going out in heat death, and so am I. I'm going to
Be
be
like, nah,
you know,
fuck this shit.
yeah, yeah.
No, the more
Turn me into a diamond. That'd be cool.
seriously, just fucking burn me and scatter me somewhere no one fucking know about. Because I don't want people fucking going to a spot in the ground to fucking cry. It's fucking pointless.
I do. I want people
I
fucking
don't.
miserable.
No,
Yeah.
just fucking get on with it. I'm not here anymore. I don't give a shit. Fucking get on with it.
Yeah.
I'll be
Take
like,
my ashes and
Dave, how could you
add some
go?
water and make like a paper mache thing.
I'm dead. I'm not here. What the fuck are you doing? Get on with your fucking life. Don't worry about me. I'm fucking gone.
The whole fucking universe has to come to a stop because Dave's not here anymore. That's what I want.
No,
Yes.
I want people when my time comes. I want people to fucking go over this fucking trawl of shit on YouTube, right? To go over and go, here's the fucking highlights of this dickhead's life. That's what I want. To celebrate and fucking laugh at my fucking antics over whatever how long this goes for. Go laugh, get a drink in your fucking belly, and just be stupid for an hour and go fuck it.
Yeah.
If you enjoy music, if you enjoy stupidity, that's it. If you don't know who I am, that's great too. Just fucking find something you enjoy and go with that. Like just genuinely.
Absolutely.
I'm in two minds. Part of me knows Jade's going to be proud, but she's going to be a teenager next year, and I know she's going to watch this and she's going to be like, "Oh, Dad, no, what are you doing?"
It happens.
Dude, they're
It's
embarrassed for a little while, and then it changes after that.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, they'll be able to watch you. They'll be able to watch you back. You've
because the thing is, right, that when we're gone, they'll have these things to remember us by, but then also they'll see that we gave it a shot.
Yeah. And spoiler alert, when the Queen special comes out, my kids are on it. So enjoy that shit.
Yep.
Nice.
All right, let's get some comments and then let's get out of here. Just quickly.
Oh, Andrew, look, sorry, before you do that, I just want to say that was unexpected and pretty awesome. I don't know how it went there, but I'm glad it did because I'm sure I can speak for myself, but probably more than just myself, that everyone would have been really glad that you kind of shared that with us.
Nowhere else on the universe and all fucking YouTube land and everything like that, that moment existed only here. It was fucking amazing. So,
yeah, it was a privilege. A privilege for you to kind of open up like that.
Yes, thank you.
No, we all love you. We're all grateful. Like this is, you've created this with the help of your friends, but
it's never just me. It's never just me.
No, and I understand that, but
it wouldn't be without you though.
It is
exactly that's right. That's
credit
exactly
where
right.
it's due.
Yeah. You
deserve that.
Hard, and I've only been here for a short time, but I'm not stupid. Like I've seen, what
the rest of us are. We're all stupid.
Some of us all. Don't worry about that.
No, you're not stupid, Dave. But look, it's just whatever awards or nominations or anything you've received has been more than earned. And I'm sure anyone would agree with me in that regard. So,
and I feel privileged to be a part of this. So, thank you.
Absolutely humbled.
I definitely, I mean that from the heart. So, thank you.
Yeah,
you're all far too kind. I'll put it that way. I'm not good at the whole compliment thing, so thank you.
Brush over it and read some comments.
I'll move on. Thank you. What do we got here? Nicole, going back about an hour ago, was saying, I don't see anyone up here. Everyone is in Melbourne. Then Michael said, after an intermission, quick relocation, log back in. You guys are getting deep, not silly. A bit of both. Rowan said, aliens won't understand our music, so there's no way music is the universal language to be pedantic. You can say that, but you never know. You can't speak for someone else's or anything else's emotive state.
Oh, aliens only listen to disco.
No. Everyone, Rob Zombie, everyone's fucking in a UFO. That's where you go right there. Rob Zombie, everybody's fucking in a UFO.
Oh, where's
Great
Conrad
song.
when you need him?
I know, where's Conrad?
Conrad's not here, man.
anymore. Thankfully, not in China anymore. Vinny said, "You're all part of my social life now. As I approach 50 next year, you've literally become the gateway to my weekend. THRS is way bigger than you probably give yourselves credit for." Well, thank you for the.
Thank you, my man.
Yeah. That's
hey, this dude used to be in Kiss, so that's fucking cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got some good dirty rhythm, that guy.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he doesn't look like a woman at all.
No, it's not like dude looks like a lady. Nicole said, "I can't remember how I found you guys. That's okay. Neither can we." Vinny said, "A girls' night. Identify as a girl, Belle. I'm in. So good luck with that, Belle."
Oh, Vinny, you are so welcome. You would be awesome on a girls' night.
For larrikins. Yeah.
Nicole said, "Lovable larrikins." That's about all we've got going for us. So yeah. Michael said, "Found THRS on Channel 31 very early on by accident, and initial thought was these young guys are passionate. Instantly loved the show, and now not as young guys. No, we're not anymore, but we had some fun.
Fucking 10 years documented.
You're my age. Maybe not.
We'll keep going for as long as we can." Sally says, "You definitely haven't lost Andrew. The laid back, have a chat. Everyone's welcome in this metal tribe thing. It's priceless and gold. And that's why we all look forward to it. I'm glad. I'm really glad to hear that. That's nice. Me, Sally." Nicole said, "I got that flag and the bag and the light and the shirt plus the other stuff from that tour. Wow, that's fucking cool." But Sally said, "Canadian breakfast is the best."
Oh,
yes.
Oh my god, I need
Canadian bacon. Yeah,
Canadian bacon. We're getting there.
Oh, I love bacon. So does Kermit.
Fashion says Queensland, Redneck Wonderland. I'll tell you when I get there. Rowan said, "Got to head off, been fully digital." Yeah, there we go. Nicole says, "I'm out, guys. I watch the rest in the morning. Thanks for a great night." You're welcome. Hopefully you've enjoyed the show. Jolie says, "I won the award for staying awake, laugh my ass off, but seriously, it's rewarding. You won."
Wow.
Thank you for the kind words, and thank you for sticking with us for a while now. Actually, it's been a while. And recognition for your work. Thank you for the kind words. Really do appreciate it. It's weird. I don't like fucking rehashing the whole thing, but it's nice to get some kind words now and then. Vinny says, "My last comment before I head to bed, as my girlfriend just woke up and gave me a side eye on an exorcist level. Andrew, Dave, and everyone involved, past and present, you'll be able to look back on what you built for us, which will mean more than any award. Better to tell you all now while you're still present. Stay safe over the weekend. Good night, legends." Thank you for the kind words, Vinny. You are a lot of fun.
Thank you.
You're a good person. Thank you for the kind words, and thank you for joining with us tonight. Michael said,
on that note, how cool is The Exorcist?
Very cool. Very cool.
Maybe.
I used to watch that thing at 3 a.m. in a haunted house. That's another story for another time.
Linda Blair's a babe, man, in full Exorcist makeup.
Michael said this argument.
That's a little disturbing.
I got my love for PC
in that movie.
Yeah,
hey, I saw that when I was 12. She's cool and Repossessed as well with Leslie Nielsen. That shit's cool.
It's still referring back to her as being a babe. It's still a little wrong.
It's fucked up. But
creepy.
I don't know. The makeup's cool. Yeah, it's fucked up.
She was older than the presentation in the show. But anyway, Michael, it's not making it right, but it's just what it is. Michael said, "This argument can be solved by you all living long and happy." Thank you for the kind words and support there.
Thank you, man.
Bash said, "The reward for you is to bring happiness to others through music. You have achieved this and deserve all rewards for your hard work. There is not any other show like this. Been waiting like this show for decades." Wow, thank you.
Wow.
Thank you, my man.
That's awesome.
All right, let's get out of here. Let's do a bin quickly and get the fuck out. Make sure you follow, like, subscribe, all the usual things. If you're still with us, fuck, you're a trooper. Where it's fucking 2:00 in the morning. Well done. I don't know why you're here, but thank you for joining us.
How does this happen? This happens.
You are an important individual, whoever you are. And
one?
No. There's more than that. It's actually 11 as the viewer count counts it now.
Oh,
I know, right? And check out our fantastic sponsors. Big thank you to Squid Ink Screenprinting, Alt-Cvlt Rockstar Finance. As always, their details are in the description of the episode, just like ours. So make sure you like, follow, subscribe. If you miss anything, if you're tuning in at the not live, but tuning in whatever, just make sure you hit the description of the episode for all the links to reference tracks we're talking about tonight. Give you all the info you need. We're on a fucking wild tear. Next week is Wasp, the Crimson Isle versus Iron Maiden, Seventh Son. So that'll be a bit of fun. We're on TV every Thursday night, 10:30 p.m. Channel 44 Adelaide, 10:30 p.m. Saturday night, Channel 31 Melbourne. You can catch both of those shows via the CTV Plus app and on the website. And we have a lot of stuff going on. We might do another sneaky live stream to our Patreon audience on Sunday night. So more info to our Patreon crowd only. Special little thing there going on. Might make it a more regular occurrence. So just on the Patreon side of things, just keep your eyes peeled. But for now, let's do it. Let's do a bin quickly and get out of here because my back teeth are floating. So, Dave, what do you got?
Oh, man. I had a couple of massive fucking rants, but I'm in the good mood now compared to the start. So this is cool. So I got two out of my big list, but one being sped up songs. A few years ago, I'd been slowed down songs that people were taking classic rock songs and slowing them down for commercials. The new trend is sped up songs for YouTube. My daughter's discovered a few of them. There's a Lady Gaga song that was slow and has been sped up. There's some other song that sounds like a fucking chipmunk. But taking somebody else's shit and fucking it up with a computer and making it your own by changing tempo, because you can change tempo now without altering pitch. It's crap. It's fucking horrible. Create your own stuff, sped up songs in the bin. And now, the most important thing, for the first time ever, we're going to have a pin bin, because I pin stuff in our fucking chat.
Oh, wow.
And the pin goes into the message, and it continues to go up as we talk our usual shit. So pinning a message doesn't mean anything.
Oh, wow.
What's the point of pinning it? So pinned messages can go in the bin as a pin bin.
Wow.
Dr. Seuss is pussy.
That's the first. All right. Let's go to Belle. Follow that up.
Oh my God. That is awesome. I was not expecting that. I thought, no, that's just a bit of a funny thing to say. Oh my God. I don't have a bin. Okay. My bin is not having a bin.
There we go.
Let's put that in the bin. I'm so sorry. I didn't even think of a bin for tonight.
It was on the list.
You're not the only one.
No, okay, you're excused because it was on the list that I pinned and it fucked off in the chat.
You did.
And I'm the one that looked up and provided the instructions on how to get to those pins. So,
wow.
Therefore,
it's too much work. By pinning it, you expect it to stay there.
This is pinned binception. There we go. So there
I can't
it's
even
pinception.
Wow.
I'm so sorry. Yep.
All good.
No bin in the bin
at all. All right, Jeff. Your bin.
Yeah, I'm gonna cop it here because I'm actually not happy. I am actually gonna throw Iron Maiden in the bin.
Wow.
Because on their latest tour, they're not playing fucking like hits like Number of the Beast and Run to the Hills and things like that.
How many fucking times have you heard them?
It doesn't matter. Those songs are fucking iconic. It would be like
buy any of the 20 live fucking albums they have out.
Get that,
no, that's
but
not
they're playing.
The same.
They're playing songs that nobody fucking knows.
Are you a Maiden fan or not?
I know. I'm a huge Maiden fan, but I just think that that's just shit. People, it's like Elton John.
I'm sick of bands playing the same fucking songs every live show.
Everyone is a deep cut fan.
Elton John years ago. I went and saw Elton John and Billy
Are you
Joel.
a fan of the band or are you a fan of nostalgia?
I'm a fan of the band, but my point was that
Elton
John, Billy Joel played together, and Billy Joel opened for Elton John on that night. And then Billy Joel says, I'm going to play a song that's Billy Joel's song. And just because it's a great song and Elton John doesn't play this anymore, but I think you need to hear it. And you know what song it was? It was Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. I'm like, what? Like, it was so cool hearing Billy Joel do Elton John's song. Since then, Elton John, obviously after that, saw the error of his ways. And there was never a tour where he didn't play that song. because that's like the song that people want to see. And when I've seen Iron Maiden 3 times, every single time they played Run to the Hills and Never the Beast. It's just they're staples.
Maiden has copped a lot of crap of the last 20 years, but they're completely transparent if you're paying attention. They will tour a greatest hits package, or they'll tour the new album. If you're seeing the new album, you're not going to hear the classic songs. You're going to hear the new album.
No,
the current tour, they're doing Shinjitsu and Somewhere in Time. They're the two albums you're going to hear the most songs from. You hear 1 or 2 other tracks. They're completely transparent about that. I don't have a problem.
Well, I get it. And of course they'll come back. They'll end up doing another tour, like
of classics.
It'll be Somewhere in Time Part 2, or like because they did this Somewhere in Time back in 2008.
In a world where every show ends up on YouTube, 20 seconds after the concert's finished, you want something different. There's no reason to go to a fucking show to hear the same songs over and over. You want a surprise.
No, I know, I get that, but I just think that those 2 songs, they're so iconic that to omit them is a slap in the face of the fans.
There's still something said about seeing a song live.
I agree. You've got to have a mix. You've got to. Yes, you can tour for the album that you've just released, but you've got to throw in.
They threw in a couple old songs. They can't play every old song. They want to play something different.
I get it.
Seriously, if you're Iron Maiden, how many times can you play Run to the fucking Hills and still feel enthusiastic about it?
I know.
If any band is going to do that, it'll be Iron Maiden.
They're doing some like really stuff. Like they're doing the Alexander the Great. Did you watch that video I sent you? That's the first time that has ever played. And I was like, "Holy shit!" That I had goosebumps watching it because I'm like, I realized I was in a very small company of people who have seen it, and just watching it. So, but I'm all for that sort of shit. But I just think that they need to play. I'm a bit pissy over it. I'll still go see them when they announce it.
I love what Metallica's doing right now. Metallica are doing 2 shows in every city. One night you'll hear Enter Sandman. One night you'll hear Master of Puppets.
Yeah, but they're still classics. They're still classics.
Exactly. Not, but if you like Master of Puppets and you go to the Enter Sandman show, you're going to be pissed because you don't hear that.
I feel like there's a whole hot topic in this one again, Jeff.
I do that. I did that with the AI thing. And
that's what kind of
maybe we should.
My love for Dream Theater kind of died when Portnoy left the band because he would keep diaries of what town they were in with what set list they played. The next time they were in that town, they wouldn't play those songs because the people that came to see them had already heard them live. You don't want to hear the same shit over and over.
It kind of epitomizes the boring side of Dream Theater, though, doesn't it?
No, because if you're a Dream Theater fan, you know those albums inside and out. So if you've heard that song live, you want to hear something else.
So, hot topic: should bands play their classics when they tour? Yes.
No, play something.
I want to hear new songs too, but there's still room in there.
When Maiden played, when they released A Matter of Life and Death, they played almost the whole album live, and people were holding up signs saying "Play classics." Like, fuck off, man! You've heard those songs live. Play the new shit.
But that was
they've heard those songs?
What makes the band stay relevant? If a band just tours greatest hits, what's the fucking point of releasing new music?
No, I get that, but the thing is, people are not going there to see fucking new music. They're really going to see there because they love the band.
So why do bands release new albums?
Yeah.
So
look, you have to, right?
For the new material, but people still want to hear the old stuff.
There's a whole debate in this. There's genuinely a whole debate in this.
I think it should be. I think it should be done. Should bands?
But seriously, look at the set list from AC/DC or Megadeth. They'll play classics. They'll play 1 or 2, 3, 4 songs from the new album. Next to a cycle, those new songs are gone. It's all the new songs. Next to a cycle, those songs. There's no new classics.
Could
people get stuck in the fucking past?
Do a concert anywhere in the world without playing Back in Black or Shook Me All Night Long? No, they couldn't. Or Hell's Bells. They could not do
but they should. Why did
Well-
they stop progressing as a band?
All right. So
They're not
hang on. Before this gets
That's not
way
the
out of hand,
greater
Yeah.
opinion, though.
Oh, I see.
Jeff, what would be the question you posed for the hot topic on this one? Just quickly.
Question
Jeff
should-
and his hot topic bin.
I know,
I
right?
know.
This is-
Okay, when a band tours, should they play the classic songs that made the band? Yeah, because no
Or-
question,
or
Number
new
of the
song?
Beast, Run the Hills, that sort of thing, that helped make the band what they are today. So, in my opinion, but that, I
Right.
mean, there's a lot of bands like
We'll say that for a
AC/DC
hot topic
cannot-
because that there's a lot there.
I think there's a
There
lot
is a
in
lot
this. There's a
there.
hot topic for sure in this one. A bin isn't going to do this one justice. Like the AI conversation, this one's going to take us a bit of time to work our way through.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
So. But yeah, look, okay, I'm sorry, but it's just it was a point of contention. that
Jeff, I'm going to rename you Can of Worms.
Yes,
Canadian worms.
Canadian worms. Hey,
Worm boy.
get that in,
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
yeah.
I'm not your worm guy.
That's your worm, guy.
Not your worm friend.
Oh wow.
I'm more like fucking inchworm. Yeah, that's me. So
Inchworm. Dude, you don't want that fucking credit on your tombstone.
Man, all I can think of now is the system of
Earthworm
Down
Jim.
tapeworm.
Yeah,
Pull the
Inch
tape out
boy.
of your ass.
inch boy.
It's like
Yep.
that's all I can think of right now.
Here lies
Depends
Jeff.
on which
Inch
way,
boy.
which way
Like,
you're
yeah.
measuring.
Like my dick is so small. I went to have a piss one day in the cold, and I reached in my pants and pulled out a pubic hair and pissed myself. You know.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
wow.
but in all seriousness,
Um,
look, that's my bin. I know it's probably bigger than a bin. That's more like a fucking garbage scow, but it's there. Um,
It's the clean
it's
fill.
out there.
It's
out there now.
it's out there. We will have a hot topic on should bands play classics or new songs. That's a tough
Yeah,
one.
do it.
Let's
How
do
the
it.
fuck have we been talking for 5 hours?
I don't know. It's crazy.
Two
Dave,
o'clock
are you
in the
really
morning.
surprised?
I know.
It's
Sorry, Bill?
sorry, guys. We just could not do it in 2 hours.
We don't even have Conrad here.
Man.
It must be.
We
maybe-
thought it'd be short tonight. Jesus Christ.
Maybe it's me because I know that the three of you have kind of had streams where
What?
it has not gone on. for
No,
like-
Bill. Seriously.
But you don't think we can last 5 hours? What the fuck?
No,
I don't.
no, genuinely,
I'll
Bill.
look out the
it's-
next one,
no,
and
here
I'll
it is.
see.
Here's the game. It's us with an audience. That's what gets us through.
Yeah.
until
Hey,
fucking-
Yeah.
Our Motorhead taping went for 9 fucking hours.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
it
That's
did.
impressive.
I've got
Yeah, we finished at like 4 o'clock in the morning. This is early.
All started at 8 thereabouts.
Yeah.
That's stamina.
That was wild.
Fucking yeah.
It was a long night.
Lots of Lemmys.
Lots of lemons. All right.
So
To lighten the mood, my bin is very short, sweet, and to the point. It is slow as fuck drivers. Seriously, get the fuck off my road.
God,
What
right.
the fuck are you doing? I had a driver this morning as I was going to work in some fucking SUV thing where they're, oh my God, like crawling through a fucking roundabout at 5k an hour. And I'm just like, what the fuck are you
Yeah.
doing? There is
yeah.
no one else on the fucking road, you dropkick. Just fucking drive. It's not that hard. And if you can't do it, get the fuck out of my way. Like,
I reckon
genuinely,
you're right.
fuck off.
There's a speed limit. There should be a speed
Oh.
minimum as well.
Yeah.
I know. I feel the rage. I really do. I can't stand slow drivers.
I'm not even trying to fucking overtake you at 80k an hour and a fucking 40k an hour zone. I just want to do the fucking 50k limit. Like, just fucking get out of my way. Let me do the speed limit and get the fuck out of the way. If you can't do the speed limit, fuck off my road. Like, that's it. That's the bin. Get in there, you fucking half-wit. Like, what the fuck are you doing behind the wheel of a vehicle, you fucking dropkick? Fuck off. Just to fucking lighten things up.
That was a good one. That's good. That was a good one.
I can't do it. Like,
Best for last.
I can't do it. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, how are you behind the wheel of a fucking 1 ton plus vehicle and you can't do fucking 40 through a roundabout? Fuck off.
No,
What the fuck are you doing? Get out of my way. Just fuck off. Like, I have no time for you, fuckwit. Like, I don't get it.
They should be booked.
And the reason why is this morning I copped like the fucking run of drop kicks in a row. It was like one would do it and then one would fuck off. And then the next one would do it and then they'd fuck off. And it just kept fucking piling up. It's like, just fuck off. The lot of you.
snail parade.
Why?
It's rage-inducing. It is.
It is. And it fucks you up because you get to work and you're pissed off.
Yeah, the worst language that ever comes out of my mouth is when I'm driving.
That's Belle, that's Australians. Like right there.
Yeah.
That's Australians.
But it's kind of cathartic and therapeutic as well.
And the flip side to that bin too is that people that fucking want to turn right from the middle lane at roundabout when there's fucking 2 lanes to turn right from, like just fucking split. Go one middle, go one right, and just fuck. Because
I know
I've got to do a T turn, like a T intersection turn when I leave work to go home. So I got to go out, and everyone sits in the fucking middle lane, which blocks off the access from the turning for us in the T intersection. It's like, oh my god, if half of you went to the fucking right hand lane because you're turning right anyway, but no, give me the fucking left hand middle lane because you want to get fucking half of it. Just fuck off. Can't deal. Get in the fucking bin, the lot of you fucking drop kicks. Like,
rage-inducing. Yep.
It is.
I swear to God, if I got out of my car and actually came face to face with these people that were behind the wheel of their own vehicles, I would be in prison for the rest of my life because
I
just would not. Yeah. If they could see the rage that they.
I reckon it fucks you up for the rest of the day or whatever it is as well, because you're just thinking about how much of a fuckwit that is, and it's taking you off your game, right? So yeah, you show up at work and you're just like, oh my god, and then you got to tell somebody. You got to say, and so then you're spreading the fucking problem to them, and then they're telling, the disease. That's right. So yeah,
it's fucked.
But that's where the language comes in. Like it's a release. It's like you F and C. Like,
no, you fucking cunt. That's what you do. And then what I do is
I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on here, but
you realize when you're in this bubble and you realize that everything you do is fucking filmed, right? You feel like a goddamn fuckwit that's raging in a car cockpit for fucking no reason that anyone else can fucking discern. You look like a fucking half-cocked moron because you're road raging at these fuckwits that no one else can see. It's like, oh my god, I'm gonna just fucking just sit.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, do I have other issues? Is there some kind of like pent-up rage that
no,
this
Belle,
person...
I don't wonder, I know.
That reminds my grandfather always used to say,
it's not just me.
Is it me or is it the rest of the world?
That's the rest of the world. Fuck them.
It's the rest of the world. Fuck them all.
On a day-to-day basis, this happens, so surely it's not just me, because I'm generally a pretty happy person, so I don't feel like I have that much rage when I'm getting around my house.
I'm pretty chill.
When I get in the car and encounter other drivers, that this happens.
People who know me, actually know me, know I'm pretty fucking calm. Like, Dave, I don't think you've ever seen me lose my temper. Like, I'm...
Yeah, I have, when Dennis was seriously drunk.
Once. I think once.
Yeah.
Once, yeah.
Oh, my God. I need to know about this.
No, it's captured on video, too. It was fucking hilarious.
I lost it. I wasn't happy. Because he got so wasted, he fucking stole the show from kids at the time. We're fucking trying to get their feet. And I was like, don't.
It's on YouTube.
Like, shit, Andrew's angry.
Can I please have this footage?
No, it's not on YouTube yet, actually. It should be, but it's not. But I didn't lose it, but I made it pretty blunt. Did I make a point, Dave? I made it pretty clear.
Yeah.
I can read between the lines. Send, please.
Was he all apologies after?
No. No. That was the Kiss special. I was kind of slated at the backup for like get ready in case.
Yeah.
How long ago was this? What?
15?
8 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
fucking what?
I don't get angry often at all. Like Dave, of all the shit we've done over the years, Dave, you see me angry. How many times actually pissed off?
That would have been the closest to it, and it was very mild, but you could tell it's just like, oh fuck, don't fuck with Andrew.
I'm just curious because you are like just such an easygoing,
It takes a lot. It takes a lot
Yeah.
to piss me off, but once I'm there, I'm there, and and it doesn't take much to if you can see any sort of cue, you'll know. Like it takes forever. I've got a long fuse, but once it's there, get the fuck out of the way. Like
yeah,
it's
duck and cover. Duck and cover because it's fucking coming.
If you don't get out of the way, you will fucking know about it in a 30-second flat. Like it's fucked up.
I'm really curious to know what he did to like.
It wasn't anything severe, but it was a case of we had a long day. We were filming for a lot of hours, but then I had some great kids come in and do some chatting on the show, just giving their feedback, their thoughts. It was a cross-generational chat, which you don't get often. Like seriously, you don't get often. It was me talking to 15 and 16-year-old girls as well. And I'm in my 30s talking to 15, like just getting the input of kids into the world.
That was a fucking great interview too.
It was really good. They were giving some great stuff. They were really thoughtful. They were presenting like it wasn't. They were intelligent, presented arguments. They made good points. Like it was. They held. If it was just me and them, they would have held the room. Not me. They would have held the room. They were doing great. And Dennis just had a skinful, and he just jumped in, and it was just like, you fucking what? Can't you read the fucking room? Like seriously? I love you to death, dude, but fuck off. Like it's just
okay, fair enough. Yeah,
and it's on camera. Like it's there. I think one part of that got out in that. No, it was Maiden Priest.
Yeah, part of that.
It was
the whole thing. That whole thing hasn't seen, but yeah, it was a couple.
Yeah, it was Maiden Priest because I did one part of that because Daniel was there. It was Maiden Priest, and Sam was the one that jumped in along with Paris. It was Sam and Paris jumping as the kids.
Yeah,
and I'd love to fucking sit back and edit that piece of footage up because it was fucking great. Like those two girls were so good.
Wait, so Paris, hang on, Paris is Nikki's daughter, is that right?
That's it, yes.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yep.
Okay.
And Sam is Daniel's daughter, and Daniel was in Killermaine for a long time, which may not mean anything to you at all, which is good. But they were about had a long association with it as well. And I've known Daniel for years. So it was just one of those things where it was just like, could you just not read the room? Like, like I didn't blow up or do anything stupid or carry on like a half-wit or whatever. It was just a case of like, as you said, I'm pretty chilled. I'm hard to annoy. But if you manage to do it, that's when it's like, just get the fuck out of the room. Like if you actually manage to piss me off.
It was subtle, but like people could read it.
Yeah.
It didn't have to be much, but you could fucking read it.
Yeah. It's funny hearing your point of view on that, Dave, because I don't know what I know I get the impression that when I get to that when I get to that mode, I can be intimidating if I want to be. I don't want to be, but I can be.
It's subtle enough, but if you can read the room, you know there's time to fucking pull in a bit.
How were you feeling at the time? Were you feeling really cross and trying to control your?
I was furious.
Okay. And you kept it.
Oh yeah, if anyone saw me actually rage, you wouldn't think it was the same person. Like I know what I'm capable of.
It's like the Hulk, Bruce Banner.
I don't. No, not really.
No,
but
I know. You wouldn't like me if angry. That's the famous line.
It's that whole saying though. You won't like me if I'm angry. Like you won't. Like I am, because I'm pretty callous in general. Like Dave knows, my sense of humor is pretty cutting and dry. Like I generally am.
Oh, God, I want to see that, Andrew.
I'm so sort of vicious in my humor.
We don't see that. Well, I
No.
haven't seen it, and that's not shown.
It would be a battle to see who could outdo each other.
That's a challenge to me. I want to see that.
I can be super nasty with a lot of tongue in cheek and not care. But the point is that if I get to that point, I'm like, I don't give a fuck. I don't need to say anything. But what I'll do and what I will say will leave a mark. Like it won't. I don't need to do much. I'll just go, okay, here's what you think. Here's the real world. Bang. Like I'm just like, fuck off, get out of my way. Like I
love it.
I have the complete capacity to no longer care what anyone thinks or feels. I do not give a shit. If you get in my way, I will tell you. Like I don't. I think, Dave, you might have seen that, once or twice?
Yeah, right. Probably once.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's very rare, but if it comes out, it's get the fuck out of the room territory. It's like, just stay the fuck out of my way, and we'll be okay in like 20 minutes. Just get the fuck out. it's
Shit.
Okay.
Maybe I don't want to see it. It sounds a bit scary.
It takes a long. Like, Dave, how hard do you think you have to push me to get to that point? Like, seriously?
Oh,
like,
man. It would have to work at you all fucking evening and into the night. And it'd be like 2 o'clock in the morning. We're all drunk. Everyone's fucking exhausted. It'd be at that level.
What was that?
Yeah, what was it? Are you holding the day?
It's the day. It's the day's not here, man. Dave's got
I'm prepared for sign off.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So to answer your question, Bill, there is some footage of it, but it's not explosive or dramatic. Or
it's okay. Look, and I can read subtleties, but if you're not willing to share it,
I don't care about that. I actually want to release that. Like, I want to A and B, like the first Maiden pre-special versus the second Maiden pre-special. I want to just sort of release those two back to back.
I was there, man. That was
both.
Dennis is quite a bit younger. Still, he's quite a bit younger, isn't he?
He's a lot younger. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a decade plus in there.
Yeah. And I think that probably would have something to do with it as well.
Yeah.
No life experience.
And that's why I was as calm, because it's like he's not in the same world. He's not in the same realm.
That was the first live taping too, wasn't it?
No,
that wasn't. Although the top 10s was the first live one.
Yeah, top 10's the first live one.
It was still fresh. It's a different energy having people in front.
Yeah. And that's the thing too, is like you're dealing with someone in their 20s versus someone in their 30s versus, and I got where he was coming from, because I used to do the same fucking thing when I was his age. I was like, just fucking go off and go nuts, whatever. People that want to fucking pay you attention, fucking do what you want. I don't have any ill will toward it, but when I was trying to get something done, it was like, just fucking get out of my way. And I'm really, really good at passive aggressive. Like, I'm really good at that. I excel at that, which is not a great thing, but it's a skill.
I like it.
But yeah, so that's the whole gag. But it's just one of those things where if you can read subtlety, you'll see that I'm looking at him. I literally got up and told him just fuck off at one point.
Yeah,
I said just fuck off.
Wow.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Yeah, I remember that. And it wasn't like funny. Like, I've always got a tongue in cheek. I've always got a bit of a barb or a humor to my cut. There's always something there, but yeah, that was just like, no, fuck off. Like, it was just blunt. Get out of the way. But like I said, to all the years, Dave, you've been a part of this for what, 9
8
plus now? 8
yes,
years?
9 years. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Wow.
So you'd have seen most of everything by now. And I'm really hard to get angry. I'm really hard to get angry. But once I'm there, just don't get in the way anymore.
I hope that no one would intentionally make you angry.
some have.
I hope it would be just purely by ignorance is a strong word, but just like, you know, sort of thoughtlessness or just not realizing that they're doing the wrong thing.
The trouble with me, and that's a problem of mine, is that I have a long, long memory as well. So
half your luck. I have
there
no
is,
memory.
I have a long so the people that really there are some people that got under my skin over the years by saying or doing certain things. I'm like, well, fuck you. And I won't do anything particularly at the time because doesn't serve my purposes. But down the line, I'll ignore you. If that makes sense. Like, and I don't do it viciously. I don't call anyone out. I don't make a public fucking statement. I don't carry on. But if you really annoy me, like I had one person do something that was just so fucking stupid. And they tried to come across to me like all is forgiven. And I'm like, you fucking what now? I didn't do anything fucking wrong. And you're forgiving me? You can go and get fucked.
Yeah,
I've never spoken to that person since, not promoted, not pushed, not nothing, that person since. Like, they can go and get fucked. And I don't name names even now. I don't give a fuck. I'm not going to do that. I don't believe in doing that, but I will just carry myself and go, okay, well, I choose not to deal with you anymore. Because I have that option.
Do you think they got the message?
I don't care if they did.
You don't care?
No, I don't care. It's not about proving a point. It's about doing what's right for me.
Okay. So that was closure in your head, like.
Yeah, that's done.
Yeah,
that's it. Closed. You can just go on your own way. I'll go mine, and that's the end of it. I don't carry any vindictive. I have enough shit in my past to not carry vindictiveness anymore. I don't need to carry that.
Yeah,
burden.
I get that. I get that. It's too much.
It's a cancer. Just forget it. But if someone does something that you feel, it doesn't matter if you're right or wrong, but if it doesn't work for you, just move on. Don't make it a big thing. Just close that door, move on to the next one. There's
it takes a long time to get it. It takes a long time to figure that one out, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I agree. But the sooner you get there, the better off you are.
Yeah.
It helps to have a strong sense of self at the same time. That's a big thing.
That's hard to also. That's also hard to get.
Yeah.
I don't. Deep stuff again, but I don't wish what I had. I don't wish what I had growing up on anyone else, but I'm thankful for what I had because it taught me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You become the person you are because of it.
Oh.
Yeah. I wouldn't wish it on anyone else, but I learned a lot from that experience. It's not fun, but it's valuable. So if you can learn your lessons, and like I said, I'm pretty cruisy in most things. I don't get too up or down on much at all. Like my heart rate, I reckon I'd be one of those people that you'd fucking study for the heart rate because my heart rate fucking barely deviates at anything at all. Like it barely fucking moves. But it's a case of just that has come about because of life experience at this point, and you just sort of move on from there, and then you handle certain things different. I've seen enough to fucking last me a lifetime. I don't give a fuck anymore. Like whatever. Yeah. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna say? I don't give a shit. You don't know. That's what goes back to before. Like if you don't know me. If you're not one of the people I care about knowing me, if you're not my family, my kids, my closest people, if you're not one of those people, what do you know?
Yeah.
What do you know? Like, and I don't know you either, and that's okay. Like, I'm not going to judge you. If you judge me, that's on you.
People generally only know what you choose to show them.
That's
right?
it.
Yeah.
I'm not completely open. I'm relatively open, not completely.
Comes down to that wall.
Yeah, which never goes away.
Build the wall and get it broken down.
Yeah, you got to be.
We've come full circle now.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. Nice segue.
My God, I connected to that.
On that note,
that's brilliant. let's sign off because it's like a 6-hour stream and it's getting fucking crazy.
I know.
All
I
right.
know.
Let me go to the last comments for the night. So Sally says, in the bin, finishing nearly a whole bottle of Bailey's by yourself. That's what you get for staying with us for so long. Well done.
Legend.
Well
Go
done.
I've done
Which
that.
is gone. Thanks so much for a lovely night. You're more than welcome. Hopefully you've enjoyed the show tonight. We've fucking waffled on. Bash has said artists have to play their iconic songs in all live shows. If not, disappointment will result. That's an interesting point
There
there.
we go. Yeah.
Michael says, imagine if Guns N' Roses didn't play Coma.
Oh, I am so pissed off. Twice in Melbourne, no Coma.
There you go.
There we go.
But
you
it's
in a
like,
coma.
is Coma an iconic? Is it a single? No, it's not.
Excuse me, isn't that going against your whole argument of
That's-
earlier with Iron Maiden? Like,
Mhm.
No.
not playing the classics. Oh, let's just play the original. You
Well,
know, let's
Coma's
just get the
really
disc out.
not.
Coma's
Coma
not a
didn't-
single.
And it didn't really make the band.
It's
But
still-
Number of
No.
the Beast did.
Ancient. It's
Run of the Hills
ancient.
did.
Why don't they only play stuff from their recent album? Oh, wait, because fans want to hear the older stuff. Dave, you just
Yeah,
contradicted
They
yourself.
also played Absurd and Hard School and people went to the fucking bar. What's wrong with them?
But that's not the
Nothing?
point. The point is, you're like, oh,
They
hey,
might have
come
been
on.
thirsty. But
Come
they
on.
didn't
No.
come there to see Absurd. They came to see,
Welcome to the
Paradise
Jungle
City.
and Paradise
Paradise
City, Sweet
City.
Child of Mine,
Welcome
and
to the
November Rain.
jungle.
That's
Yeah.
right. It's nice
Sorry,
Coma
to
Dave.
isn't in that
Sorry.
level.
Andrew.
So,
this
Dave,
is- I know.
Oh,
that-
no. Well,
okay.
I'm not going to do this.
Save it for the hot
Because
topic.
let's Save it for the
Yeah.
hot topic.
Yeah.
Next week's hot topic is should bands play their cover for the hot stuff.
Their
Fuck,
biggest hits. Yeah.
We're going to be here for an hour on that one alone.
Yeah.
What do we got?
Yeah.
I don't know what was going on, but Bella said, well said, Bell, Dream Theater. Ah, ha, ha, ha. I don't know what was going on there.
She was saying,
Dream Theater is
there was a
coming again in
side remark
something.
coming at Dream
Anything, any
Theater
comment
earlier.
I make about Dream Theater is correct.
Oh, I can't wait for them to be back on the show. This is going to be fucking sweet.
Gonna be fun. All right, Jolly said,
Oh,
glad I
maybe
was on
you
holidays.
think-
So am I, to be honest. Bash has said, I'm retired. I'm all right. I'll sleep in. Wife calling. I'm coming. My love my life. Good night, all.
Oh, God.
Good to
How
see
long
you, buddy.
ago were
Hope
these
you're
comments
keeping
made?
well.
I'm coming,
comments-
my love. I'm coming. What the
An hour ago.
I think he's just saying he's off the bed. That was just what he's saying. How about
I hope it means.
It's-
I hope it means.
it
what
was-
Dave
It was
thinks
quarter
means.
past 2 in the morning. Who knows how many drinks in? Everyone's forgiven at this point in time.
It's our fault. Blame us.
Blame us. Don't blame Canada. Michael
blame
said,
Canada.
as viewers could tell, Dennis crossed Andrew's line because they're building up on screen. Yeah, okay, there you go. You can see that one there as well. Guy said, darn, it's already next week or some show. It's, I don't know, man. I don't know anymore.
yeah?
Man, we could do the longest stream of all time, I'm
You
sure.
could just run the opening credits again. We'll just start over.
Let's
Pretty much, yeah.
change.
Yeah. Bash said, well done, Andrew. Line in the sand stuff. I try my best. I apologize.
Hey,
Yes, I know.
Line in the Sand is a Dream Theater song.
Oh,
It is.
God.
Yeah.
Dave. Enough.
Yeah.
Andrew said, good night, guys. See you next week. Now I'm off to work. Enjoy, mate. My condolences.
Have a good day
as
at
well.
work. I'll be there
Yeah.
in like 4 hours.
Yeah.
Same here. And
Man,
Joy said,
guys,
good night, all. Thanks for a great
I'm
night.
not
Look, let's
working
get out of
tomorrow.
here. This is silly
Oh.
o'clock now.
Yeah.
It's after 2:30 in the morning. We've all got to get up and start work at what? I start work
I
at
gotta
8
get
in
up
the morning.
at 6.
I have.
I'm there at
enough today.
7. Fuck.
I'll be up at like 5:30, 6 o'clock. So I'm up in like less than 3,
Oh,
4
you gotta
hours.
walk the dogs.
Why do
Dogs,
we do this? Fuck.
dogs and breakfast, they will not be denied, especially when they weigh as much as
No.
I do. So
They don't have
that's it.
any mercy, do they? No mercy.
No, they don't. They will wake you up and go,
They don't
fucking
care if
come
you've
on.
had no
motherfucker."
sleep.
I mean, they've had plenty. They don't care. Like that's it. But all right, that's it. Thank you all so much for sitting with us for a fucking epic session tonight. Hopefully you've all enjoyed it and checked out some tunes to enjoy. Back again, same time, place next week. Until then, though, I'm Andrew.
I'm Jeff, I guess, because I'm over here now.
Yeah,
I'm
you
Jeff.
are.
I'm Belle.
I'm Dave. I'm sober. I went from sober to drunk to sober. This is how fucking long
Wow.
we've been.
Well done, Dave. Let's see if we do it next week. Until then, you know what to do, folks. As always,
Drink up.
And rock on.
rock on, folks. See you
Dave's
next
not
week.
here, man.
Yeah, he's not here.
Dave's never here, man. Never.
Was that a tumor on your chin? What is that?
It's not a
bean.
tumor.
Not a tumor.
It's not a tumor.
It's not a pimp.